Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream. It has been several days since I've been able to stream, which is such a big change from what we did the last couple of weeks. And so I've been looking forward to launching and going live again. And so hopefully you all had a fantastic week as you guys are filtering in. And it looks like Angel was already hanging out in the chat and has the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you, Angel. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So I think I'm going to start the stream off with a little bit of the new junk deck that we were running. I featured it. I just posted a video with this exact build, and it's Ajax junk. We're also going to see, I updated OBS, so hopefully no more freezes on that end. Hopefully we were able to resolve the issue. And then Waffle Brain, welcome in. A Oogie Boogie, welcome in. Hydra King, thank you guys for being here. Hopefully you had a fantastic week so far. I'm excited to be able to be streaming one more time. It has been it's been itching away at me all week. I've just been at work. I've just been wanting to launch live. So I have to kind of play it strategically to figure out when I can use my sick days to call in and do that. Next week we're going to be live Tuesday and Wednesday. So Tuesday for the release of Deadpool's Diner, and then Wednesday we have another exciting stream as well. And so Officer E-Runs, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome in. Hopefully you are having a fantastic day. You said you loved the Galactus deck. I was having so much fun being able to cook with the Galactus again, and it is a deck that definitely wants to focus on playing the Galactus, which is so almost different than most of the Galactus builds these days, so I had a lot of fun with that one too. Kenny Cooks, welcome in. Just Ishi, Boofin Blunts, all of you guys, thank you for being here. We have Corrales as well. Thank you for being here. So the deck that I'm going to be jumping in at the start of this stream is an Ajax junk. You said watch you on YouTube. Just wanted to drop you a Prime sub. Have a great one. Thank you so much, Officer. And then Buff Captain, welcome in as well. So this is a very much a full-on clutter deck. It has your core components of your clutter tools in Titania, White Widow, Green Goblin, Debris, and this one now adds Viper as well. Angel, you said the stream didn't load? Well, welcome in. And you guys will have to let me know. I did a few changes on the back end to try to clear up some of the video quality. I noticed that it was a little bit iffy, like whenever I was trying to edit the videos on demand. So that, and I want to make sure that the audio didn't mess up. So does the game audio, voice, everything seem okay? Yeah, Viper's putting in so much extra work now, and she's so much more consistent. And then the Hefty Messiah, welcome in. Cal Rossi. Yeah, so Viper in this build is just that additional lever to make sure that you always have ways to cap out an opponent's lane. And then we have the kind of standard Red Hulk Doc Ock for those big kind of power finishers. And then something that I find kind of cool in this build is the Hazmat Ajax. And then Shindig Cage, thank you so much for 17 months as a tier 1. You are, I've only streamed for maybe 3 months out of that. And so you are very much an early adopter of the stream. Thank you so much for the support and just being here to enjoy the content. And then 2 Bites, welcome in. And then Omar, you said after trying new Lockjaw, should I go for Beta Ray if I don't have him? If you like the Thor Hammer Bros style decks or builds, then I would say yes. I very much enjoy Beta Ray build, even outside of the Lockjaw rotation. But I enjoy the Thor Jane Foster style build quite a bit. And so we have the finisher of the Ajax Hazmat. Since we are naturally wanting to go to turn 7 anyways, we can do this as a double drop Hazmat in the lane to recall Titania to our side, and then Ajax in whatever lane we also need to swing in our favor. Because Ajax after a Hazmat is going to end up being a 20-something power most of the time, and can take the spot of Cannonball pretty easily. You could also just as easily take out Hazmat Ajax for the Cannonball and the Jeff, but I do enjoy being able to use the new tool that we have. And then Boosty, welcome in. Gimme, welcome in as well. All right, we're going to run just a very quick ad so that it doesn't play on any of the starting games, and then we will be right back, you guys. I'm excited to jump in. Tranquilizer, welcome in as well. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. As far as the audio, the video, does it seem more or less consistent with what we've had in in the last few streams, because I updated the the bit rate, I updated the overall load to the processor. So hopefully it should be where it can load in a bit easier. So it should be a little bit higher quality just in terms of like where everything is moving. You said, is Ajax worth a grab? I'm only missing him and Valentina. And then Injay, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I'm so glad that the plug on the video worked. Welcome over. Your transition's still crashing. So I updated OBS. I also deleted a lot of the scenes that I no longer use. And so I'm hoping that I was able to clear up the issue. We're hoping. We're hopeful today. Then Makoto, welcome in. And I also updated the the settings that I had for the stream, especially with Restream. So hopefully it's a little bit better now. But Kenny Cooks, as far as Ajax, he's a good last turn power engine with a hazmat. And so I think we'll see him in several builds that use that kind of double duo. But he doesn't feel like he breaks the game either. And so he could be a skip, but he's definitely very playable with just those two pieces. You don't need to fully build around him to make him potentially viable. And so it looks like our ads are just about over. Let's go ahead and jump into the game. Let's switch over to our full screen. And today we are going to have a segment where we have the factor stream. And so we'll keep that widget up on the stream today. And then Imponk, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. That I'm more interested in Beta Ray build than Ajax. Yeah. I think if you're looking to pull Beta, then and you get Ajax, it's an okay pull. Before it felt like a pretty bad one, but there's some decent uses for him. Yeah, and Cassandra will help make him a little more viable as well. I agree. And then Tay the Great, you said, hey TLSG, hope you're doing well. Watching while working from home. Thankfully things are slowing down now, so I can finally chill out. Been putting out fires with clients since early this morning. Oof. Due to the CrowdStrike outage. Ooh, Tay the Great. Definitely hope you get a little bit of very much needed downtime. I appreciate you being here and hanging out. Hopefully you're having a great one. So we are going against Fanta first. We do have a really good opening hand. We have magic to extend the game. Debris into a Viper can cap out a lot of space very, very quickly. And so Werewolf is not going to be able to bounce a whole lot. They could have tools to be able to pull those back in, like Beast, Falcon. But for now, let's go Viper in the left lane. We could also hide it or use it on the rock, but I kind of want to try to cap out one lane so it doesn't have that versatile movement capabilities. And so one card in Onslaught Citadel, unless that's Beast or Falcon, we are going to cap them out very, very early here. Sentry. We will take the Sentry play. We can beat that in the left. Now it just comes down to winning one of the other lanes. And so something like, I think maybe we hit it with a magic. Hydra King, you said, hey TLC, also working from home. What's up to all the online commuters? Welcome in, Hydra King. Hopefully your home commute wasn't too bad this morning and you have a pretty slow day. Snap, scare them away. All right. Because, I mean, I assume they have an Annihilus, but nothing here is negative, which is the good part. We would have to worry about the Void in the right, but this lane still becomes pretty susceptible, and that's why I think we don't do Green Goblin just yet. Now, we have to worry about Thunderbolt's Tower making this rock negative, and they could send it our way. I worked the first 2 hours from bed, from home. Boofin, you're living the dream, my friend. That's one of the good things about working from home. You can still get your work done, and it doesn't have to be in like an all-out office setting either. And so they do go ahead and drop the Annihilus now, interestingly enough. And so we have the Void on our side, but I think we can still potentially overcome that, that negative power here. And we don't have to worry about them sending us this rock, about the Green Goblin play. So it's either we go Red Hulk here, or we go closer to trying to like fully cap them out with something like Green Goblin, Nebula. And if we draw a Hazmat next turn, then it's the golden ticket to make sure we have a way to win. Slashing Covers, welcome in. Greetings from Brazil. Thank you for being here all the way from Brazil. And then King, you said we matched yesterday and I unintentionally roped you because my turn. No, you're okay, King. There's been a couple of games where my intern, specifically on turn 5, has broken, where after that I can't do anything. So hopefully this is an on reveal and it stays over here. So hopefully this one is not. Otherwise we eat the, okay. So they beast the Sage back in. The Electra does come down. But Werewolf's going to the left. We have the Green Goblin here. And so that maybe opens up the possibility for a win with like Shang-Chi Titania. They could always pull this one out, but do they replace it with something bigger? They have Sage, but I think maybe the Titania Nebula would be enough to overcome that power. Hazmat would have been more ideal at being able to make sure we have that huge Ajax on the board, but I think this might be able to help us slide through. And then Sleeper, welcome in. Ren, you said the intern button bugged if you end a turn and immediately undo. I didn't realize that. But it is super unfortunate when it does happen. All right, let's go with this. There's a chance we lose this one, or we get the opponent to retreat. We'll take the 2. Not a comfy 2, but being able to use Viper, White Widow, Debris to cap out this left lane incredibly early gave us that kind of leverage to make sure that they had a really tough time bringing home the rest of the game. What's a good Red Hulk replacement? You could go something big like a Magneto. Essentially, you would just be looking for a big body at that point. I don't know if I should save keys for next week's cash with Copycat. I don't have beta, but yeah, Copycat I think is going to be much more versatile than an Ajax. Ajax has a couple of like big power plays. Beta Ray Bill is fun. Instead of Red Hulk, yeah, you could go Cannonball instead of Red Hulk. You can add Cannonball back in. But typically you would want to drop like Ajax as your last turn, or I guess you could flip and do Ajax ahead of time. That way you can do Cannonball plus Hazmat on the last turn. Might not be a bad fit. But next up we have Rockman. The first location, Sewer System. Great for clutter and filling up that lane. Shuri's Lab becomes a little unfortunate. I think it's fine. See, I almost want to snap into it. We have the White Widow play. We have Green Goblin into a follow-up Debris. And so they're going to have a lot of congestion very, very quickly. Now, this deck does kind of struggle sometimes against... Okay, we get the retreat. This deck does sometimes struggle against, like, Kitty Pryde decks. Because it's hard to fully cap out a lane. You can always pull that back in and they have that option later. But otherwise, it matches into just about everything that we see commonly very, very well. And then Prominence. Prominence? Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great Friday so far. Glad to see you here. I didn't even check. Let me make sure the YouTube one launched. Yeah, okay. YouTube one looks good on that end. Said, hey TLSG, any recommendations for a WW swap? Ooh, White Widow. White Widow is a really tough one because it helps your consistency so much in being able to clog the lanes. You could switch to something like a Jeff for a little bit of flexibility, but it's not going to be quite as good because this feeds into like your direct ideal game plan of clutter. You could go Scorpion too, which would help the Ajax, I suppose. Yeah. All right, so Jeff in the left lane is a little unfortunate. Miniaturized Lab is also a little bit unfortunate. But we can still try to clutter the left as much as possible, so they only have one space to play once they move out. But the Nocturne comes down as well, so double versatile tools. I think this one may be one that I don't know that we have a good line. Find a way to win, unless we just get incredibly lucky. We get like magic down or something crazy. But this is one of the decks that our deck definitely struggles against. He said, I guess I have to decide between Nocturne and White Widow. Nocturne is more flexible in most cases. But as a junk enjoyer, I like White Widow more. I use it probably a little bit more, but I play a lot of junk decks. So I think we retreat out of this one. We're going to try something kind of silly with like a Titania Green Goblin so that we could make sure that we have the most cards in Mojo World. Even that, we don't have a whole lot of pieces to pull them back. I regret not getting Sage and Nocturne. Yeah. Because stream, he said, why are you so low on the stream list? We just launched. It takes a little bit to ramp into some consistent viewership. I think what we've been pushing recently is around 400 to 600. And so we'll be around like the top 2 rows eventually, but it takes a little while to launch into it. So the Luke Cage into a Hazmat. So we are capping them out here. Titania stays our way, but it still comes down to being able to play multiple cards here. Sandman holding us back. We'll jump out of this one for one. Your thoughts on Ajax? Does it only go to one deck? Ajax, I think can be. I think he becomes like a good card list. So he's a good finisher with a Hazmat. You typically will want to put good numbers on the board, good bodies, and then on the last turn you can drop Ajax plus Hazmat. You can either do that on turn 7, or if you have a Hope Summers, you can ramp into it that way. Those are the typical decks that I see him doing well in. Outside of that, it feels a little too gimmicky. Like you have to build too much into it for it to be worthwhile. Rampant numbers for the stream was a joke. Oh, Sandman holding us back. Gosh, you sleeper. That one went right over my head. Next up, we have KX Foreign, and they beat us the majority of our matches. A lot of times they do run decks like the Kitty Pryde, the small ball stuff, that become very hard to match into. And so we'll see if they're running something similar here, and if maybe we can steal a win off of them. Not worth building. Yeah. Building it purely on the Ajax Affliction is definitely a liability, because Luke Cage could end up taking a lot of that power back. They could end up countering it in some way. And so more so as like a last turn just power play is where I've found like the most value in it. So negative zone's not bad for us. But they are running the Angela, so this looks like a very KX style build that I think would contain like Kitty Pryde, Athena somewhere in there as well. And then of course with the Rock Slide, we're looking for or at a potential Hawk play. He kind of exclusively plays Loki. It feels like he has exclusively played like that Kitty Pryde engine, recently at least, whenever I was popping into his streams. But outside of that, yeah, he always runs like the good card stuff. And then Hydra King, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That puts us to 4 for the day. Huge support. Appreciate having you here. You said High Evo Abomination better than Ajax? If you're going with the Affliction style, yes, maybe. But if you're just going for like that last turn, like surprise factor, maybe not. All right, let's take up 2 of their spaces in the right lane with a White Widow and Viper. And then we do have the Ajax for turn number 7. Maybe we'll get Hazmat as well. And so overall, we're going to take up a lot of space in that right lane, unless they can change it, of course. But the left lane ends up being Iron Man. They actually cap out the left lane, which is kind of crazy. Unless they have a Luke Cage, drawing into Hazmat would be huge here. And so maybe we do... I think we just do something like Red Hulk in the left. And at this point, I think it's too late to snap on him. Friday off from work? Yeah, Clef. So I'm working summer hours, so I work longer days Monday through Thursday, but I'm off on Fridays right now. So Red Hulk in the left would be able to help us, especially if we draw on the Hazmat. If not, Titania over there, and then maybe just an Ajax in negative zone. But we're not going to snap into it. I think it's a little bit late to try any kind of snap shenanigans. Viper Change really good. Yes, I love the Viper Change. Because it opens up that realm of possibility so much. Okay, and so we do have Doc Ock, but this will be 4 more in the right lane. So it pumps it up to 11. It gets more power than the Doc Ock. And then I think just Titania to the left. And then we'll call that good. It's such a good change. Yes, it is such a good change. Not having to worry about what it hits. You can now do Titania into Viper and not have to worry about potentially hitting the Titania and bouncing it right back.
Victory.
Rock mid, because maybe he top decked Red Hulk. I don't think it would hurt to play the Rock. I think that's a good call. But so far, this deck is still holding up in insane stats. I think we won all the games we launched into so far. Right now, we're 18 games in, 13-4, 13 wins, 4 losses, a little over 73% win rate, which is great for a junk deck because it does have some really big counters. Does the deck need Ajax? No. No, I wouldn't say Ajax is a requirement. You could switch out Ajax and Hazmat for Cannonball and Luke Cage. Or not, oh my goodness. Cannonball and Jeff and be probably just about as good. But it is like a different way to have that power engine to find a way to win the game. And so similar to some like the ones that want to run like the Dagger, Iron Fist, Ghost Spider, it's just a different way to push that big late game engine. And then let me make sure the factor timer is on. Because we are, and maybe it hasn't been long enough. After this game, I'll check to make sure the Factor timer's on. Because this stream is sponsored by Factor. It's our second Factor sponsored stream for the month. And so I actually ordered a box, and so we'll pull those meals out. And then it's just a real quick, brief thing, and then we can be back to our snap action. But I'm excited because I haven't been able to break into and try to eat any of them until this stream happened. And so I'm excited to be able to try them out. I see the Factor box on screen. Yeah. So the Factor box is up in the top right. This one's sponsored by Factor. And so at a certain portion, we will dive into that a little bit further. We can always do like a Titania Magic. That's going to make sure that their right lane gets capped out. They could always have the option of Werewolf by midnight. And so maybe Titania is not our play. I think instead we're just going to go Magic. And then this would be 5. This could be something on 6, so maybe Ajax plus Titania on 6. But let's do it to the left so we don't cap out any of our locations. Fancy sponsored stream. Phalanx. I have a couple of them upcoming. And so a few of them I'm really excited about. Some for, the other ones are going to be for different games. And so definitely a cool opportunity to be able to do some streams that, one, we get to play the majority Marvel Snap, and then we get to check out a couple of other games along the way. And so no draw that turn, unfortunately. We have initiative. So maybe we Doc-Ock in mid. Depending on how confident we are, we could also white Widow's Bite, so we don't clog up our draw potential. It's risky either way. That's what we're going to lock in here. But you can't call it Ajax junk without Ajax. That's true. But the deck, like the core itself, I think runs fine without it. Ooh, that's not good. Because that could be a Beast or a Falcon. And then we're just, yeah, it's a Falcon. And then we're just kind of sitting ducks at that point. Faith Through Fire, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Very glad that you were able to join us. And so with that one, we were. Ooh, and then the Werewolf actually gets pulled in as well. Scary, scary. We do get Ajax, but I don't know that that's enough for us to really write home about. So we could do like an Ajax Titania, and then we're looking at like a Hazmat, Shang-Chi, something similar on the last turn. I don't think this one should be a stay. Because of the Titania, we run, yeah. Like, I want to stay because we do have the setup for the Ajax. We can win whatever lane Ajax is in. And so then we would have to rely on being able to counter like this left one. But I think for one, it makes more sense to run here. Time for a Hydra Bob deck. And then Faith Through Fire. How do I give my Prime sub? Are you on mobile or are you on desktop? Because on desktop, there should be like a Prime button or just the sub button under the stream. Then there's a little checkbox to make sure that you use your Prime sub. And then Drake, welcome in. Hopefully you're having hey, Faith Through Fire. Did you mean to do tier 1? Because it didn't look like it doesn't look like Prime is what ended up working. I appreciate the tier. I would appreciate the sub. Oh, you're on mobile? I just gave you a regular sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate the support. I just wanted to make sure that you meant for tier 1. That helps us get closer to Partner Plus, which gives us a bigger split of any sub revenue, which I'm excited about that possibility, especially when I'm looking and hoping to be able to go full-time eventually. And then Smooth Brain Steve with the Prime sub as well. Thank you so much for the support. You said you brought me back into the game when you came back. Faith Through Fire. Hopefully you're enjoying it. It has been something that I've enjoyed. Like taking that break, taking a step away, allowed me to come back and really enjoy the game and enjoy the brews again. And so definitely something that I've been enjoying on my end. So Jotunheim is kind of great for like a Doc Ock. I think we just leave Eternity Range as is. We magic in the right lane, and then we look to set up like a Nebula somewhere. Doc Ock in Jotunheim is always one of my favorite plays. And it looks like they're running Arisham, and they haven't dropped anything yet. Interesting. And then Boofin, thank you so much for the 1 month resub as a tier 1. Thank you for being here for 3 months. Yeah, that pushes us closer to Partner Plus. I think we're over halfway to that first checkpoint for this month. And I do have several more streams launched up. So maybe we can get lucky. Or maybe we can make it happen. Let's go Debris to the right, Nebula, because this one is close to being capped already. They'll only have 1 turn to be able to stop the scaling. And then the Aeon, you said I didn't even notice I matched against you. It didn't even fist bump. The Aeon, welcome in. Fantastic game as always. And yeah, we just matched up. I think you were running the werewolf deck, right? You had me sweating a little bit. And so we're going to go ahead and pull into Jotunheim. They dropped an Eliath. I think we should have an easy time winning left. Ooh, it is a full black border deck, isn't it? Mr. Moneybags. And then all the Arisham stuff. But so we have Viper we could use, or we can just set up like a Red Hulk left. So much clog that Falcon and Beast come in handy. Yeah, I noticed that. We were on the ropes a little bit. We were sweating. They changed Spider-Man? Yeah, so he used to be a lockdown, a lane. But now he is cheaper. He's 3 cost, has more base power, and he moves a card. So he's more of a movement card now. He kind of fits the flair or the flavor of the other spiders. So like Ghost Spider and the other ones that are coming up in one of the future seasons. So we're going to go Red Hulk to the left. That allows us to dynamic duo the Hazmat Ajax on the last turn, which is always fantastic. Black border isn't good. I like the border pop. I'm not a big fan of the Neon, though, because the full Neon deck almost hurts my eyes. So excited for more support and Activate. Yeah, Activate's going to be a big one. All right, so I think we just push for mid. We go Hazmat plus Ajax. Ajax is going to be insanely big, and he'll come in at like 20-something power. It's going to be ridiculous, and it stops any kind of big power play, like maybe a second Eliath in the right, and so we should be able to pull that one home with nasty 27 power Ajax, which is nuts. We'll gladly take it. Victory. Yeah, I do like the cosmic ones. Like it's just enough flair that it stands out, but not so much that it hurts my eyes if you have a full deck of it. And Waffle Brain, you said, I had to drop $100 on those new black borders. I mean, it came with some credits. If you're looking at cosmetic, I don't think it was an awful purchase. But Neon Green only works on Wong. Yeah, I've seen like the Loki decks, and then it ends up being like their entire board. And it hurts. It hurts your eyes. Thoughts on Ajax so far? So I don't like him as a build around card. So I don't think he goes in like the standard affliction stuff. So like high Evo, he's not going to fit into that curve very well. I like the neon green on Loki, but then all of the other cards are neon green. And so if you end up putting those all over the board, it gets very bright very fast. But for Ajax, I don't like him as a full build alone for Affliction. I like him as a power piece. So doing something that's already good value, good power, that's getting those numbers on the board, so you can win one lane, and then on the last turn dropping Ajax plus Hazmat is such a huge power swing. So if you have Hope Summaries, you can do that on 6. If not, Magic on 7 to do both of them, and it's like a 30 power swing in your direction, if not a little bit more. And so great value from that play. And so I think he finds himself in a similar situation to like Sentry Annihilus, where it's like a 2 or 3 card like power engine that fits into like an array of decks. I think Ajax Hazmat is like very similar in that regard. So they do play into the Superflow, which is unfortunate for them. Let's go with our Green Goblin. I'm actually going to snap into it. We can go Green Goblin. Next turn, we can go Doc Ock as early as turn 4. Or we can look to do like Viper onto the White Widow to cap them out there. Just depends on where they play this turn. For me, the best order is Cosmic. I do like the Cosmic, and I'm excited about what else they bring to the table. And so with Silver Samurai, we're not going to be able to Viper now. We could have almost gotten a free Wolverine had he bounced here, but we'll take it. So 2 power to everything that's in hand. I almost want to go just like a Doc Ock. And then Makey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Your notification should pop up here in just a second. Wait, have they not been popping up today? Oh, hey, my welcome. Goodness.
It took you long enough.
I didn't even... Oh, my. Trying to move the chat. Hold on. There we go. Put it in a little bit better spot.
Welcome.
Maybe we move it down
long enough.
Here. Or we put it here and we move factor a bit. All right, so we're going to lock in the Doc Ock to the left. I apologize. But Makey, thank you so much for the Prime sub. They do have high Evo in the left, so we've already won that lane. We just need to find a way to win one other. We are afraid of Shang-Chi at all times with this build. We could do Red Hulk into like an Ajax. We might also extend the game to see if we can get something else going, especially since we have the extra energy from the Superflow. Because right now it'd be something like Red Hulk. We would be hoping for a Hazmat. If we do Magic, we can do Red Hulk and then hope for a Hazmat for 2 turns. Game Best had a similar take on Ajax, that it can be part of a strong package, which can be slashed. Yeah, I agree. Building around it feels too susceptible. It feels like you're almost gambling that they're not going to have a big counter to it. Like if you're playing it out early or whatever that may be. And so I definitely like it as that like last turn like power play versus put a lot of Affliction on the board and then they expect it to happen. So I like this play that protects our Red Hulk in the right lane. And then we can always call Titania back on the last turn. Now, if they rip that one away with like a Legion, maybe that gets scary. No, the Phastos, the Cyclops, our extra little bit of Clutter Flare comes in handy. We can guarantee the win to the left. We can guarantee it to the right. We should have no worries here. What do you think would be the best deck to climb from 50s to Infinite? So I think that's very situational. I think it depends a lot on the person and what playstyle they like. So like for me, I like junk a lot. And so even if I lose, it makes those losses sting less versus running something that's supposed to be like overpowered. Then if I lose, I'm like, well, it's not working for me. This is awful. And so I think it definitely depends on what archetypes you like. If you're kind of low on collection level, like a Destroy Deadpool Null style deck is still very viable. Shuri decks can still be played quite a bit. There's a lot of solid options right now. But yeah, I do like, you said you like Junk and Shuri Skull decks. And so what cards are you missing from Junk? And Shuri Red Skull decks are still really, really solid. You don't have to have a huge update, but you can make updates along the way with like Hope Summers can be a great one to ramp into additional energy, things like that. And Bean Man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then God, you said there's an obscene amount of Doc Ock in the meta. I agree. And so that's one of the reasons why like a Kitty Pryde deck is so potentially strong. So being able to have those ways to play power there after you get Doc can be the difference between a big win and a loss. Ooh, so ads are about to start, you guys. I apologize. I didn't catch it in time, or I would have delayed the start of this one. I apologize. I didn't mean to add you guys mid-game. They should be rolling here in just a second. So Project Pegasus comes down. Unfortunately, we do not have a Doc Ock in hand. I'm going to do something like Debris Magic, and then go from there. Ooh, they do have Doc Ock, but because we were able to play so much, it is only going to pull 2 cards on our end. Yeah, you said that's why you use a lot of moving pieces. Yeah, like Jeff, Nocturne, Kitty Pryde, all really strong against like Junk. Or like a Killmonger can be really big. So a deck that naturally wants to run Killmonger as well can be really beneficial. So Bean Man, I think Doc Ock's popularity definitely depends on what the rest of the meta looks like. So if it's something where most of the meta is looking at those like mid-range value cards, so like 8 to 9 or like 7 power to 9 power, then Doc Ock is a very scary play because you're not going to get much value out of it. Versus now where it's a lot of either high ball or low ball stuff, and then you can counter it from there. So let's go Viper in the left. We do have Doc Ock for 5. Arsham allowing him on T4. Yeah. That also pushes it up, but I was definitely enjoying Doc Ock before that. And then G Money, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. People used to think Doc Ock was a bad card. Yeah, and there are times where it could be a bad card. It's just maybe not every time. We can Viper mid. We could have Vipered mid, but instead we got absolutely capped out. And then B Doggy Dog, thank you so much for the 2nd month. Resubscribed for 2 months at tier 1. Thank you so much for the tier 1 for your 2nd month. Very much appreciate the support and having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So we could take a gamble and Doc Ock to the right after this turn. So Sage comes down, a little bit scary on what we could potentially pull there. But I think it's a risk we might need to take. It's either that or we Doc Ock left. Then we're hoping for like Red Hulk, we're hoping for Ajax, and we're hoping to not get cluttered in that lane. Hydrate, thank you so much for the reminder, Lazy Coconut. And then Thrill, you said, just a quick note to say that your positivity is so awesome and welcome. Thank you so much, Thrill. I enjoy the game, and I enjoy being able to interact with you guys, and I'm so glad that that comes off in the streams, because a lot of times, or before, I was a little bit awkward, I think, and some of that's still probably there, but I'm glad that the most common thing that comes out of it, you need Ajax to win right lane, I guess. Ajax or Red Hulk. But it would depend on if they're going to do something like Green Goblin or White Widow, if they're going to try to cap out Limbo before things, before we get a chance to, would be my biggest fear or worry. I feel like this was a bad timing for the Viper buff. Absorb, okay, yeah, we gotta run. Wait. Master Mold's not great.
I'm about to juice this up.
Moon Girl? Okay, yeah, definitely, definitely not great. They have an Ajax of their own. Woof. Gonna jump out of this one. Okay, so it does look like the factor timer's running, so that's good. And then B Doggy said, "Morning TLSG. Hope everyone is doing all right. We are doing all right. I think that is our first loss of the day, which is crazy. Crazy for being on stream. Typically, I lose a little bit more often than that, but So far, the day's been great. The week's been good. I've been itching to do some streams, but unfortunately, the pesky thing called work got in the way, and so we are gonna be doing 3 streams next week. So I'm gonna be sick on the day, conveniently on the day Deadpool Diner comes out. So we'll be streaming on Tuesday, and then Wednesday we actually have another sponsored stream, and so we're gonna be doing a stream on Wednesday and then our normal Friday. And so we get TLSG for 3 days next week. Yeah, we're gonna be sick. Conveniently when Deadpool Diner releases. Weird, I'll be sick that day too. I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of call-ins. It's gonna be such a strange thing. So I think we're gonna try to push for unlocking Nova as fast as possible. Impressive control over your body. Thank you for the posture check. Caught me leaning back. But yeah, I mean, we control when we're sick. We just feel it coming. And then Jimbo, you said you've probably already covered this, but how are you liking Ajax so far? So we touched on it very briefly. Definitely not in depth or anything. But I enjoy Ajax as a non-complete build-around card. So if you're building into Affliction, I don't think Ajax necessarily improves that deck. The decks that I do think he improves are the ones where you can do you use it as like a power engine for that like later game flair. So being able to do all the game plan that you normally want to do with just like good cards, good value. And then if you can either have Hope Summers or if you have magic that you want to build into the deck naturally, being able to drop Ajax plus Hazmat on the last turn is something like 30 plat power in whatever lane you push it into. So it can be really, really beneficial as that like late game engine. But if you're building around it entirely, I think it becomes a little bit too transparent. And at that point, you end up either being able to be countered or susceptible to like Shang-Chi. Yeah, I think Nebula to the right, but we're getting pretty close to being capped out because of Crimson Cosmos. We can't play much over there. And so I think Ajax will find his way in to decks with Hazmat as similar to like Sentry Annihilus stuff, where it's just that power engine that you use alongside other good things. I don't think building him into that full Affliction necessarily works how we would want it to. And so Typhoid Mary comes down. They're going to be stuck with our Titania. They do get a free Nebula in the left. The debris in mid doesn't go off because of Deep Space, but we're still in a very tough spot here. We have Red Hulk that could potentially win us mid. I think that may be our only saving grace. As soon as we drop Red Hulk, he'll stop scaling, though. So we want to be confident in the power that he can provide at that point in time. So Yondu comes in. Not a huge amount of power for him. They do have a lot of lead in the right lane. Titania in the left is actually okay. We'll have to play something over there, something like Shang-Chi. I think we're okay. And then Brunov, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's go Red Hulk mid. That's 22 power. It's going to be really tough for them to overpower that. And then it's something like a White Widow, Shang-Chi to the left. Sorry, how does Ajax works? Do cards have to go negative power? So it just has to be reduced. So it's like the opposite of a Gilgamesh, where to trigger his effect, it just has to be green. For Ajax, it just has to be red. So it doesn't have to be a negative value. It just has to be negatively afflicted. So like Cassandra Nova is going to come in. She's going to afflict everything in their deck. When that gets played, it will buff up Ajax. Same thing with Scorpion. But I feel like those full build around directions are a little bit more linear and transparent. It hinges very much on getting that Ajax versus being able to do good things. And then if you get that combo play, it's just an easier win at that point. But it's surprising. I was very down on Ajax. Surprising, but I'm pleasantly surprised with what he's been able to do so far. Any opinion on Ajax versus Copycat? I personally think that Copycat's going to be a bit better. because and I think the exact text is that it steals instead of copy. So it steals the text from the bottom card. So it's essentially going to be like you rogued their card. And so if they end up getting to the bottom of their deck, you'll know if their card is going to be useless or a dud or what that might be. So I think it gives you some really good information. Not only, you don't have to play it out to get that information. As soon as you draw it, you're going to know what that card was and what it looks like. So I think I think Copycat is going to be a lot more flexible and a lot more power overall. She comes out next week? I thought it was 2 weeks from now. I could be wrong. Are they dropping Cassandra Nova in Deadpool Diner and Copycat on the same week? Two weeks is Cassandra? The 23rd is when Deadpool's Diner comes out. So next week for that one. Then Reg Edit, thank you so much for the Prime sub
welcome.
and the support.
It took you long enough.
Yeah, I know it's not a spotlight card, but I thought they forewent. It's this coming Tuesday. Ooh, nice. So we another card that we can throw in and cover. Both of them next week. That is good to know. So we're gonna go Debris to the right. And maybe we don't have Initiative. But we can always leverage Titania. But I think we just go Debris and then call it good. Aldo, you said, hi TLSG, your YouTube video reminded me again that you are live on Twitch at the moment. Good reminder. Thank you so much for being here, Aldo. I'm glad that the plug works. It's definitely something that I notice a significant uptick whenever we do like those plugs. And so it's something that I always try to have a video prepped, like right when we're about to go live so that we can do that. And then NJ, you said, any tips for someone hard stuck at 75? And it doesn't, it may not be like immediately applicable or helpful, but my biggest thing is find something that you enjoy running. So like if that grind takes 50 games, if you're doing that with a deck that you don't necessarily enjoy the playstyle, then it's going to feel like it takes so much longer than a deck that you're enjoying. So try to find something that you actually enjoy running for a decent length of time. And so for me, snap on the win condition of your deck. Yeah, that too. Even if you end up losing after snapping to that win condition, I think like knowing when you can snap is, even if you end up losing it. There are several times I snap into a 2-cube retreat later on. And I think that's just part of reading your relative strength early and then addressing like those inner game pieces from there. And then, yeah, having a surprise T6 can be big, like being able to swing those big cubes. But sometimes it's hard to mesh that with a like cohesive deck. You said it worked on you too, Dreams? Dreams of memes. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So we could do something silly like Debris and almost cap out these other locations. But I think for now, we go Magic so that we don't worry about where it pushes an Ant Maze. I am worried about a Killmonger at some point, but I think otherwise we're good. We'll go ahead and snap into it. Magic into Doc Ock, into being able to either do Debris to finish capping out the locations. We have Viper, we have Hazmat. Why not Hazmat to kill Deadpool? I think we're going to restrict their space enough that it may not be a big issue. So I don't have actually any, I don't have any, I have like one mod. And so it's definitely something that I need to up my mod game. But no, so I don't think any of them are around right now. I guess I have a handful, not just one, but nonetheless. So I think we go Doc Ock and see if we can pull some of their big cards. Either that or we go ahead and throw Red Hulk somewhere. But if we can pull like both Death and Null into a lane, then we get a huge amount of value. Are you going to have an alliance? Yeah, so we are going to have an alliance. I don't know exactly how I'm going to go about recruiting for it. Like, I don't know what's going to be fair. You only have one? Where can I sign up for your poor soul? If you shoot me a DM, I can talk to you a bit. And so they are now capped out here. All we have to worry about is winning this lane. And so like a Shang-Chi gives us a lot of value. We can stage the Ajax into Shang-Chi next turn. That way we have power there. They can't play in this lane. And we just swing it in our direction after that. We can also go Red Hulk. But I think I like the Ajax flare, I guess. Because that would allow us to Ajax into like a quadruple hazmat, which I think is kind of funny. Twitch Twisters or DMs? Either one. Either one, Angel. Both should be about the same.
I need to change my underwear.
But they have a huge Deadpool coming in. And I went with the Ajax instead of Red Hulk mainly for the reason of not giving them that guaranteed knowledge that we have a lot of power here. Because now we can try to sneak Shang-Chi into quadruple hazmat. Your work impacted by CrowdStrike issues? Not today. I'm actually off naturally today, and so I haven't heard any news. And I shut my laptop and don't have my messages connected to my phone anymore, because then I end up working all the time. And so it's been very blissful so far. We'll see on Monday when I go back, but so far, no. But we are doing absolutely crazy with this deck so far. Not a lot of like big cubes. We're averaging 1 cube per game, just a little over 1 cube. But we're 25 games in and we're pushing a 72% win rate. It's wild. What's a good replacement for Ajax besides Cannonball? There was a build that I did a couple of days ago that used Eliath instead. Hulk plus Hazmat was more. Yeah, and I don't think it was an issue of more Loaf Beef, because we were able to win either way. I wanted to feign a little bit more weak than the Hulk play. I wanted to encourage them to stay for that last turn. And Ajax, I think they might wonder if we had the Hazmat as that follow-up or not. And then Indy, good morning TLSG in chat, enjoying the new over-the-air changes so much. I love the new Viper. I love Lockjaw being able to just free rotate cards again. It really feels like it opens up his possibilities a little bit without making him broken. I mean, on turn 7, yeah, okay. But yeah, we could have went Titanium. There were several lines to be able to win there. What are your stats on this so far? So 72, and I may have went through them without actually reading your message. So 72% win rate so far. 18 wins, 6 losses, net cubes of 26. And so really big win rate so far. It's not typically going to have a massive cube rate, because most of the time you're going to get opponents that retreat. But what you can do is you can have quite a bit of consistency in your games. He said was hoping for I love the Arsham and Loki nerfs. Satch. I think we'll start seeing. I don't think we'll see any potential Arsham nerfs until after Cassandra comes out, to see how she impacts it. Because I think Cassandra is going to be very much like a Hawk in that I think she'll fit into a lot of builds very, very well. Because even if they have Luke Cage, at that point you're still going to have the power from her, because it's a static on reveal. So I think she'll fit into a lot of builds very, very easily. And then that should be really good into the Arsham matches as well. Pull Obsidian to the left. Oh, never mind. It pulls over. So the Viper is going to pull over as well. But we do cap out the Vault, which is going to move into Ashra Dim. Oh, never mind. For some reason, I thought we had the Bifrost. They're capped out in the left lane. So that's all we needed. We could drop Ajax now between the scale here and next turn. That's really all that we need. We have Shang-Chi. If we need to throw it into the Call Obsidian, they're going to impact 4 in this left lane. Go ahead and snap it. Think it'll be hard to acquire? I don't think it'll be that hard to acquire. And then Tan, do you have an optimal lockdown list? I ran one yesterday that's like a big body list that did incredibly well for me. And so that video is posted. It's the second video back, the one that was posted probably like 18 hours ago. And so I do enjoyed that one. It's very much like your old style runs, just some really big bodies. But as far as Cassandra Nova, I think they said they wanted to make her decently attainable. So I think it's like if you engage with it moderately, you should be able to unlock her. Because I think it runs for is it 2 weeks that it runs? And then Tuan San, thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 3rd month. Welcome back for 3. It's up for 2 weeks? Yeah. So there's plenty of time to be able to grind it and unlock it. I'd like to be able to unlock it very quickly, but I don't know how realistic that is without spending an absurd amount of gold on it. Puppy? No. All right, next up we have Mysterio. We have our Nebula. Crimson Cosmos is always a little difficult for this deck, but it's helpful in that it kind of limits where they can play, and so we can really hone in our clutter attempts from that point. We're going to skip here, hope that it doesn't pull into Hazmat. Ideally, it would be Debris or Magic. Titania would be decently okay as well. And then Tuan San, thank you so much for the gifted sub as well. A huge support coming in. I hope you had a fantastic week. I'm so glad that you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we did end up pulling into Titania. Better than Hazmat, but worse than these two. And then they have a Martyr. So it looks like they're going to go for like a flood. Like they're most likely looking to flood the board. We could do something like Debris. But I think I want to do maybe Magic to the right. It says Mysterio, but not the real one. I like that. I like it a lot. And so if we had went Debris, we could have capped out this lane. We can't do any owner reveals in mid. And so something like Red Hulk here could be decently viable or valuable. We could try White Widow in the right, but I do like Debris. Because if they don't play here this turn, then they'll be locked in. Into the middle location, we can pull Titania back when we're ready for her. And then Lanum, yeah, it definitely seems like Zoo and Sakaar definitely hurt it quite a bit. So with Sasquatch, we do get the Ajax Hazmat dynamic duo. And so I think we float Ajax to the left? I think we just skip here. Next turn would be Red Hulk to the left into Hazmat, Ajax to the right. I think turn 5 becomes a skip. Pusher, you said Gnome's bounce deck has me enjoying the game so much. Pusher? Last time you recommended a deck, it did incredible things. Not Zoo, it's a Dracula dump with Bird and Sasquatch. Gotcha. So I haven't seen the bounce deck. I do know that Gnome beat us a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday. But I don't know. I don't remember what they were running. I still think, even with Gwynpool, I think we go Red Hulk to the left. And then we're looking at like that Ajax Hazmat combo. Because this will bring them down to 7. And it will bring us up, I guess, directly to 7. Hazmat impacts them more than it impacts us. So we could swing that one with just the Hazmat play. And then Ajax would be the way to win another location. Widow Viper. Widow Viper over in the right? Oh, Crimson Cosmos? Yeah. Yeah, pretty restrictive over there. And so the Dracula is pretty scary, but... oh, wait, we can't Hazmat mid. Oh my goodness, there is a Cosmo. I just saw that, pal. So, that would leave us with, like, Ajax Hazmat, and hope that the 16 on the left was enough, which feels a lot riskier to me. And then B Doggy Dog, Zoo and Cosmos. Yeah. But they also have some big things to pull into like the Dracula lane, so they could reasonably get more than 10 power here. Probably 13 power. I'm going to try this. I think it's worth the stay. All right, we get lucky that they don't have that big power push in the left lane. You're fine? Had me feeling on the ropes. But B Doggy Dog, hopefully you have a great work day. It does look like ads are just about to run. We're going to take just a second. I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. We're going to run about a minute and a half of ads to make sure it pushes them off. And then we'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere. I just came back, and Steven, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 2 months. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's go ahead and continue climbing with Ajax Jump. Ajax Junk. And then, yeah, the main screen is heavy metal. I like that they always change up that intro music or that main menu screen music. It's always a cool little flair. But next up we have Legion, rank 96. We have a lot of good resources courtesy of Olympia. They are running an Arsham deck, and so I think we're going to go ahead and snap into it. Baloney, you said love toxic decks, so definitely going to try this one out. I have been having an absolute tear with it. We're still sitting at we're at a 74% win rate now. So 26 games, 20 wins, 6 losses. There are a few decks that definitely this one struggle in, but it does really well into Arsham, which is such a big portion of the meta so far. You said tried the Shuri Taskmaster deck. I put it in your general pusher. Thank you so much. So we could White Widow left into maybe Debris if we're afraid that they're going to cap it out instead of Green Goblin. Any replacements for Red Hulk? Another big body, so like something like Magneto, or you can put Cannonball back in as a way to have another way to drop Hazmat on that last turn. Yeah, does it work without Ajax? Yeah, so you can take out Ajax and Hazmat for Cannonball and Jeff, and it does decently as well. Ajax is just such a big high power play for that last turn that a lot of times it ends up working out really well. So I think we Debris in the right instead of worrying that this is going to be capped out with the Green Goblin. That opens up the possibility to do Viper. Next turn we can do Titania Green Goblin in mid to cap them out there as well. Or if they play a second card, we only need to play one. Oh my goodness. Feverfew, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Huge support. If you picked up one of the gifted subs from Fever, definitely give them a very big thank you. Huge support. I appreciate. And then Hydra, I forgot your hydrate reminder. I appreciate you guys. Huge hype for our Friday stream. Absolutely massive support. So I think we go ahead and throw Viper into mid. We can always do something like Green Goblin to Strange Academy so that their other one gets capped out after turn 5. But I think winning this one is a big piece of winning the rest of the game. So I'm going to try and Viper here. Hope that they don't cap that one out. Beautiful. Oh, not so beautiful. The green goblin in the left caps us out. I gotta hop off for a few minutes and eat lunch, but I'll be back, keep kicking butt. Faith through fire. Hopefully you enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes. Fever, you said your junk Fanat deck last year took me to my first Infinite. Huge. Said I stopped playing, but still watch your videos. Thank you, Fever. There's several games that I play that are like that, where I just I don't either have time or it's just not as fun for me to play anymore. But
Hey,
I do enjoy
welcome.
watching
It took you
other
long
people
enough.
play it. So RuneScape is one of those for me. It's just such a huge time sink that I can't justify it. But it's one that I still enjoy watching other people struggle on. And then Rockstar and Gnome, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I'm thinking here we go Magic. They do get to see what we're playing. It's either that or we just hide an Ajax. Or we hide a Doc Ock. Because that will move their Sentinel over. But I do like the fact that we could extend the game a bit. So we're going to go Magic into a Strange Academy, see what they end up responding with. And then even if you're not able to support with your Prime sub or gifted, those are very much appreciated. But just you guys being here to hang out and enjoy the content is more than I could ever ask. Just being here to hang out with me and enjoy the vibes. And so I appreciate all of you guys, regardless of what you're able to, whatever you're able to do for the support. They may be roping because I roped them so long. I apologize, Legion. I apologize. Big blob in the left. Goodness. Sowery, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And so that takes their Hawk, Baron, Shang-Chi, and Ant-Man, it looked like. And Captain America. Wow, it ate quite a few of their cards. So now we could try something cheeky like this. If they play this turn, that's going to limit what they can do. We're guaranteed to draw into Hazmat next turn, so we always have that additional tool to pull Titania back and into the Ajax play. Let's go ahead and launch that. As long as they play one card, then... Oh, no. One card besides Eliath. Whoa. Said TLSG best consumed with food. I would have to agree. That one is rough. We're gonna jump out of that mess.
Escaped.
I'm sure there were lines where we could have played around that potential Eliath, but having it in hand was so big, along with the blob. So big, yet so unfortunate at the same time. And that's something that you're going to have to deal with Arsham decks. There's a lot more variance, and so a lot of times your snap line is going to be wrong. I do think they probably should have snapped into it, a couple turns back. Maybe they top decked it, but either way, they absolutely swindled our cubes out of our hands. They also play Leech, and on T4, it's brutal to a deck like this. It can be, but what I like about a deck like this or like ours is a lot of times those decks are running
Hey,
Doc
welcome.
Ock.
It took you long enough.
And Doc Ock isn't as bad for us as it is for other decks. A lot of times we'll either counter Doc Ock them by having ours pulled in. We have Viper to clear up an additional space, and a lot of cool things like that. So I think we go Debris on 2, Viper on 3. So they're only going to have one space in the left to play. This is a real pool 2 gamer. Ooh, they're ranked 337, so... if so, and then Nimbus XV, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That puts us at 16. You guys are absolutely popping off with the support. You said that's Stefan? Stefan's not a pool 2 gamer. It's not a real pool 2 gamer? Gotcha. Unfortunate. Satch. What we could do is something like Magic into Titania Viper next turn. He's playing pull 2 cards. He role plays as pull 2. Gotcha. All right, let's change the Wakanda Embassy or Wakanda so we can potentially destroy cards with Shang-Chi. How's the deck doing? Rocky Road, incredibly well so far. I think our second loss of the stream was last game, and that was against an Eliath. It came down at the wrong time. So we're holding a 71% win rate so far, over 28 games. So it's been absolutely doing and putting in some work. So we can either do the original Green Goblin Titania, or we do Titania Viper, which is a new way to be able to play that double duo. Whereas before you had to worry that Viper might send Titania and then she would bounce right back. Now we have the guarantee that it'll hit something else in the lane. And so I think it's a little bit easier to do just the Viper here. And then maybe we throw Green Goblin to the right next turn. But we are going to cap out the middle location. They have White Queen coming down here. So now they have Ajax, no longer a pull 2 gamer. I think we go Green Goblin to the right. We have a couple of extra turns. So maybe we get White Widow that we can play. Maybe the Doc Ock full cap. And they can move their Nightcrawler, which is the part that we're still a little bit hesitant on. And then Vision comes down. And so they can move the Vision over, but they can no longer move Nightcrawler out of this lane. Oh, my goodness. We snap again? My gosh. So we're going to have a White Widow in the left. If they don't play this turn, they could move Vision. If they like smelt something kind of fishy, they could move Vision and leave a Limbo open. But if not, White Widow's going to full cap them. We have Shang-Chi just for giggles, and then we can do something like Hazmat that recalls Titania back to our side. And then Ajax in either lane is going to be more than enough to find that way to win.
Victory.
So we'll continue. We're gonna push this stream with this deck as long as it continues going like this. I do have a Black Swan deck that I built that I'd want to play at some point. But if this deck continues to pop off, there's so many times where I'm not able to do like a really good climbing stream. So I'd like to be able to do a climbing stream. Ooh, Sean, I just saw your message. I'm sure it's from a little while ago. I saw your message on YouTube. You said bots are also in the Deadpool Diner lobby. And so as far as like how hard it'll be to acquire the card, I think that makes it a fair amount more accessible because you can always potentially finesse the bots. So let's go ahead and play Nebula out. Tarnax is an interesting location. I'm not sure how many of our cards we'd want to play there. Maybe White Widow could be a decent one. Either that or we just play White Widow into Great Web, which I think is a little bit safer. If they play out of it, they have cards that could potentially pull in. And then we're looking to try to cap out that location as early as possible to find that advantage. Then we just have to win one other from there. So Muir Island is decent. Ooh, we also get Debris. Go ahead and snap on it. We got Debris. I'm gonna upgrade that into something else in Tarnax. And then that's gonna put only one space for them to have a card move over into the Great Web. We have a Doc Ock 1/5. I got Beta Ray build, but that Lockjaw deck is not working for me. It's too gambly. Oh, we didn't upgrade. Unfortunately, we downgraded to Mystique. Woof. Not what we wanted to see. I'm sure they're... Ooh, and we got really lucky. The Rock pulled out of Muir Island and capped them out here. And so... like Viper left could be a line. But you said it's too gambly. It is a higher-ended curve, but a lot of times I feel like I can make that work by like retreating on like turn 2 or 3 for 1 cube on those games where we just don't have a good hand. But I could see wanting to have something more consistent. I tried something with a lower curve, but it ended up feeling like it was a liability to the Lockjaw because it made those rotations much less consistent. And then HD Crockett, you said just finished the YouTube video where you played this deck. Looks like a fun build. We're absolutely dominating with it right now. Like we're gonna have a guaranteed card move over into Great Web. We should have thought about that. We do cap them out in the left lane, which is great. But depending on what pulls... Oh, Corvus is not what you want to see there. Oh, no. Well, we lost our Ajax. We lost our Doc Ock. Ooh. So, could we ever... No. Just gonna hope they don't play this turn. And we'll Green Goblin them. And then that dude, though, you said we're back. Yes. Goblin's free. He never plays. I'm surprised no Hood in a Viper deck. No, he did play. Oh, man. Spider Hal swindled us. If they play, Titanium comes over, unless it's Doc Ock. Well. That's unfortunate. The Corvus was really the big turning point there. And getting our rock pulled in here versus like the Nebula or Corvus. But otherwise, unfortunate, but it is what it is. And so you smell. The reason I don't have Hood in this list is because we only have one way to get rid of it in the Viper. And so it felt a little more gimmicky than if I wanted to also build in like Carnage. But that kind of does away from some of the other like clutter tools we have. And so I didn't feel like it was a big enough benefit. We could have used magic into Tarnax on 6 so it would transform. Guaranteed. Guaranteed Killmonger. Hydra, how's the deck working out for you? Hopefully it helps your climb out. I've been using Hope over Magic, just to not give out more turns to the opponent. And I think in a lot of Ajax decks, I think I would go that line as well. But with this one, we typically want to have turn 7 anyways, because we can cap out their location. That gives us more turn to draw our outs when they don't have as many like spaces to play in. But I could see Hope Summers doing some good work. You could curve into some of your cards a little bit easier. Maybe it's a little bit more of a surprise play if it comes down that quickly versus on turn 7. So you may see more full games play out versus what I do, though. What would you recommend as a White Widow? White Widow is a really tough one to replace. But if we... Olympia into a Teelan, and no magic to be seen. Not magical. Let's go Debris. Oh, the Meek is not... Let's go Debris to the right. So White Widow is a tough replacement because she is so like strong in that kind of clog aspect. I feel like if you take her out, you'd probably go something like Jeff or Scorpion if you're playing the Ajax line. Jeff or Scorpion could be good. Ooh, beautiful. And we have Red Hulk and Ajax as well. We'll gladly take it. But I don't think it'll be quite as good as White Widow.
It took you long enough.
And then Korga, welcome in. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Would Carnage or Luke Cage be worth working in this deck? So a lot of times, I'd say no on the Luke Cage. You might be able to try to fit in Scorpion somewhere. As that like backup line for Hazmat, but typically we're not going super heavy on the Affliction. Because if we go Luke Cage, most of the time if we're dropping Hazmat, we know we've already won one lane. Because we can have that Titanium, we have them cluttered, we have them clogged. Cosmo comes down, so our Viper doesn't work, but we do still send them Titania. So glad that it wasn't the Green Goblin there. They almost cap out their left. We could White Widow. But if it's only going one more turn, since we don't have magic and we haven't seen magic, something like Ajax might feel okay. You can always Ajax in mid, but it still seems pretty risky. I won't call that beautiful because no magic or Hazmat. Yeah, I agree. I agree, Odyssey. Beanman, you said, I wish Ajax worked through Luke Cage, since the cards are still technically afflicted. Yeah. But it's a big counter tool to make sure that Ajax doesn't run rampant everywhere. Otherwise, I think we would see like a lot of Ajax, Mystique, Rogues, all kinds of shenanigans that we saw with the Blob in Arisham. I think we would see that all over again. But I do wish there were decks with card draw in the game. Yeah, something like the Adam Warlock. I would agree. And so Red Hulk comes in, White Widow to the left. Unfortunately, not going to be very big. And then they have their Kitty Pryde over here. They only have a handful of cards. Green Goblin's not going to do it. I don't think that's going to be it. We'll take the 2 loss. We'll take our licks. And Slinger, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. And then Packers for life, welcome in as well. Hopefully you're having a great week so far, and hopefully your Friday is going quickly so you can get over to the weekend. But I do like Adam Warlock in the card draw aspect. At 5 cost, it's too late in the game for it to really feel valuable. But it could really be, if it's too low cost, then it ends up being way too valuable and ends up being ran almost everywhere.
Escape.
Said 1 and 8 Cuber in Conquest. An opponent is continuing to play. And I'm just getting I'm getting unlucky with my draws. Are you in Proving Grounds or somewhere else like Gold? If it's Gold, I don't blame the opponent. Typically, I try and stick it out and fight it out, but it does make it some grueling work if you end up sticking there for like 6 more rounds. Getting docked without Shang in hand feels so unlucky. It does. But a T-Lin definitely hurt us a lot there. Otherwise, we would have had a lot more resources to kind of lean into and leverage. And then Chissmaster, welcome in. Good afternoon. Hopefully you're having a great one. Let's go Nebula to the left. We do have Magic in hand this time. We also have our White Widow. They're going Viper. So unless it's a clutter deck, oof, take it. So hitting them with a White Widow into a Viper is, you said you love the gold split on Viper. I used to love Viper in junk decks when she was lower cost, but at 3 she was so difficult to use because it would come into the game so much later that it would be like that liability piece. But now she's definitely back. Ninja Land is the hot location. I don't think there's a hot location right now, Odyssey, but I could see how we would think that. Let's go Viper into mid, and we'll cap them out with double ninjas and a Widow's Kiss, which Martyr there, unless they can flood the rest of their board, becomes very unfortunate, because it's going to jump out and make sure that they have the -4 here as well. So they do get a Hulk, but a lot of times we'll be able to grab a Shang-Chi eventually. Let's go Magic over. We worry a bit about a Nocturne, so I think Magic to the left, Doc Ock to the left, and we do have the Ajax Hazmat line in hand as well. Oos, interesting. We definitely can't beat them in a Gamma Lab now. Let's go Doc Ock. I guess we could just float an Ajax and then be the Hazmat, but it said, is your job suffering from that Windows outage? So I don't know. In full honesty, I don't know. Yesterday, I shut down at the end of the day, and there were a couple people that said I could run the reports that they wanted. Like, they requested about 5 minutes before it was time for me to go pick up my daughter. They said, you can just run it in the afternoon. I told them I had appointments and that I would not be doing that. I would get it to them on Monday. So I don't know. I don't have my Outlook or email connected to my phone anymore, and so we don't know. But we could either go with the Ajax line, which I think is more fun. No, oh, we have an extra turn. Never mind. We're just gonna skip here. I'll stage Ajax just in case they rip Limbo away somehow. They couldn't. Legion would have to be the only way they could do that, and they can't play it into Gamma Lab. Not getting work emails from your phone? Yeah, I disconnected them. Because if they want us to return to office, I'm gonna work when I'm in office. Like outside of that, I'm not gonna have the connection anymore. Shutting out work when you're off is truly the way. Yeah, otherwise it's like little things continue to pull you back in and you never feel like you fully disconnect. Wrath, you said I'm suffering from the outage. Got your stream on my second monitor. Wrath, hopefully it's not too bad for you. Hopefully you're able to get through the day pretty easily. Yeah, and so all of my jobs leading up to this point, it's been very much like whatever was requested, because I wanted to be a hard worker, a good worker. So whatever was requested, like overtime wise or whatever that may be, was what I did. But as I'm getting older, there are other priorities, and so like I can find a different job if they don't like it. And so Dietz, she said, what is the outage? There's a big Windows outage that's shutting down like a lot of like point of sale systems and all kinds of like kind of chain effects from it. So they snapped into it. They do have Nocturne, so Magic would have to be over here. I kind of think we try to prioritize capping out New York first, and then we'll kind of go from there. So Rescue over here is decent for them. He said learning that I can be a good worker without being at the ready for everything that comes through was so good. Yeah, I agree. Because when you're younger, a lot of times it feels like you need to be like at the ready because, you know, you grow up, your parents, you're listening to them, and it feels like that's what follows through, but it's so grueling to do. And eventually you realize that it's just like it makes no difference if you're there at the ready or not. Like it's gonna get done one way or another. Nebula to the right. That'll be locked next turn. We could have Nebula to the right, but unless we can cap out this one, it wouldn't do us a whole lot of good, I guess. We can do Viper Titania to cap this one out. They won't have any ability to move, but then we're looking at how do we win from there. Most of the work, yeah, most of the work's not urgent. If it is, again, it's if it's a rare occurrence, I don't mind, but it becomes very common very often. Told my job that if they tried making me return to office, I'd look for another one. Yeah, so we're actually, my office, since they called for the return to work, is seeing quite a bit of additional turnover already. What's your thoughts on AI? Ooh, not the Goliath again. Rough stuff. Very rough stuff. The Goliath is our worst nightmare here. KB Shaw, you said, really happy with the Viper changes personally. Have always been a junk fan. Turned on your stream as soon as I got up and started playing this deck. 13-4 with plus 19 cubes. That's huge. That's huge, KB Shaw. This one definitely puts in work. It's not super weak to very many things. Goliath is kind of scary. And Kitty Pride decks, or those that have a lot of moving pieces, can be scary, but otherwise, it feels like it can kind of go toe-to-toe with just about anything. How many ninjas have we seen today? So many. So they're not very good ninjas since we saw them. I would bet that there's a lot more that we didn't see. HD Crockett, you said you're currently at work. I'm one of the only members of my team not affected by the outage. So as you can tell, spending the day on Twitch. I mean, it's a good way to spend the day. Did you watch the Loki show? Yes, I thought the Loki show was very well done. I liked season 2 quite a bit more than season 1, and I liked season 1. So I thought they did a really good job with it. But with Sacred Timeline, we have to be careful about like a Doc Ock over there. So maybe we like Nebula to the right. But it also gives us kind of some small stuff that we might be able to pull into. Ajax is a hard pass. Yeah, you can skip on Ajax. I don't think he'll feel I don't think he'll be all over the place. I think you will see him. I think he's a decent duo with Hazmat, but completely building around him, I don't think he'll be great. I think once Cassandra comes out, he'll be even stronger. So like I think keep an eye and keep in mind of what's future release that might impact him. But as of right now, he definitely doesn't feel like he breaks anything open. I think once Cassandra comes out, it may be a 3-piece engine where it's like the Hazmat, Ajax, Cassandra, Nova, as a way to have multiple ways that we're impacting both Ajax, the board, and your overall power level. But definitely not a required pickup right now. But I do think we'll see him, which kind of surprised me. I didn't think he'd be anywhere. And then you said, would you go Ajax or save for Copycat? I think Copycat's going to be a little bit more flexible. And I think we're going to see her around a lot more. I do think we'll see Ajax, but with Copycat, since she steals that bottom card's ability, I think there's some cool ways to use that. And I also think that just having that information, if you steal a Silver Surfer, you know that the opponent can't Silver Surfer it anymore, which I think is a lot of value. So we could do this. Otherwise, we're capping out our lane with like a debris and with a rock, which might be okay, but also becomes a little scary. I think we go ahead and do this one. Stuff gets pushed over. We have Doc Ock for the next turn. So Fry, I don't mean that it adds to Ajax in like a direct sense, but I think more so in it gives a counter opportunity to like the Hazmat if you don't draw it. And so I know that they'll only draw, what, 3 more turns, maybe 4 with Magic. But if you have things like Doc Ock that's already pulling those onto the board, you're forcing that negative affliction onto the board. And so not only are you giving them -4, you're giving yourself +4 at the same time. You can find ways to kind of win as a result. So I think he'll be impactful, but I agree. I don't think it just makes him insane where you just have to have him either. He said 1, boy, do I love me some TLSG junk decking. It's one of my favorite. It's always been one of my favorite archetypes. Even whenever we didn't have, even when it wasn't like incredibly strong, it was one that I just found so much fun to build around with and brew around with. So turn 7, we can go Debris, White Widow, but the vision is very scary here. Depending on what they play, we're going to take up 2 spaces on the left. Maybe we can get lucky. Don't lose right. Yeah, we might lose right as a result. Like if we don't draw something that we can play as well. Ooh, Red Hulk is a big one to the left. Oh, wait, we lose right from the debris. That's what it is. So we win mid, unless they move the vision. No Shang-Chi, but we can... Ugh. Why not debris left? Yeah. We should have debris to the right. Instead of it here. Push it here and here. But can we put more power than they can? They can only play one thing. We use all of our energy. Red Hulk doesn't scale. They get an extra, what, 6? We're tied up in the right lane. So that it comes down to a point differential. I think we oddly have a somewhat chance. We're going to stay out for the 8. Maybe not the best call, but we are. Magneto. Oh, wait. Magneto's fine. It pulls us over to the left, gives us a little more power there. Hazmat comes in. We win mid. We win right from the Ajax, the 28 power Ajax. And we are able to steal the 8 cubes away from the boss. Ajax, the GOAT, coming in with that big power swing on that last turn. That was a little too stressful. That's a big old boy. That is absolutely a big old boy. Which is crazy. I love Ajax. And so that's what he provides to this deck, is just something like a surprise, a large power play that can sometimes win you those surprise factor games. And so we have the emote only chat going for a couple minutes. I'm gonna launch that just as soon as we come back from a quick ad break. We'll go ahead and launch it and then be back very, very soon. Don't go anywhere, you guys. So that puts us in the top 200. Whew, huge game. He said he solo won against Magneto and Hulk. Is crazy when you put that into perspective. See if I can pull up the stats while we're at break. So win percentage went down just a touch. I'm hoping that this doesn't freeze. Hey, it didn't freeze. Good. All right. So we have the Ajax junk coming in 67% over the 34 games so far. 33 net cubes gained is wild. Switch back. Maybe I figured out the issue with it freezing. Because I was afraid to switch scenes for a couple of days. Beanman, you said I went 1 in 5 with your hammer lockjaw deck. Well, I was holding a 60% win rate. It felt solid out of all of the like RNG decks, but I could see it. It could be one that you have to retreat. Like if you get bad hands early, maybe you have to retreat more often. But you can go with a lower curve, but then that's a less high roll potential on your rotations. But it's a potential trade-off to make maybe a little bit more consistent. And then Chaos Hat, you said so you brick 2 of the cards in their hand, the Mysterio and Mockingbird, and it feels like you basically always win the game at that point. And then let's see. Blank, you said if you don't have Ajax nor Hazmat nor Goblin, what would you run instead? So the Green Goblin feels really would feel really solid in this build. If you don't have it, like the other ones can be replaced. So instead of Ajax, you could go Cannonball, but if your collection's a little bit lower, you may not have the Cannonball to use. Hazmat could either easily be like a Jeff, a Scorpion, another 2-cost card. And then Souri, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm glad to give you the quick reminder. Thank you for being here for 2 months. I appreciate having you here. The biggest one would be the Green Goblin, not having that. You could still probably run it, especially with the Viper change. And so maybe just another solid 3-cost card. If you have Gladiator, that might be okay. In that slot, because sometimes it's a good value like stat card, and sometimes you're gonna clog them up and then counter it later with like a Shang-Chi. All right, let's go Green Goblin into the middle location. And then Cobweb. Yeah, and so it stands for that live stream guy in essence. So we could do a couple of cards to the right. We can do a Debris to start cluttering one of their other lanes. We can do this so that we can draw a card. That always feels like a gamble playing Titania early, but we're going to do it. Maybe that'll give us the reach we need to draw into like a Doc Ock. So they do have the Mr. Jeffrey that can move around the board, and then the Mysterio's coming in. So we're only going to hit them with 1 rock here instead of 2, unfortunately. And then no great clutter tools. We can launch an Ajax somewhere. We could do White Widow plus a Hazmat, but not going into that last turn. It almost feels like we would need to... Oh, did we go emote only? Thank you so much for the reminder. I forgot when we came back from the ads. All right, so we got 2 minutes of emote only, guys, from the Packers for Life. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for keeping me honest.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Saint Envy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. And then Kino, I caught your hydrate reminder. But Ajax mid feels like it's going to be too all in into that location. But at the same time, like a White Widow that moves into like a hazmat feels very flimsy as well. So they played one card here. They can move out of Sokovia. Let's see what they end up going with. Sarah for a big reduction. They are they do have the Titania over here. They can play one card this turn. It's just a matter of like, if this is the real Mysterio, what they play over here, and a lot of those iffy questions. I think I'm gonna go. I feel like Ajax left is the line that we're going with here. So the Nocturne move, they move Jeff into mid, which does allow our Nebula to scale. If this is the real Mysterio, then they win this. No, they tie this middle lane. Maximus comes in the right. We do keep Titania onto our side. It's a tie in mid, but the point differential is what's going to make this game broken wide open. We have the 22 power, Ajax in the left, doing the majority of the heavy lifting. Nebula scaling came in big for a way to win. My goodness. This deck does crazy things, you guys. Absolutely crazy things. And then thank you everybody for hanging out with me on this Friday. Hopefully your week went well. And ooh, and then Boofin, do you have a Pixel Hulk? Let's see. You have choose my avatar. We'll have just a little bit longer for the emote only chat, and then we'll break it back open for you guys. But let's see for Ajax Junk. Let's see our avatar. Then I think we can. I don't have a Pixel Hulk. I don't even have a Hulk, I guess. Just Hulk Buster. These are the options of pixels that we can go with if you want a pixel. Oh wait, I have to. We're gonna release you guys from the emote only chat so that Boof and Blunts can give me some guidance on what avatar we should use. M'Baku? No room for M'Baku. All right, let's do. I'm just gonna do one that's like largely brown for the M'Baku, kind of match the color scheme. But Cobweb, you said please regale me one of your many stories. Free at last. We are free at last. You can stretch out again. So the stories end up being pretty lengthy, but to kind of sum it up, I was me and my friends, I guess, we had a squad of 4. We were in a competitive League of Legends. We played on an esports team, and the team that we had was the legendary strategic gamers. And so we didn't oftentimes run what was super meta. We didn't have an incredible like skill rate, but what we did have was the ability to adapt our strategy very, very well. And so we kind of went into the esports scene and knowing that. And so it kind of shortened to TLSG. And those days were some of the best of my life, being able to just have so much time with those people that I call really close friends even to this day. And so whenever the team eventually broke apart, we weren't able to really be as competitive as we would need to be in something like that. So when it broke apart, the team was something that was so important to me that I shortened the legendary strategic gamers to TLSG. And so any game that I started playing after that, I kept the acronym as a way to kind of remind me of like what used to be, and as a way to just really kind of nostalgia almost at that point. Better origin story than most MCU characters. We try our best. Do you watch Pro League? I have watched some. I haven't recently, Lycam, but those guys are absolutely insane at that level. Who'd you main? So I'm very much a supportive back role player. So I mained Ivern whenever we were playing. Before that, I had like a couple that I rotated around. I really liked Vi being that bruiser, mainly in the jungle. I liked Hecarim jungle for a little while, but Ivern was the one that definitely kind of spoke to my play style the most. Inspiring stories, so many of them true. Ivern fits you well, yeah. The Ivern part is very much true. I enjoy the Ivern play style. That's what I ran whenever I hit my highest rank, which was, I think it was Platinum, for one of the seasons. And so they have our clutter tools, which is unfortunate. We have Doc Ock, so maybe we cap them out in the left lane so that they can't Shang-Chi or Sunspot later. My first 500 games or so were Singed only. You are a certain breed. Singed was so almost frustrating to play against, but he was strong. He was something else. Ooh, sorry guys. My real name is Tyler Gibbons, with a hyphenated middle name as well. Would you consider adding more point redeem options like mod or VIP? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Green Goblin pool was huge. We don't have to even worry about scaling so much now. But we have to worry about this one getting too big. To the point where they'd be able to Shang-Chi it. Otherwise, I think we just go good value, Arisham, and then we start stacking in Limbo from there. I was a Shaco main. Linsanity. That tells me a lot about you, my friend. That tells me a lot about you, my friend. It took a lot of being able to be sneaky enough to make Shaco work. Like, if you saw a good Shaco main, it was a thing of beauty. Otherwise, it didn't always work. There were a lot of very mid Shaco players as well. So maybe it becomes like a low-key Enchantress situation. Or we just go Enchantress and skip. Leonardo, can't watch. Hope you're having a great time, TLSG in chat. Leonardo, thank you for popping in regardless, at least for a little bit. You said you used to play Thresh, but fell off hard and no buff. Yeah, Thresh was really strong for a very long time. Keep Sunspot less than 10. But it absorbs after this turn. This one's the last one. Chance of a stream playing League? I haven't played in many years, and so I'd be very, very bad. But I'm not saying it's not in the realm of possibility.
Victory.
And Baku right to tie. We could have done that, or we could have done like the Colossus. It would have been the same point-wise. But I opted to just let our Sunspot soak a little bit more. Play the M'Baku. I mean, with the Avatar, I feel like we should have played the M'Baku. But, I mean, we'll take it. We'll take it where we can. Not a bad game. Definitely could have been worse with it being the Arisham deck draws. But we'll take it. Said so you played more Xerath and Morgana. Morgana was another one that I liked. I messed around with her in the support role for a while, just being that like really big, easy to hit, like kind of stun or freeze, and then you also pump out quite a bit of power. I didn't care so much for Sona. She was strong, but she just didn't fit what I liked to do very much. I did like Blitzcrank, which is definitely a low MMR like character, but I enjoyed playing him quite a bit.
Snap.
Cassandra is like Fastos, best value on curve. The best value on curve, but depending on the deck you're running, I think she fits into Hawk decks really, really well. And so you could pretty, I think, easily like drop her later on if they had additional rocks, if they weren't able to draw from like a Black Widow. And so I think maybe, so it's like Fastos, but not as, like, you don't get as negatively punished for not having it right on curve. I'm so happy with the Lockjaw change. It's my most played deck. Danny, hopefully you're enjoying. Hopefully you're enjoying it. I am very happy with the Lockjaw changes. I don't think it makes him like crazy overpowered or anything, but I think it makes him very much playable. And then Kenny Cooks, is TLSG an acronym for anything? It is. It truly stands for that live stream guy. Is what it typically stands. Ooh, that was a big Lady Deathstrike in the left. USA doesn't hit death. Yeah, it doesn't hit death because she's an 8 cost. US Agent only hits, I think it's like 1 through, or I think it's 4 through 6 is what it's listed at. I can't check. So the Lady Deathstrike was really, really big, really, really unfortunate. I think we're gonna try Hail Mary Doc Ock mid. See where that lands us. Kenny, you said, just kidding, been lurking since you started the stream. I heard and enjoyed your tale from a few minutes ago. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, Kenny. So we do hit the Shang-Chi in the left lane. We have a commanding lead over there. Just a matter of, can we win another one? So right now they don't have anything in hand, which is great. Courtesy of the Corvus. All we have to do is get... Oh, we have the Hazmat, but that's not going to do us great. So we're just going to do the Ajax to resummon Titanium to our side. As long as they can't beat 18 power to the left, we should be okay.
Victory.
The law of Doc Ock. I mean, I feel like it's written in the code. If they have Shang-Chi, it must pull it. It feels so consistent when that happens, but fortunately, we did not. If they only have Shang, if they have to Shang your 3 cost, you're probably ahead. The Shang Magnet. Yeah, it is the one and only Shang Magnet. And we're steadily climbing up ranks. So typically I don't push, or I don't try to push more than top 100, or I like to sit around like the 300 range, just so we see a more like variety of opponents. But this one is absolutely putting in work. And so we're going to see how far we can climb today. How are you liking Ajax? I like Ajax as that kind of splash of power. I don't like it as a full build around for the Affliction package, but doing something where you naturally have a turn 7 anyways from Magic, or you have Hope Summers, it can be a lot of power that you drop on turn 7. It's like 30 something power. That is just a huge swing in your direction, in your favor. So they have the debris from Arsham, and they little do they know that we are running the full clutter deck, so they helped us out quite a bit. We're going to go ahead and play Green Goblin just to make sure that it goes off in Baxter Building. And then next turn, we're going to be looking to do like a debris. We're really not going to be using much of the Jins, just because they clutter the board and our hand so very much. So let's go ahead and throw... I'm going to throw debris into mid, actually. I don't think they play into Nord Dimension because I think they know that it's coming, but nonetheless, Legion comes in, and that's going to make everything Monster Metropolis. They are capped out in the left lane now, and so our Nebula, he's going to solo that lane. We just have to be able to win one other one. We know that from the White Queen, they copied our Red Hulk, and so they have that in their grasp, in their repertoire. We can do Doc Ock to the right, and then if we hit the Red Hulk, we can then do Shang-Chi. And then if not, we may pivot. Something like Shang-Chi in the left might be able to win us the location. As long as we can go over the 6 power from White Queen, then we'd be perfectly fine here. Magic left. We could have magicked left as well if we needed the extra turn, but it looks like we did not get punished. They can't play on this final turn. All we have to do is sit and let the retreat happen. I'm gonna do something like Viper Magic just for giggles, just to feel like I did something on the last turn. But they are gonna retreat here, and that is what we're very much seeing today. Is a lot of those 2-cube retreats, and that's why with a junk deck you kind of push that advantage early. You snap whenever you have a solid line. Filling with Bucky is crazy. Filling with Bucky was very, very crazy. I agree. And then Kenny, you said I'm playing a similar build right now, only I don't have Ajax yet. I'm running Hobgoblin and Ravona. How much luck are you having with Hobgoblin? I feel like a lot of times that late in the game with Hobgoblin, I feel like I can't play it. Deck's name should be Your Opponent Retreated. It really should be. Because it forces them to such hard to win locations that are hard to win like board states that retreats are very, very common. Before Snap, I didn't know anything about Marvel. I'm just a card player. It's gotten me interested though. What's your favorite Marvel movie or character? So my favorite movie was In-Game by far. Like the build up to that, like the atmosphere around it, because I watched it in theater on release night. Like the atmosphere around that movie was like unmatched. I don't think I've had anything similar to that experience. And as far as favorite character, it kind of fluctuates, but I do enjoy. I enjoy a lot of them, honestly. So I used to not be very big into like X-Men, but recently I've been like I read House of X and I've watched the movies and I've really started liking like the Magneto like villain / hero kind of strife that he has. Whereas when I was younger, I didn't necessarily appreciate like the details that went into making that character work well. I think I'm gonna just play Viper to the left. It's gonna be super giant, so we're not gonna reveal it until the end of the game. And so I think we go that, then maybe it's Magic mid after that. And we're looking to draw into our other winning pieces.
Oh, snap.
In-game is goated? Yeah, like the build-up around that was huge. X-Men 97, I haven't watched the last 3 episodes of X-Men 97. I want to, it's just for whatever reason I haven't yet. But I that is on my list to finish. We do get Hazmat here, which is good. We can go White Widow Magic in mid to make sure that none of their cards get destroyed. We can use this as our additional lane to have capped out. I don't really like the Marvel movies right now. Yeah. The Marvel movies right now are very much like a little bit lackluster. They don't feel like they have the setup or the long plan in mind as much. It's like they're just pumping them out quickly. And so like they're not bad, but I haven't watched any that I just sat down and finished it and was like, whoa, like this was an amazing movie. It was because stream. Can you talk louder? Can you turn up the stream? Maybe. Because it should be like my mic is peaking just into the red, like just under the red. And so I don't know that I can talk. I'm not gonna yell, but I'm not sure how much louder I can talk. Sour, you said the latest trailer? The latest trailer for TLSG ASMR? Yeah, we have that. So Shanna comes in. We have the win in the left. Depending on what this is, this could be Khazar, which would give them an extra 3 in this lane, which I guess we already beat. And so just something like Hazmat, Titania, whatever. Deadpool. Ooh, they dropped the final trailer. I'm excited to watch the Deadpool Wolverine. Hopefully that's one that like brings back some excitement. But a lot of times those are more comedic. Even though they're good movies, they're not as like intense as something like, you know, the Avengers had set up before. So we'll see. I think it's going to be a good movie, but I'm tentatively optimistic about it. You're seeing it next Thursday. I can't wait to go check it out. It'll probably be the first movie that I've watched in theaters in a very long time. Rewatched the other Deadpool films this week. Yeah, they're so very good. And then Doge, she said, in my opinion, the best Marvel movie is still the original Iron Man. So I watched, me and my wife started watching them in chronological orders. Wish I didn't watch the trailer. Yeah, that's a typical reason I generally stay away from trailers, because it typically cuts all of like really big things. So I try to stay away from trailers as much as possible, but they do also build some of the hype. And so I like it's a double-edged thing. Ragnarok is the best MCU movie. I thought Ragnarok got a lot of kind of backlash around it. I thought it was good. But I don't know if I liked it more than like the original Thor, where you were really getting introduced into those characters. So maybe I need to rewatch it. But I liked the Ragnarok quite a bit. It definitely set up into like the in-game stuff we saw as well. And then Mystic for Hire, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. I know Love and Thunder got a lot of backlash, but I didn't remember. Okay, maybe backlash is the wrong word. Around Ragnarok, I don't remember there being like a lot of like hype about it. Like it didn't feel like there was as much like monumental, like just everybody was talking about it. I liked, yeah, it introduced the Fun Thor. Yeah, it introduced Korg as well in that one, right? You said Ragnarok is in your top 5? All right, I need to rewatch it. So at this point, my wife hasn't watched Ragnarok, so I think it'd be one that would definitely be worthwhile to watch. So the Beta Ray heal to the left, I think they snapped into it because Aunt May's guaranteed that it pushed it into Wakanda, which they felt like was the safe line. I kind of want to do Nebula into Aunt May's so that we can Doc Ock to the right next turn. Spicy Boy, any suggestions for good replacement for White Widow? And so it's not a great one. White Widow really complements your clog strategy, and so you can go with something like Scorpion if you're going the Ajax line. You can go with like a Jeff for that movability, but they're not going to be quite as strong as what the White Widow is. And so I think you can still run the deck. It just, you might see it be a little bit less consistent on the clog aspect of it. Jeff Goldblum is Grandmaster. Wait, I remember towards the end of Ragnarok what happened, but I don't remember Grandmaster in it. That was before I got into like Marvel Snap when I watched that one, so I definitely need to go back and rewatch it. Civil War, I didn't care for Civil War as much. Cyan, I felt like it was, so maybe it was like the political aspect of it, and it just felt a little, I guess I was a little more boring. I thought it was a little bit more boring. So the White Tiger comes down. They can't push anywhere. We have to be able to win Aunt May's and then just get a little more power there. So like the Hazmat Red Hulk, and so Hazmat Ajax. You said Civil War gave me a Baron Zemo. That's the reason alone to love it. Crazy dude you used. I definitely need to rewatch it. I remember that piece, but I don't remember like his character as like a main, or as like a big piece of it. Red Hulk, right? So I kind of want to. Oh wait. You're right. Because they can always scale the Beta Ray bill, right? So I'll tell you guys why I was thinking of Red Hulk mid. I was thinking, and I forgot that Beta Ray could scale with Stormbreaker, and so I was thinking that would be a free lane with a Hazmat. And then I wanted to kind of feign a little weakness so that maybe they stick it out for a Shang-Chi. But since Beta Ray can scale, Red Hulk to the right is going to be the right line. Jubilee to dig into their deck a little further. And what do we pull out? The Lockjaw. Wild Lockjaw rotation on that last turn. All we have to do now is the Hazmat line, either here or here, it doesn't matter, into Ajax. But wait, hold on. Never mind. We're going to do Hazmat, we're going to do Ajax to the left. Just in case they rotate a Shang-Chi for some reason, Ajax is going to be able to solo the left lane. And so we won't have to worry about whatever they play here potentially impacting us. So let's lock in this. Maybe we get another 8-cuber today. We'll see. Could we be worried about a Magneto, maybe? So Stormbreaker rotation. They have the guaranteed rotation. It's only one card in their deck. Into the Jane Foster. And Ajax is going to be a bit bigger than what their buffed up Beta Ray will be. And so we're going to be able to grab the 8 cubes. And I'm really enjoying Ajax in this list. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. Quite a bit more than I thought I would. Cannonball is a good one. It also could have just been played here on that last turn to push Beta Ray away. But the 20-30 power, pretty easy. Yeah, Ajax the 8-cuber. At least right now. Once that becomes like the common build, I think you lose that surprise factor. But right now, he does insane things. We're very quickly climbing up the ladder. Is he worth the keys? And Saint Envy. I'm actually not sure if he buffs himself when he's hit by Hazmat. And is Ajax worth the keys? I think we'll see a decent amount of Ajax alongside Hazmat. I think outside of that, he's too much of a liability. And so I think he'll be like a Sentry Annihilus, like kind of engine for a while. How's the dish soap card? Wait, what's the dish soap card? Is that Ajax? He's performing pretty well. Hold on, we're about to run to an ad break. I'm gonna run really quickly to the restroom, and we will be back in just a second. I'm gonna pull up the stats on it while we leave. You can listen to some of the heavy metal. But we will be right back. We're going to run to the restroom real fast. Don't go anywhere. You guys are absolutely on a tear of a climb. We'll see you guys in just a second. Then we got a posture check as soon as we came back. We are gonna jump back in. Yeah, 40 games in. 40 games in, we're sitting at a 72.5% win rate, which is wild. Wild in like, especially in anywhere, but especially wild in like the top infinite, around rank 200. So whenever you get something like that, you've definitely done something well. Like you've hit a good spot. So we're gonna continue to see how much we can press that. I appreciate you guys being here. If we continue to have streams like this, just around the like 500-600 like average viewer range, I think we'll be able to make full time like a reality. And so definitely something that I look forward to potentially being able to make that transition. Do you think Doc Ock is essential for the deck? Maybe I don't use him properly, but he always screws me. I don't like him. So with Doc Ock, I think it becomes a feel for what the opponent's running. Uh-oh. That's not good. So the Jeff, the baby land shark, the lone protector of the space throne. TLSG pulling a Dara 2.0. I hope so. I would be honored to pull a Dara. And so with let's go ahead and retreat out of this one. We'll take the 1 cube loss. We'll give him the sweat emote first, and then we're jumping out here. So with Doc Ock, a lot of times you kind of gauge what the opponent's running. If it's something where they're going to have those high power plays, so like a destroy deck or a death deck, a lot of times I'll opt to try to fill an open lane and pull as many cards as possible. Ooh, I didn't realize exclamation point profile for untapped was a thing. That's pretty cool. You're teaching me things, Ubi. But so if it's something like that where I think there's a advantage to pulling those cards out, same thing with like maybe a Silver Surf deck. Pull out all of their cards so that they can't play much of anything. If it's something where you're afraid that they're going to have like good mid-range value cards, so like Thor, You have Beta Ray Bill, Jane Foster. A lot of times I'll opt to put Doc Ock into a lane that's more filled or more congested to lower the chance that I'm going to pull those high cards that I can't overcome their power. So I think it's very much like a Titania. It takes a little bit of getting used to like where and how you should play it, but it can be very, very strong. Sniper alert. Who, the last one? I don't think the last one was a sniper. I think it just, Jeff in Throne Room, if you have Jeff in hand, almost always makes sense. And then Lakai, you said any sub for White Widow. It's not going to be as good, but you could pretty easily sub in like a Scorpion or a Jeff instead. Oh, this guy's a known sniper? Oh, gotcha. Mr. Darkside, if you're here, hello. Thank you for viewing my ads on the way in. Hopefully we match up a few more times. You can push a little ad revenue my way. If you get the win, that's fine too. We're not sweating it too much. Would you spin keys for Ajax? I think we'll see him a decent amount in the future. I don't think what a lot of people were thinking as like a full Affliction build around is going to be like the proper line to go with. I think it's going to be more so like just the two-piece combo of like Hazmat Ajax stuff. That's the best approach to a sniper. I mean, if this was like a tournament or if there were like big things on the line, maybe we get frustrated by it. But at this point, like it doesn't give them anything extra for sniping other than like a little bit more rank. So if you want to do that, whatever, go for it. So we are going to cap out the right lane with the Rock. We have Doc Ock in the left. That's going to give us a really big play. Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm not sure why it deleted your message, Titan, but I reposted it for you. So we have Doc Ock in the left lane. That's going to give us a big 10 power whatever to use next turn. Maybe it ends up being a Vibranium. And then all we have to do is really fight for a couple of locations. Are drops still live? Yes. Yes, Shub. So drop should be running for, I think it's the next couple of weeks, honestly. But yeah, because it has a link on it. Yeah, that's why Nightbot grabbed it. And so Doc Ock coming in is big. We have Shang-Chi for the left. It's a big Ajax that we can't play. Let's do Shang-Chi to the left, and then let's go Shang-Chi first, and then Hazmat. Hazmat first would bring Red Hulk down below what we could do. This brings them down to 8, 9, 10, 11. This will bring us up just a touch over that. And then Hazmat in the right lane solos because they have more cards impacted.
Victory.
I've been keeping stats on my Doc Ock. 8 of the last 9 times have pulled Shang-Chi, even if it's a 1 out of 4 pull. Jimmy, that's you're going down a bad rabbit hole keeping track of those. Like you're just asking to find some frustrating stats at that point. Goes with Untapped Premium. How is Thanos performing in Infinite now post over the air? So any particular deck, or let's see. So Thanos' Zoo seems okay. Thanos Arisham with Lockjaw. I'll pull it over. This is in top 10%. I typically look at low sample sizes. Oh, wait. I still had on the right scene. So Thanos Zoo seems okay. Thanos Lockjaw is kind of built how you would expect it. And they have an okay win rate. Let's go Nebula. And then I'm actually going to switch scenes back. I thought I had already. There we go. We're back to our gameplay and scene. Isn't Hazmat first better? So she doesn't Shang-Chi. So in the left, Hazmat first would put Red Hulk below Shang-Chi range. And we wanted a Shang-Chi. We want to take out the Red Hulk. Let's go White Widow into the left lane. They have the Quinjet. Can't shrink his Hulk. Why? Why? It would scale after the Shang-Chi came down. Like if with the +3. Kenny Cooks, you said thanks for streaming today. I've got to go to a work meeting, so I'll see you next time. Thank you for hanging out, Kenny Cooks. Hopefully your work meeting goes well, and then it's not. Hopefully it's not a drag. All right, so the loot cage is a little scary because now our hazmat line, it doesn't end it for us. Let's go Viper into the left lane. We could save it for next turn to do Viper plus Titania, but I do want to kind of open the door for maybe like a debris if we draw into it. Oh, you don't want to. Okay, I got you, Laser. So they do play in the left lane, and we have the Viper hitting the guaranteed White Widow now. Oh my goodness, that is gonna be the snappiest snap of our existence. So the Shuri is super unfortunate here. Yeah, we end up forcing the retreat after that one. OP is so mad. I would be too. Honestly, I would be too. I played Hazmat before when I had priority just to make the opponent's Ajax shongable, even though I didn't draw Ajax. So that's another good line. That's the other reason why I like to drop Ajax on the last turn, because otherwise he's so susceptible to Rogue, Enchantress, Shang-Chi. Why would they play there versus Clog? I don't know, Pinkman. I do like your name. I'm not sure if that's like actually related to you or if it's a Breaking Bad reference, but I enjoy the name. Jesse? Yeah, Pinkman. Breaking Bad is one of my favorite shows. Like, I think they did just such a fantastic job start to finish that it's definitely one that I can rewatch. Whenever Dexter was airing, like I watched Dexter and I loved Dexter, and the final was released around the same time, but they just didn't handle it as well. So something like Titania, White Widow, Debris could fill up 3 of their spots if... Oh, wait, we have initiative. Hold on. Let's put the Titania after the White Widow. Greylock TV, thank you so much for the second month as a tier 1 sub. Love the clog and keep it up. Thank you so much for the support, Greylock. Hopefully you're having a great name, or a great day. Oh my goodness, I read username. Hopefully you're having a great Friday so far. Titania after Debris. Would it matter? It shouldn't matter. So as long as they play a card here, they're going to summon our Titania to their side. So then it'll clog them. If we didn't have initiative, we could have switched Titania before White Widow, but we were angling for them to play at least one card in Nova Roma. Dexter petered out. I agree, Cheese Roll. Like, it started off so strong and so good, and just didn't have a way to find that finisher. Now, we have to worry about a Doc Ock here, maybe a Debris, but I think we can scale enough in the left lane with Nebula that it shouldn't be an issue, even if we get cluttered there quickly. Yeah, I think we win left too. And so we have to worry, because they got, what, 6 of our resources with the Loki. Oh, not that Dexter. No, not Murdoch. not that Dexter. I was talking about the AMC show. Okay. I don't want it to get back to Dexter that we're talking mad trash on him. But the show started really well, was really intriguing, and just didn't end up bringing it home after that. YouTube drama time. The out of context clips would go crazy. All right, so I think we hide Shang-Chi. We should be able to reveal after they do. But with this being an Arisham deck, we have to always worry about Eliath. Dexter should line his room with plastic sheeting, though. I would pay money to see him do like a cosplay or something where he just randomly had his aligned with plastic. He will still have priority. Even though because of the Debris. Yeah, you're right. Because of the Debris over here, we'll have priority regardless. So Shang-Chi's not a not a big thing, but maybe we hide Red Hulk. Maybe they don't have Shang-Chi, but they probably do. This one probably becomes a loss. But we'll see. Because we always win left. It's just a matter of, do we win the other lanes? Or do we win right? Ooh, they could have our Ajax. I'm not going to use Hazmat. They could have our Ajax hidden in Dark Dimension. On paper, we win, right? Yeah, but haven't... The double 8... Oh, man, what? No. Golly. That is an Arisham-generated Ajax and a Loki-generated Ajax. And a Loki-generated Hazmat. No chi, just 3 blobs. No, no big deal. No problem. Oof. That is a... Thanks for not snapping. Yeah, had they snapped, I think we have to retreat out of that one, but they probably just wanted to see it play out. No, so it's from Arisham, so a randomly generated one. And then they had Loki on turn, I think, 2. That gave them a second Ajax. Oh, yeah, we got demolished there. Let's go with the sweat emoji, because they just roasted us. And then we move on. Totally balanced card. So Loki's gonna get some of those high rolls. Like it's just Loki stuff in general. But a lot of times they'll get kind of duds. And so Arrow and Joey are not using Arrow. Unfortunate lies. I mean, it could have been in the Arsham deck somewhere. Let's start with Nebula, see what we can do. I used to call every card that was over 10 Power Hulk, because in pull 1 and 2, on turn 6, it's like, where do they put the Hulk? Yeah. Now it's, where do they put their 3 blobs? I absolutely agree. It used to be so much easier to kind of like assume or be able to kind of decipher what they're wanting to do on that last turn. Now it's just... There's no telling now. So we could either take a risk and Greed Goblin left. We could Magic and then maybe we pull into Doc Ock. We could Green Goblin left, see if Magic pulls over there. We always have like the Titania, the Doc Ock later. But I do like Magic mid. That way we have 3. Goblin left would have given them priority and 1. Ooh. I like the way your head. I like what you're thinking. Because we would have dropped us down just enough to lose it that turn. Would have been a really hard line to see, but a really fun one to be able to have found. So we have initiative, so our Titania is always going to bounce over there. Let's just go Green Goblin mid. We only have to beat the left lane. So if we end up drawing into Hazmat, we're going to pull in the middle location with Doc Ock on this upcoming turn. Darius, you said just watch your video for this deck, and past you correctly predicted you're playing it. This one, we're actually doing really well with this one. But we're holding around, it's just over a 70% win rate over 45 games. So it's been doing really, really cool things. But Sai, you said sorry because I'm sure you get spammed with sub questions. But what would be a decent Red Hulk sub? So you could do Magneto, like another big body, or you could opt to go with something like, or you could opt to go something like Cannonball. You can add Cannonball back in, because then you could drop Ajax early in a clogged lane into a Hazmat plus Cannonball last turn for the win. And so I think that would be another decent line. You could try to do something big body like Magneto, maybe an Eliath, but a lot of times you're not going to have initiative to make full use of it. So I'd probably try the cannonball if you have it. So we have a big red Hulk here. The Martyr's going to jump out if it has space to. Or we push for red Hulk left, and then we really only look to be able to win mid. So I think that's what we're going to pressure here.
Victory.
You don't have Cannonball or Life. And so without either of those, maybe try Magneto. It's not going to be as good because a lot of times Red Hulk will be bigger. He's just mainly there as a stat stick. But you might be able to do okay with like a Magneto. Packers for life. What would it take for TLSG to play some Cerebro? Cerebro... Cerebro is one of those decks that it, like, especially Cerebro 3, has become pretty strong. But I don't play it all that often, so I probably wouldn't take all that much. C0, C the 0 would be brutal. And so Titan, you said Hal, you send to opponents the rocks. I may have missed the what is the role of Viper? Oh, so you're sending either, so even if you end up sending them like a Magic or a White Widow, that's typically okay for us. So as long as we cap out one of those locations, we have so many tools with high power to win them later on, that the biggest piece for us is making sure that they can't play their flexible resources where they want to. And so we'll clog their lane with like either Viper onto a Rock, Viper onto White Widow, Viper onto sometimes Debris, sometimes Magic, but a lot of times like a Rock or like a Shadow Ninja or something similar. So I think we're going to go with Magic to the right. We could also just go like Green Goblin and just rip away New York altogether with Magic. Maybe that's what we'll go with. C3 is definitely, I think, the strongest one so far, or right now. But I think C2 is decent. It just has like a much lower ceiling than what C3 can do. But I do think it's still a decent deck all in all. You ever play Tribunal decks? I used to play Tribunal decks, like a Living Tribunal, like a Hella Living Tribunal deck used to be really cool. Is it turning off New York screws them? Yeah, they have Professor X now in Mojo World. They can't take it out, but of course we can't either. And so we can try something like Doc Ock. Maybe we drop an early Hazmat plus Viper next turn. We could just drop a Red Hulk. But having the Ajax Hazmat, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Yeah, meta's a little too hostile for Tribunal. Especially with like clutter and junk stuff running around. It just, you don't typically...
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And with Nocturne. Nocturne has made the turn 7 that much less consistent compared to what it used to be. Okay, so Doc Ock coming down of their own. We do get Viper, so we clear up the Magic. So we do have a space to play there, which at the very least is good. And then our Doc Ock is going to pull, so we're only going to pull in 2 cards here. Shang-Chi, okay. Out of the 2, it had to be one of the 2. Dropping it in. And then Mockingbird. Wild. So, we pulled their Shang-Chi. We don't have to worry about it. Red Hulk to the right into Debris. Or maybe a Debris Hazmat. Viper buff difference. Yeah, making sure that we didn't send them Ajax. And so, we should be able to win because this becomes... I think. We'll calculate it here in a little bit. But I think Ajax wins mid. Top deck Shang-Chi. Easy money. The $100 Shang-Chi. Oh, no. They ripped it away. We lost 8 to the Legion. Well played. It was well played. I never like when that happens, but it is always a good play. That one doesn't frustrate me as much as like a Nico that just happens to hit it on turn 6 for the location change. Those kind of frustrate me a little bit more. Legion is just they played it well. They got the Shang-Chi pull, which was a good roll for them, and they played that finisher incredibly well. $69% Arisham deck, Tech Legion. Yeah, a lot of times they'll Tech Legion, but it becomes the question of do they draw it, and what do you like? Did we we had the opportunity to pull it into that middle location. We had 3 cards that we could have pulled. So there was a chance that we hit it there, but it's all good. Then Sai, you said post over the air. Cosmo seems like the place to be, seeing as how everyone is doing Clog and her hammers. There is and Arsham is very common still. So there is the deck that runs like the Surfer with Cosmo package that I think would do really well. I think that one's back because I'm seeing probably more Arsham now than I have in the last few days. I kind of went away for a couple of days, but it seems like there's a lot of people that are still pushing him pretty hard. Would Debris plus Hazmat Right have won it if you played it on 6 instead of waiting on 7? Maybe. But it feels like a really tough call to do on 6. Maybe if we were worried about the Legion. But top decking Magic here? No, wait. Did they want Electro to get pulled? I feel like we have to snap into that. I lost to Nico move spell on a lockdown lane the other day. I felt scammed just like what you described. Yeah. It can be really frustrating when that part happens. But from the opponent's end, like seeing that and having it play out and finding that line is such a cool experience. And so I can't ever like get mad at somebody for doing it. It's just frustrating if it happens too often. Yeah, we could have played it into a separate lane since it would pull into Astrodem just in case they capped it. These out. You should do some theme decks, like only villains, only animals. Interesting to see bad decks win by good players. Those are fun to do, but I've done them in the past. It's one that it's fun to play, but I'm not sure if it's as engaging. Like, it's a really cool idea, but it's typically not like, I don't know. It typically isn't as entertaining as I typically would think it would be, I guess. I don't know how a good way to express my thought, but it's something that I like doing. We've done it in the past, but it's just finding a way to do a good balance where it doesn't like maybe linger on too long. Faith, you said I'm playing the Ajax Doc Ock deck you posted yesterday. Wait, the one that I'm running now? What's a good replacement? Oh, okay. What's a good replacement for Titania? In a junk deck, I love Titania. Because let's say we wait until turn 4 for this play. We can cap out 2 locations or 2 spots from them with very little risk. It makes Green Goblin much more consistent. Same thing with like the Viper or the White Widow. We can take up 2 spots for like in one turn, which is really hard to anticipate. So I don't know that I would replace her. You could go something like, because her main function is as that additional clutter pool. So if you don't have her or don't want to play her, I would say something else that's kind of low power. Maybe you go Hood to lean into the Viper line, but you only have one way to clear the negative Hood. So I think that becomes a little bit risky too. But so for instance, here we're going to go Titania Green Goblin left. As long as they don't play 2 cards over there, then it becomes an easy location. It frees up the fear of Green Goblin a little bit. And a lot of times you're going to feel safe as an opponent in a lane that has 2 spaces compared to like 1. And then you can double trigger it. Nebula will now call it back at the end of the game whenever we're ready. Their Widow's Kiss is now guaranteed to be -4 at the end of the game. And so it's a huge power swing whenever you're able to pull it out well. So we're going to go ahead and go Doc Ock in mid. I almost feel like we should snap. Straws. I agree. Yeah, do we snap? Yeah, I think we do. We're going to go ahead and snap into the Limbo play. And then I think they probably retreat because we did let the Green Goblin Titania play out first. We're still going to try it. Yeah, I agree. We probably should have snapped last turn. So we pull Shang-Chi, unfortunate, and Debris, also unfortunate. So now we have to win left on our own regard. So like just a Nebula. And they did stay, which is kind of surprising. But I'm guessing they maybe are running a junk deck as well. So Red Hulk, Scary, Titania. I So Ajax into Limbo summons Titania to our side. That brings us up to, that brings them down to 15. Us up a little bit. I think even if they scale, we might have a chance. Yeah, we're just top deck Hazmat, easy peasy. If they have just a random Legion, I think we'll cry. But we're gonna skip here. Ghost Spider, okay, and then Cannonball. Okay, nope, Cannonball's fine. It pushes us over in the left lane. We win that one. It does free up a space in the right lane if we'd rather. Oh, and then the icing on the cake, the Hazmat play. I'm just gonna stack in mid just in case we get like an Alioth or something crazy here. We're gonna do both into this lane. That'll scale over the Red Hulk. We don't even necessarily need the Titania. And we win the left lane. Flip Titania. So yeah, we've been burned by Alioth enough today that I don't want to risk it. So it looks like ads are just about to start, and I'm actually getting a little bit hungry, so we're gonna run just a quick ad break. I'm gonna go grab one of our factor meals. I'm gonna grab the factor box, and then we'll quickly heat it up. It takes about 2 minutes, and then we'll be back into some snap action. So we're gonna run just a quick minute and a half of ads as we kind of get prepped. Gets wrecked by standard destroy lists that run Shang-Chi. Yeah. Yep, there's a couple of decks, but they're not super popular in the meta. Kitty Pryde is also a hard one for us. So, it does look like we are back from the ad break. Let's switch over to the big cam for a second. Today's stream, as you saw on the title, is sponsored by Factor. So, Factor is a meal prep service. It's with the discount code. For using my code, you get a 50% off on the first Factor box and then 20% off of any of your next month's order using my link. And so if it's not something that you're familiar with, I wasn't either, but I've heard really good things. This takes just a quick second. We'll be back into Marvel Snap. But we did end up ordering one of the Factor boxes, and it comes with like if you've ever ordered from like HelloFresh or somewhere, it's very similar in that it comes with like the ice packs. All of the meals come in just like this easy to heat up kit, and it's very quick. So you're able to pop them in. There's no prep, no mess. So if you're somebody that is either really pressed for time, doesn't like meal prep, doesn't like eating out, with the discount, it's going to be cheaper than eating out most of the time. And it's going to be well-balanced meals. And so it's something that I've been excited about. I've heard really good things. And so we have 8 meals that I ordered. We have a couple of ones that I'm excited about. I'll heat up on the next ad break. I'll heat up the one that I'm most excited about, and then we'll kind of munch on it. You said Factor is kind of shockingly good tasting. That's what I've heard. And then free ice packs. Yeah, so it comes with like the really well insulated ice packs, and so it stays for a while. Your food is going to be fresh whenever you first. The beard is fire. Thank you so much. You've never tasted them before. No, so I hadn't ever been familiarized with Factor beforehand, but I heard really good things. So before accepting the sponsorship, I reached out to a few of the other streamers that I know have done it in the past to kind of get their honest opinion, and they said that for the price, especially for the 50% discount, they loved it. They said after they lost their 20% discount, it was harder for them to justify. But yeah, they're very fresh, very healthy, and all of the like ingredients and like your macros are listed. So if you're somebody that is looking to make sure that you're hitting those certain goals, then this is perfect. And so if you end up wanting to try it out, as a reminder, you get 50% off using my link. So you get 50% off your first Factor box, which I think brings it down to around $7 a meal, which is not bad whenever you think about like a McDonald's meal being like creeping up. And I don't think I can get away from McDonald's without being close to that like $8 to $10. And then any additional ones is going to be the 20% off. And so we're going to jump back into a little bit of Marvel Snap, and then during the next ad break, I'm going to pop one in the microwave, and we're going to heat it up and see how good they taste. But then double down. You said you ordered Factor using the code. So I missed the first week. So whenever we did the review, I'm really a little bit disappointed because there's a few meals that I want to try out that aren't in this box. They weren't available on last week's menu. But I'm going to get them in the following week. And so, yeah, definitely something that, like, if you either are pressed for time, you don't necessarily like to cook, then it is very easy, very convenient. Where's the link? And so, !Factor, or in the panels down below. And by ordering the Factor box, a lot of times I'll hear, like, I want to support the channel, but, I have to, like, I don't have the means. Food is something that you typically would buy anyways. And by purchasing the box, it's like you're gifting 25 subs. That's how much it supports the channel. And so if you've ever wanted to give back and you wanted to try Factor, it does help me out quite a bit as well. So we have Bar Sinister, which gets kind of crazy. We could do Debris, but that wins us only Xandar. We could always magic a Teal'c to try to get something else in Bar Sinister next turn. And an official saucepan. You said it's funny that you said it is similar to how a Hello Fresh meal is shipped or arrives. Yeah. And so I wasn't as big of a fan of HelloFresh because it takes a little bit longer to prep. Versus Factor, it's I want to say it's like 2 minutes and then you're done. And they do have things other than just like your normal meals. They have like the breakfasts. They have some desserts, all kinds of really good stuff. And all of the things that I heard about them was very positive, very, very good. And so I'm excited. I got this on Monday, but I had to hold off trying any of them until today when we could do the sponsored stream. And so I'm excited to try them. There's a few 2 minutes heat, 2 minute wait, and you're eating. Yeah. So super quick, super convenient, especially if you're kind of rushed for a little bit of time. So I think doing White Widow in the left lane may be a little bit risky because they did Loki. They're going to have our resources. I almost want to go Doc Ock in the left just in case they do like a White Widow. We'll be able to maybe outpower them. They're going to Ock you left. I agree. Well, they may Ock us and then we'll Ock them right back, which we may not win off of, but Doc feels not too bad. I agree. Sorry, my brain stopped being able to read for a second. Let's see if the Shangs will connect. We'll see. So the Green Goblin left. So they were going for that clutter component. And they're going to have one extra that's left in that left lane. And then whatever else they played will fill up that lane as well. So the Debris, is rough. I think they went off of that Debris play. That was a big one. Having that discount, having that double card, like, we even lose left with the Doc Ock. Rough. We'll give him the fist bump. It was a good play. It was a good play following up the Loki, but it stings. So. He vomited his whole hand. Yeah. Knowing that Debris was going to capitalize and fill up that board space, he just vomited everything. No need to nerf Loki, by the way. And then Narsil resubbed for the second month as a Prime member. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the support for that second month. He said, hey, man, it would be amazing to see an inclusion of Cannonball. So you can take out Red Hulk for Cannonball. You could also take out Ajax and Hazmat for like a Cannonball Jeff. But if you take out any of these other lower cards, it ends up that you're stacked with too many big cards. So I think it's very much like an Ajax or Cannonball style approach. I don't know that I could fit both in very well. One day I'll get my hands on Loki too. Angel, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you'll pull Loki, and he's always decently. I don't actually enjoy playing Loki. I very rarely play Loki at all. Like he's decently strong, especially in like the higher MMRs. You can find ways to make him work. It's just not a line that I really enjoyed that much. Angel, you said I'm typing since 10 minutes. Oh, they're just popping. They're just popping through, Angel. But I don't like Loki's play style in general. So we're gonna go ahead and Debris to the right. And since it's Arsham, we're gonna snap into it. We're gonna Debris to the right. We always have Viper to try and fill up Tinker's Workshop on 4. We also have Magic into a Doc Ock that we can play as well. I don't like Loki for the same reasons I don't like Patriot Surfer. I hate playing with full hands or full boards. Both can be, yeah. I don't enjoy, I guess, the Ultron Surfer stuff or Ultron Patriot stuff very much, because a lot of times it doesn't feel as interactive. Like even when it was strong, it was not a deck that I particularly enjoyed. So we could just Viper, take up a couple of their spaces. Maybe we do Magic into Doc Ock. All we have to do is win left lane, so like an Ajax Hazmat is a fine enough line for that. We do have to look out for the Legion, as we found out a couple of games ago, but otherwise I think we're in a decently strong spot. I'm okay if like our Viper switches sides because it'll cap them out. And then we do have Shang-Chi that swings this one back our direction. And then Mark, you man, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We have Green Goblin. We either have like a Doc Ock to the right, which might be kind of scary. If we Doc Ock mid, it'll try to switch sides, but it won't be able to because of Castle Zemo. I think I like that better. We have the Ajax Hazmat finisher. So let's see. So Arrow. Ooh, Arrow pulls our Magic over. Super unfortunate. So now this lane becomes a loss lane. Unless they pull something that like pushes this somewhere else, but if they don't. So how do we win? How do we win from this board state? I think it becomes a little bit. I think it becomes pretty tricky. But we could always do like a Green Goblin Mockingbird. We can go Green Goblin Viper. Which I think we do. Mocking right and then Ajax Hazmat. I like this line because it takes away their ability to like play a blob or play something big. But I do agree we need to push some power over here so we can do the Ajax next. But I think even just a Hazmat Mockingbird wins the left lane, right? They would go down to... No, we would have to place both of them, Mockingbird and Hazmat, over to the left to win, because it'd bring them down to 11. Let's go with this. If they play one card, fine. Ooh, okay. So Shang-Chi Mockingbird becomes our go-to line. Ooh. I don't think we win off of that. The big Red Hulk. This doesn't do it. We don't have any scaling pieces here. Red Hulk, Mockingbird. We need one extra energy. Yeah, I don't. A lot of times I like to really look at our pieces to see if maybe we can find a way to win it. But on this one, we need 12 extra power here, which is just going to be too much because the hazmat line brings them down. 16 brings us down. I think we stay at 8. So we're going to retreat out of that one. Unfortunate, but the big Red Hulk was a little bit too big, and it was something that they got from Arsham, right? No, from Great Portal. What a great Portal one. We leave Hulk too big. Yeah, Hulk was too big there. The Mockingbird Goblin line. Mockingbird Goblin line could have given us enough space to potentially win that one. Had we thought they would played. If we thought they were going to skip into that last turn, I think it was safer to do the double. But that's all right. We'll move on. Move on and move up. Next up, we have Jimmy Dinkins Enjoyer, ranked 23. Let's see if we're able to get back in the swing of things. Ooh, do they have an all-black border? Did they buy the pack? I definitely couldn't afford. I definitely couldn't afford the pack. So we can go White Widow mid. We do have magic to open it up, but I do think they maybe play there. This being a Kitty Pryde deck, it is a little bit more difficult for us to find a winning line. Just because they have that, like the flexibility of those cards. I think we go ahead and magic. So for $100 for card borders. So it also came with like credits and stuff, but like I get it. I wouldn't be able to justify it, but Jimmy Dinkins Enjoyer could be in a much different situation than I am. And so, like, if that's part of it, it doesn't look like maybe they didn't go the full 12 because they don't have it on Thena. Angela and Kitty Pryde they do, but not on Thena. So maybe they're not fully sold on Thena yet. We could always try to make it where they're Kitty Pryde, like if we thought they were playing it somewhere else. Wouldn't scale, but I think we're just gonna skip 1-4. Just use a VPN and buy it in Philippines pesos. You'll save like $15. Hey, I mean that's a pretty good savings. So Thena could potentially scale to the point where she's within Shang-Chi range, but Angela doesn't quite get there. I think this becomes a different setup. I don't think they're going to go... I don't think they'll have like a rogue to impact Ajax. So I'm going to play him out early. Then maybe we go like a Red Hulk into kind of flooding our lower things on 6. Although we do have this number. Different order. We do have this number. Depending on if they go Kitty Pryde or something in Fisk Tower. And Hazmat this turn? Or do we save it for next turn? Because if we don't, Thena can potentially get within Shang-Chi range. So I almost want to hold the Hazmat. I know Red Hulk is going to be good raw value. So we could just do something like Hulk and call it good. We could Red Hulk next turn if we play her, but we wouldn't be able to recall Titania back. So we would want a couple of turn cards to be able to play. If we were going for the fill. Let's go Red Hulk right and see what it looks like. Just in case this is like Kitty Pryde over here. That is a flood. That is a flood of cards. And so the Mysterio comes down. Jeff comes down. Kitty Pryde in mid as well. So I think the real Mysterio is probably here. And Thena didn't scale. Don't listen to chat. Does Green Goblin buff Ajax? Only if he's negatively afflicted. So, like, playing him here, he does. So if they do have Shang-Chi, they can place it here pretty easily. I'm chat. You should play Goblin right. So since Ajax will win the lane by himself, I almost want to do something like Hazmat before the debris. Either that or debris, Hazmat, Titania. But I think we need more power in the right. I think that would be where our focus would be. Hazmat, debris, Titania. That's all hinging on them not having like Shang-Chi, Mockingbird, Sasquatch, which they could still probably steal away right with that, I think. But the Jeff moves over. They do have 3 cards out. We have initiative. Ajax definitely beats left, but my concern becomes the Red Hulk in the right. So then the Titania. Chat, you lied to me. You said this deck doesn't run Shang-Chi. Woof. To be fair, I didn't think it did. But we will take our licks. All lies. Everybody, all lies. And then the Drug. You said, hello, TLSG. So glad you started streaming. You were my first Snap YouTuber I started watching. The Drug, I'm so glad that, one, you're still enjoying the content and that you enjoy the streams as well. Streaming is definitely... I enjoy streaming in a different way than I do videos. Videos, I'm able to really focus in on like that analytical aspect, the brewing of the builds. With the streaming, I get to interact with you guys, which is not something that's possible whenever I'm just doing like the solo content. So it feels very much less like I'm on a silo where I'm just creating content and throwing it out. So I definitely enjoy streaming. Hopefully I can do it more in the very near future. But wait, the default Green Goblin? No. So the same thing with like the hood. The negative power doesn't necessarily mean that it benefits for it. It has to be like red, similar to how Gilgamesh has to look for the greens. Very same. So they have a better version of our Titania now, which is unfortunate. We are going to skip here into... Kind of hoped they wouldn't because we do have magic. TLSG for rank 1. That would be incredible. I don't know that we'll ever hit rank 1. I think like that grind definitely makes me very anxious. Just like trying to compete at a higher level. But it would be really cool to be able to hit it at least once. We can Viper left. Yeah, we could have Vipered left and then it would have pushed them their way. I didn't know if that was worth it, and so we opted to just go magic. I think it's a little bit safer. Wait, a Red Hulk that has scaled and then hit with Hazmat wouldn't give... Actually, I don't know. I don't know the Phantom Crew. I think it does still. So maybe it doesn't just look for red. Maybe it has to be like a negative power. Viper, then Titania? What, to the left? So it's Viper itself, then Titania. Would that not just be a tie lane? That tie? And then what's your opinion of Arsham? I think Arsham is interesting. Not necessarily in a fantastic way. No, you're okay. You're okay. We could do Debris. We can do something like Titania Debris. And then if they play into the Collapse Mine for some reason, that will pull Titania their way. But they don't. All right, so the White Widow comes in. We should have listened to you. We should have listened to you, Corpse Sinister. Because had we placed cards over there, we would be giggling as we snapped against them right here. But as far as Arsham goes, I think it can be really frustrating how consistently it feels like it pulls those big pieces. But as far as like the deck itself, I don't think there's anything like majorly wrong with it. It feels bad when they always have like the Doc Ock or the Shang-Chi or whatever that like potential out that they needed. It always feels bad in those situations. So we'll send them a Widow's Kiss. Not much benefit for us, but a little benefit. And there's a lot of people that like that kind of randomness. What I do like about, I guess I talked about what I didn't like about him. What I do like about Arisham, you'll send magic? No, we send the Widow's Kiss. Widow's Kiss is 0. What I do like about Arisham is that it gives some really cool, like, creative ways to find, like, plays that can win. And so a lot of times sometimes you'll have to get creative in finding those winning lines. So we can go Doc Ock here. As long as this doesn't lose, Hazmat Ajax would win mid for us. But it comes down to what we pull in Limbo. Or what they play in Limbo, which is just the Miss Marvel. And so that's marvelous. Do we Boomer Snap them? I feel like we Boomer Snap. Looks snappable to me. We'll snap it just a little bit late. But we'll see. Oh, his name was Arisham Sucks, and he's playing Arisham. Just now caught that. But there's a lot of people that like Arisham. It doesn't bother me to lose to it, because there are so many very strong ways to build against it. Put Hawk into anybody's deck, and you can, or into any deck, and you can beat an Arisham. Same thing with Cassandra Nova. I think it's just, it creates very uncertain snap lines. I was going for the turn before, but let's roll. Max power Ajax incoming. And they stayed too. Massive.
Victory.
And so it's really hard to snap into or against Arisham a lot of times. It's not max. No, we could have put Ajax first, right? Ajax first could have been the max power. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, and so it's very similar to like Loki in the vein that you don't know what their range is. -1/+1, yeah. You don't know what his range could potentially be. And so that's where it starts feeling bad. It's because, like, if you snap against an opponent, okay, I don't mind the variant. We don't have one for Orca, but I can't see myself ever playing Orca, though. Still not a bad one. Orca brew time? We gotta hop on it. Break out the Sandman ramp. It is a really cool Orca one, but I haven't played Orca in so long. But as far as Arisham, Loki, you don't know their range as much, which makes it feel a lot worse whenever you lose against it. If you miscalculate a Gilgamesh, like, you can calculate what their in-game potential would be, regardless of what they go. Arisham kind of throws that out the window a bit. Arisham was meta with Miss Marvel and Electro / Professor X. There was a time where I ran, it was an Orca Galactus, like, hybrid Daredevil deck that I loved. Unfortunately, it didn't hold up against everything, but yeah, the Professor X Orca. Nope, I definitely did. And so it was like I think it was a Galactus. I think it was a Galactus Professor X Orca style build that had Daredevil. Unfortunately, it didn't hold up in, like, today's meta, but at the time it was very, very, very fun and very strong. I kind of think we go ahead and send them White Widow in mid. Clog them up a little bit more. And then Angel, I missed what you said about... I see the response to it. No, that's replying to. Missed this message and I can't find it. Would Luke Cage work instead of Ajax? So only they keep the negative? So instead of Ajax, I mean, you could, but I would rather go something like Cannonball. That way, because Ajax is meant to be like a big one-lane winner, because a lot of times with Clog, you can almost guarantee which lanes you're going to be able to win before that last play comes down. Because if they can't play anything, you can reasonably know what power you need. And so then Ajax purposes is to swing another lane where the opponent may not think you have that reach. For that sub, it would be like impacting their overall board state. And so it could still be decent, but I think I would still go with something like Cannonball. So Mr. Negative into Sarah. Interesting. We need Green Goblin scary. We need something like a Debris. I think I'm going to Green Goblin into negative zone, maybe Doc Ock into mid, And then we can kind of go from there. Because you don't have Ajax. Yeah, so instead of Ajax and Hazmat, you could take it out and go Cannonball Jeff. That would be a good replacement. So Hawk comes down here. That's fine. Ajax is going to scale dramatically. I'm not sure why we didn't snap earlier. Ajax is going to scale dramatically just from the negative zone alone, even without Hazmat here. Doc left could ruin their combo. It could. I mean, I guess if we hit Arnhem Zola to the right, that'd be rough. But it's only one card. I think Hawk loses mid with you doing nothing. Oh, just the scaling. Yeah. That is a lot of cards to the left. So it is a guaranteed card in the right lane. And we'll see what they left for us. Mystique. So Mystique does copy Hawk. But it's still not going to be big. I don't think they can have a way to win it. Is Hood worth running here? Yeah, so I thought about Hood. But since the only way to clear that card would be Viper, it didn't feel like it would be consistent enough. Like, if we also wanted to build in Carnage, but I didn't feel like it was worth cutting any of the other pieces for a Carnage.
Victory.
And we get the 2 cube retreat. And that is what we're going to see a lot of times with this deck. Negative on 2 and Sarah, and then retreat. Yeah, he didn't hit the high roll. It looked like maybe it was a negative deck that didn't go super greedy, but definitely went splat indeed. Yeah, sweet little cube wins. That's all you need. Just little consistent wins here and there. So we're still holding. It went down a little bit. It's a 68% win rate over the 53 games, which is still really, really good for that sample size. Next up, we have good old dump truck thighs, of all things. Also, how did we deserve this beautiful M'Baku? So I think it was Boofin, used a channel point redemption to set our avatar, and they chose Pixel M'Baku. You should get the avatar and an infinite border for maximum disrespect. Absolutely. Walker Venom, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one.
Took you long enough.
Almeida. Gailas, welcome in. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Boofin, I did say your name. Thank you for being here, by the way. You were in lurk mode. Do we at least have I think we have at least a 69% win rate against the dump truck thighs. Interesting. So it looks like maybe this is like a move bounce deck, but interesting that they opted to go ahead and drop those. I assume that they have Falcon and Beast, but the Ghost Spider didn't do them a whole lot of good there. I'm going to go ahead and we'll magic the White Hot Room. Then I finished my work for the day, and now I'm playing Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 had me in a chokehold for like 3 weeks. So I played it, my first playthrough, I launched because I don't know. I like pain, maybe. I launched into the Honored, like the hardest difficulty. Never having played Dungeons & Dragons or any game similar. And we were able to make it through all 3 acts. But I played it, like that was my free time for every bit of those 3 weeks. And there were a lot of very close calls in Act 3. One against one of the dragon. Almost lost. And we also almost lost on the very last boss fight. It was like relief whenever I finished, because going that long and making that far, I would have felt so bad for losing. But we were able to finish the run with Honored. It was like, I think almost a month after they released that game mode, we completed it, and then I haven't picked it up since. But very, very fun game. I enjoyed it a lot. Doc right to make sure they couldn't turn off Limbo. They could. Rue, absolutely yoink away. This has been my favorite use of Ajax so far, and it uses a pre-existing good like build, and it just has like the Hazmat Ajax is that like final flare. So this is a super negative green goblin if we can get it to go off. Nico's already down, and it wasn't the location change, right? No. So I almost want to do something like Nico just swapped a location. But I think we go something like Green Goblin, Hazmat. No, let's just go Red Hulk mid. What are we doing? Killed their hood? Yeah, they killed their hood with the Nico. Let's go Red Hulk into mid. That will give us the win there. And then on the last turn, we go Hazmat Ajax. I feel bad for not going with the -6 Green Goblin, but I don't think that's our play. Snap into it? Yeah, we should have snapped into it. We could definitely... that one's definitely snappable. Maybe we snap them on the last turn. I think they leave regardless when they see the Red Hulk come down, though. So I'm not going to snap. Since it's the last turn, I want to see if maybe we can get 2 versus... yeah, now it's yeah, I agree. Now I think it'd be too late. I think they would retreat. Now, if they snap, we definitely snap back. But the time before... Yeah, before Red Hulk came down, I think we should have snapped. Ultimate combo Ajax? Yeah, it's the ultimate combo. You already have a lane locked in, and then Ajax to just win the other one. Has an Ajax in opposite lanes. We could. But I think Ajax, unless they like prime a Shang-Chi in the right lane, I think we would lose even if we split them. Has a -1. Doc Ock's not going to do it. And the White Widow. Their werewolf will jump over there. But the big Ajax is going to be more than what they can bargain for. And so we'll take the 2 cubes. And then somebody said, are you a gold or ink enjoyer? I like gold better, but ink is typically easier to attain. And so usually if I get an ink first, I'll stop there until I build something else. But this deck that I have is mostly mostly gold and ink, except for Hazmat, which I didn't use much before, and Ajax. And then Beep OW, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Welcome. It took you long.
Very much appreciate the support. That pushes us to 21 for the day. And it does look like it is time for a really quick ad break. We're going to run just the 2 minutes because I'm going to pop one of these meals, one of the factor meals, into the microwave, and then I'll bring it back. I'll let it set, and we'll see how good they actually taste. And if you're just joining us, today's stream is sponsored by Factor. So using my my link with !Factor will give you a 50% off discount code on your first box and 20% off the following one. We will be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Because we'll be right back. I don't know. All right, so we are back. And so let's see. Beep, you said supporting my fellow tech worker. I appreciate it, Beep. You said love Factor, almost 2 years with it. So this is the first Factor meal that I'm going to be trying. I've been excited to try them. I ever since I heard about it. I reached out to several other content creators that have done the Factors meals in the past, and everything was very positive. Everybody said that the meals were surprisingly very tasty. And so we are doing the ground pork, chili mac, and garlic broccoli is what we're going to be munching on. It's heating up right now, and then I'm going to let it cool off for a little bit, and that's what we're going to be munching on. But that one sounded really good. They have a pretty varied menu, and I'm a pretty picky eater, and so I was surprised that I was able to find enough things that I enjoyed to be able to make up like the box, and it didn't feel like it was going to be that difficult. And then the drug, you said I like rye bread. I like rye bread a lot. I mean, the drug. I am a big bread person. That sounds delicious from what I can tell. I'm hoping. We're a little hopeful about it. So we can do something kind of cool like this. They did Loki, and so we have to be worried about them doing like counter clutter stuff. But a Titania Viper takes up 2 of their spaces. If they do a Doc Ock, we're going to counter Doc Ock them, like if they play it here, potentially here. So I think that's fine. The only thing this wouldn't hit on is if they go like green, if they go like debris somewhere else and they fill up our right lane a little bit further. Oh, but no, that should be fine because they go first. I think it's okay. So the Doc Ock mid is perfect. I said also watch out Loki Arshan player. Yeah, we're going to counter Doc Ock them. So they're going to have 2 lanes that are filled here. So we're going to have the rest of the game to find a way to overcome it. So Hazmat comes in, which is big. Depending on what else they have here, that'll tell us a lot. So Hazmat comes in here as well. If this is not super big, then we just win mid. And then we should just win. Oh, okay, Nebula. Nebula should be fine because it's going to scale 2, 4, 6. So it'll be 24 over there, right? Which is beautiful. So now we just kind of skip and wait. All we need is actually, I think they retreat now because that definitely did not flow the way that they would have wanted. Your Nebula counters. Oh, we do have Nebula there. So it's going to counter it. I don't see any way that they stay here. Okay. So free win. Yeah, we already won right. We counter scale in mid and top decks Annihilus. Even a Annihilus would have been an Arsham generated Annihilus would have made me cry. We would have ended stream and just questioned our life at that point. Said Loki Arsham, the most unbeatable deck. It can do some crazy things, but it's definitely beatable. This is my favorite split by far in the game. It's the only one that I've paid to have a premium border on. And I was able to justify it because it's essentially 5 card borders for the cost of 1. And so that's why I was able to justify it. But I do really very much enjoy the debris one. Ajax seems like a strong card. I feel like Ajax is a good card in good decks. It just feels weird to kind of phrase it that way. But I don't feel like building around like the affliction stuff. So like before Ajax, like Hazmat or any other affliction builds typically didn't have great win rates. And so I think that's still very much the same for what we have here. TLSG sleeping. Hope you'll get magic. We hope we get magic too. And then Crinkle Style, thank you so much for resubbing for the 6th month at Tier 1. That does help us towards that Partner Plus goal, which would help us get a bigger split from the subs. And so thank you for the Tier 1 and for being here. I love the support. Love having you here. And then Sir Indu launches us into a hype train with the Prime sub. Very much appreciate you. We don't have initiative, so Debris is actually kind of... I don't know if Debris is actually going to go off here. And so we didn't Green Goblin right just because I thought they would do like movable cards in like Jeff, Nocturne, Kitty Pryde. But the Cosmo just was a kind of fortunate kind of oops. So Ajax is big. We can duplicate Ajax. I think we try for... I almost think we try for like... Maybe it's a hazmat copy. It's not going to go off because of the Cosmo, but then we go magic into the left. I think it's probably what we... Oh, wait, they can't Cosmo here. They can't Cosmo into the Isle of Silence, duh. All right, let's instead go magic. We'll go ahead and play the... I'm going to hold the hazmat. And then on 5, we'll play Ajax into cloning vats. On... Ooh, I am glad that I did not magic into Morag. Because the Nocturne could turn it off. Depending on if they move their Nocturne this turn, Ajax gives us a lot of value. Because we'll get the duplicate Ajax. We'll be able to play Hazmat plus Ajax on that last turn for a lot of benefit. I just hit Infinite with Arsham deck. Very easy, actually. Yeah, Arsham decks can have some really big output. So the Hawk in the right lane, that's fine. Our Ajax will scale more than what theirs can. Then it becomes a question of, do they get Cosmo down? Or do they get a second Cosmo down? Is that a gold crackle debris? It is. It is a gold crackle with the gold cosmic border. So my biggest fear here is that they get Cosmo into the correct lane. So we have to take a 50-50. And I think the 50-50 that we go with is this. Cosmo left has lower power. They can only Cosmo mid. Wait. They can play a 3-cost. They can move Nocturne, play a card here, and then play to the left. They can play it in mid or left. We're gonna lock this one in. They could also Cosmo and Mystique if they were super confident in it. Ooh, the negative ninja is unfortunate. Hawk in mid and then Mystique to copy the Hawk should be fine. We should be able to win with the Hazmat play. They went greed versus a counter. And so Hazmat's going to come in, offer such a big affliction. We're going to be able to swing right, swing mid. We give them left. And we will gladly take it.
Victory.
26 power, yeah. Ajax in this build typically is going to hit between like 25 and 28 power. He's very much, for me, that last turn power play. Like, if you build around the affliction, it's very transparent. They know what it's going to go into. If you save it for that last turn with the Hazmat, so much power. Pretty much face 3 Hawks. Yeah, Ajax just like the dish soap. But this one has been absolutely being able to steal those big cubes in those last turn plays. It's not like we use him every game, but those games that we use him, he's been very, very efficient and very, very effective. So we're going against Pool 2 Gamer again. Let's play Nebula to the right. Wouldn't it be better to replace Titanium with Hydro Bob? Alpha. I don't think I can condone those actions or those words. So Hydro Bob, he's the same power. Titania is such a good clutter tool. I was gonna skip Ajax, but now I'm having doubts. Yeah. Titania helps with the clog. Yeah, I agree. Especially if you use it well. Titania helps a lot with the clog. I know, I'm just doing it for the meme. Yeah, I figured Alpha. I figured that was the case. So X-Mansion, we don't have any of our strong clutter tools, unfortunately. Hitmonkey doesn't scale at all. Lady Sif, they lose their claw, so they lose that surprise factor. And it is a Pool 2 Gamer, so... Do we ever do one of these? I think we're going to drop Hazmat early. I almost never drop the Hazmat early, but I think in this case we're going to. What's lovely about this list is you don't auto-lose against Luke Cage. Yeah, you don't auto-lose against Luke Cage because typically you're only going to drop the Hazmat whenever you know you've already won one of the lanes. And so it doesn't like auto-lose to those hard counters. Stefan with the wacky builds. Yeah. Rayolo, you said hello there, Mr. TLSG. How goes the cooking today? The cooking goes incredibly well. And speaking of cooking, we do have our factor meal that is here cooling off, and it only took 2 minutes. It was actually very quick, and it smells really, really good. I'm excited to try it out, but the junk brew and cooking does go really well as well. He said that setup. I was waiting for a game where we win all 3 lanes to talk about casserole, but we'll see. So they do go Professor X in the left lane. We have our Doc Ock. So, I mean, Alpha, Hydra Bob, switching over into that left lane could have been a winner, but instead, maybe not. So an Ajax gives us quite a bit of power, but I don't know that we win elsewhere. It is a pool 2 gamer, so I'm inclined to stay here. Sunspot's gonna win the left lane for sure. But we'll see. We'll see what they end up sticking out with. So Ajax comes in, just a moderate 17 power. Shang-Chi, get out of here. And then the left lane scales by 2. That was a good hit. Had we not played mid at all, Titania would have ended up on our side and we would have won. Pool 2 is broken. Be right back. Gonna delete all my decks. Is Shang-Chi pool 2? No, Shang-Chi... Yeah, Shang-Chi's pool 2. And so, since we've had a little bit of time to cool, we're going to switch back over to the cam. We have our factor meal, which we're going to be able to kind of munch on. And I apologize. I'll try and eat quietly, but we're going to munch on it as we play some junk decks. If I can get it open. We're going to have to show it to you guys with the plastic on. We have the chili mac, and then we have the garlic broccoli, which I'm a big broccoli person. I didn't think I would ever be. But as I got older and my taste kind of evolved, I do really like a good, well-cooked broccoli. And so we're going to jump back into a little bit of Snap. Factor, again, is the featured sponsor for today. The meals are very quick. Instead of the takeout, you still have to drive. It's still going to be a little bit more expensive. Or if you do order delivery, it's going to be more expensive with the fees. These are quick, they're well balanced, and so you know what you're going to be eating. And so it's a little bit healthier for you, quite a bit healthier for you than fast food. And it smells delicious. So I'm excited to try our first one. Spider Hal absolutely swindled us earlier, so we have to be on the lookout for what they have up their sleeve here. I'll fight with the plastic for a little bit. We've almost got it, but we're going to continue fighting here. So I think something like Debris into Black Vortex could be good. Looking ahead on turn 3. Broccoli has to be the al dente for me. So I like it blanched quite a bit. If it's Titania left could be crazy too. Do it as a last turn play. I like where your head's at. So Null is kind of scary if cards get pushed up. Broccoli steamed with a twist of lemon. Yeah, and this is broccoli, or this is garlic broccoli. And so I think it should be good. It also has corn in it, mixed in. And so Factor is the sponsor of today. So if you guys haven't, Factor is that quick meal prep, and I've heard really good things about their products overall. So I'm excited to be able to try it. I think we go Magic into the right lane. Orca makes a return. If only it could have my new variant. Yeah, yep. I'm an Orca enjoyer. You can tell by the split that I have on him. Dedicated to my craft. If nothing else, I always play some Orca. I bet this is the first and only ever gold Orca. You might be surprised. Actually really good. Okay, so Shang-Chi in mid takes out the Orca, bumping up their null in the process. So our Orca was beautiful, but didn't last very long. Doc is good now.
Wrong place, buddy.
Yeah, Doc to the left could be cheeky. And I always like being cheeky. But we're also a little afraid that they don't pull more than 10. We could always just Doc Ock mid and hope for the Shang-Chi. But the fun line is Doc Ock into Bar with No Name. Green Goblin helps with left. Ooh, yeah, we could. We could play Green Goblin after the fact. Okay, so Coulson, we need more than 10. At least. Oh, super unfortunate. We did end up hitting the blob, so Vision, Onslaught. We win the left lane, unless they have Legion. Legion could potentially stab us in the back, but otherwise, something like Titania Viper is going to send them the rock. We could also go ahead and play Hazmat, I guess, but we can use that alongside Shang-Chi. So we're going to cap out this lane, then all we have to do is Shang-Chi on the last turn onto their Red Hulk, and we'll be fine. I mean, Legion is common. Yeah, Legion is pretty common, but they have to be able to draw it. So we're hoping that they don't. That's our hope. Loki's not going to do it. No way they have it. They have 24 cards, right? We were hoping. We were very hopeful. And so now all we have to do is Shang-Chi here. That swings Titania back our way. We already automatically win left. And so we can just kind of flare it from there with like Hazmat, Nebula, whatever we feel like doing. But pick what he ate. He only ate 2 cards. He ate Vision, and he ate Onslaught. So we're really good blob pull for him. Goblin left? Yeah, Goblin left could also add that 3 power over there. But Spider Hal, I think Spider Hal was the one that stole 8 from us earlier with the Legion play, right? And so we got a few of them back there. Destroyer mid? They could have quaked. There's a lot of outs that they could have had. I'm just glad that they didn't have any. Huge. I don't know if you were joking or not. But they changed Viper yesterday, and so it no longer has a chance to hit Titania. It always targets the lowest power card in your lane. Rue, you said this deck is so good, bro. After playing it for a while, I can confidently say so. I had a hunch Ajax's strongest deck would be Clog. But I think the Viper deck was huge for him. And so I definitely feel good about this cook. It's been my most successful cook for a while. And I should have known that it would have been in like a junk or something meta. So we are back up to a 69% win rate over 58 games, averaging just under 1 cube per game. It's been ridiculously consistent. What did we discard? We discarded Magic. They lost in an Arisham deck. It won't matter as much. They lost Mockingbird. So no game extension. We have to play it a little bit, like maybe more aggressive. KM Worst, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Yeah, it definitely made Viper viable versus being that like just prayer and a hope. I don't think this one's going to be a win. With no magic, no game extension, no early clutter, I'm not sure that we can do much here. Yeah, I don't think it'll function the same without White Widow. Like you can replace it with like a Scorpion, or Jeff would be that flexible tool. That's probably what I would try first, but I don't think it would ever be quite the same. Let's go ahead and go Doc Ock to the left. We're gonna need that lane to be a loss for him from whatever we pull in, and I don't think it's gonna be. Ajax in mid is crazy. They must have gotten that from what, Cable? Shang-Chi's unfortunate. I think that seals the deal. We could do White Widow, Viper, Titania, but we would have to hope that they play away from Onslaught Citadel, because this would be a -12, -8, -8 +2. It's not awful, they play for mid, unfortunately. And so we're not going to be able to win it. But I was kind of hoping that with whatever they top deck, since they didn't have many options in hand, we could get them to push for right instead.
Hey, welcome. It
Hog
took
right?
you long enough.
It was the last turn. Titano. Oh, wait. V-Merc. Sorry. I got off online. V-Merc, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. That pushes us to 23 for the day. And very much appreciate you guys hanging out on this Friday with me. Hopefully you all had a fantastic week. And we have been having such an incredible stream. And it's a sponsored stream nonetheless. And we have the Factor food, which I'm trying not to like chow down on, but it's very good. I don't want to eat like a pig, but it's the it's chili mac. And so if you're a fan of chili mac, which may just be me, but it is very, very good. The broccoli is very good. It's not like sometimes with microwavable meals you get like it's like kind of like chewy. That's not the case with this one. It feels and tastes. The consistency is very good. And then V-Mark, you said, I didn't notice, was eating? Yeah. Oh, gotcha. You were eating. Were you eating your Factor meal? So we have Viper. We can send the Widow's Kiss back their way. We're going against Lousy. It could be a mirror match, and so Viper could just end up sending the Widow's Kiss one more time. But I think we start with Viper here. Next turn could be Debris. Maybe it's like a Titania plus a White Widow. I like the way you talk. You sound genuine and that you know what you're doing without sounding like you're better. Yeah. And so I definitely never want to come off as like better than anyone, because I could lose just as easily as anyone else. But I do play a ridiculous amount of Marvel Snap. And so I enjoy the game, and I'm glad that it comes off that, I enjoy it, that I'm good, but not like cocky. Because cocky is definitely not in my wheelhouse. Like I just can't. I don't think I could pull off cocky if I tried. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. So the Green Goblin, Titania stay. Ooh, actually, not as unfortunate. Okay, yeah, never mind. It is as unfortunate as I thought. If they had 4 more here, we would win by 1. So we may be able to sneak in like a sneaky Debris. Language? Wait, what did I say? Did I say something bad? I don't think I did. You had your deck? Yeah, I think it's a mirror match. So I think a Debris, and then if we get pulled by Doc Ock, so be it. We counter Doc Ock them. Oh, cocky? Gotcha. Okay, maybe it was when I said cocky. As long as they don't play into Mount Vesuvius, we're fine. If they do, then we're probably at their mercy and we lose 8 cubes. That's how it's going to flow. He may be sniping. I don't think cocky is a bad word. Are you winning, son? Liquid gloves. We are doing very well today, so far. This one could be sniping. He's taking a little while. I doubt it. I always try to assume that someone's not sniping. Maybe they're just thinking through what they want to do. But if we were worried about it, we could always kind of try to do a counter, like a Doc Ock that moves over to the left if we don't get Shang-Chi'd. We could also Doc Ock here. Like, there's several potential lines we have. Like, we have the chance to pull into one of their Debris from their hand. And so I don't think it's a bad line either. So Mount Vesuvius comes down. Let's see what they ended up locking in here. Clog 'em? Clog 'em. So HD Crockett, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 2 months. He said here to get you one step closer to getting you to quit your job. Thank you so much for the support and for being here. So they have the Hazmat in the left. They went for they went for the lead in the left. And now going to this turn, we've pulled their Shang-Chi. We haven't played anything that moved from Aunt May's though, right? So it becomes an Ajax fight. I would want to do like a Red Hulk into Aunt May's. But it moves over into Limbo, and so then that one doesn't win it for us. Play right, he moves. Yeah, we can play it right, he moves. Then we have the ability to do Red Hulk into Aunt May's. Has Doc ever not pulled Shang? No, I don't think so. I think it's written in the code. It has to. So they have their Doc Ock now. Interesting. Debris, unfortunate. Hazmat, a little unfortunate. Then Ajax shifts over. They don't have Shang-Chi. They don't have Red Hulk, I don't think. They only have one card in hand. So their 3 cards left are... If it's an exact mirror. Their 3 cards left are Titania, Red Hulk, and Viper. Watch the one card be Negasonic. Oof, that'd be... So if they have Titania, that brings them up to 18. This brings us up above 18. If they have Viper, 18. The only thing we lose to is a top-decked Red Hulk. Nebula, not Titania. I agree. So I guess it's a 1 out of 3. So it's a 1 out of 3 chance we lose. 2 out of 3 chance we win. So I like those odds. We're going to stick it out. Did they snap or did you? I think we did. Cannonball. Not what I was expecting. A little bit of a riff off of what we had, but the scaling of Red Hulk allows us to win the point differential. Very, very close. Whew. But we couldn't leave anyways. Mount Vesuvius. Thank you for pointing that out. So good thing he had priority. I don't think it was a snap, or I don't think it was a snipe, Woofin. I think it was sometimes with a lot of options in your hand. Sometimes clutter decks take a little while to figure out like what line you should be going with. And we do have Hal once again. So as you get a little bit higher on, you typically start running into the same people over and over again. Let's go ahead and go White Widow to the left. There's a chance that they play a card there, and so we're going to give them a card draw out of it, which is a little unfortunate. I guess not the worst thing either. What was the name? I don't remember, Glavin. That's really bad, but I don't remember. I don't remember who we just played against. So we could go for Viper, but I think we go for like a Magic. Next turn would be Viper Titania in the left. Oh, the name was lousy? Gotcha. You climb mostly on or off stream. Most of the time it ends up being off stream. Because most of the time I play pretty poorly on stream. Just because I like to try a lot of different new builds. And a lot of times new builds don't do well. So even when I'm experimenting off stream, like if I'm cooking, I'll usually have like 3 bad decks that go negative cubes before finding the one that works. Because it goes through like a refinement period. And so a lot of times that's what I end up sitting with. If I'm running like a pre-established deck that I know does well, save the Viper. We could save the Viper for... But they have our cards, so there's a good chance that they clutter us some as well. Because they could Doc Ock this turn, or they could just kind of dump the hand. But Viper could hit whatever Green Goblin they send our way, so maybe. Your in-game picture is amazing. This one? There was a channel point redemption for like choose my avatar. And M'Baku was the one that got chosen. Rough. Rough. Had we went Viper, we still would have lost the left lane, but it still kind of stings. Overall thoughts on the over there? I think it was really good for a couple of cards. Like Lockjaw, I think it doesn't break him wide open, but it does make him decently viable. Your call mid would have worked. Ooh, to cap out mid instead? Yeah, Angel. I probably should have done that, knowing that, well, they had 2 in both locations, I guess, but watch out for Legion next turn, though. I agree. We agree. Maybe we can pull it out here. Otherwise, yeah, we may have to retreat. For the over there, I think it makes Lockjaw playable. It makes Viper not feel like a complete liability. So Human Torch, Red Hulk. So now, Legion here. It's fine. Legion here will give us Limbo into the other lanes. We could do... Viper Hazmat. That opens the door for like a Shang-Chi next turn. That swings this location. So it depends on if they play something here this turn. If they run Legion, it's fine, because they'd be Legioning into Limbo. So we're not worried about Legion anymore. Hazmat first. Hulk won't grow. So do we just do Viper then? Just in case Hulk doesn't grow this turn? Ooh, Hulk wouldn't grow if we did the Hazmat. Yeah, let's hold it off. The Viper mid. They do opt to skip there. So now it becomes dodgy. I don't think we win mid. Why do you need the Red Hulk to grow? If we used Hazmat, I would want to make sure that it could be within Shang-Chi range. So it's over 10. Taped. You said, I got a question. How do I get faster tokens?
Escaped.
The only quick way to get collector's tokens is to have the ultimate card, credit card. Outside of that, tokens are very slow to acquire. And so most of your cards are going to come from the spotlights. There are a couple of bundles on Thursdays that do token, like, or I guess Tuesdays, that do token Tuesdays. It's not a great conversion value, but if you're really needing a specific card, sometimes that might be a worthwhile use of your gold. I think I did it a couple of times when I was pushing for like Mockingbird or a couple of like really big cards that felt like they were build rounds. So how does your meal taste now that the heat lowers a bit? It tastes really good. So the noodles a lot of times become soggy in like your microwavable meals. These don't. These feel like they're cooked really well. And the broccoli, I'm a fan of the broccoli. It's not like overpowering with garlic, but it's not bland either. And so I definitely could recommend, off of just this one alone, the Factor meals. There's a couple that I'm looking forward to. One that wasn't available last week was, I think it was like a buttered chicken recipe that I'm looking forward to ordering on my next box. There's a Destroyer bundle coming up with quite a lot of tokens. Yeah, something like, but I think it's something like, it's several thousand gold. I don't remember the exact price, but you could also hold your gold for those bundles as well. So next up we have Blink, waiting for the TLSG food review channel. I mean, we can do a review of all of our Factor meals. So I bought a box that had 8, and so I heard really good things, and from what I can tell so far, it's really like it probably holds through. I was surprised how well seasoned some of the Factor meals are. Yeah. So I was thinking the chili mac would definitely be more on, I would almost want to say like the bland side, but it's very seasoned. Like it tastes like closer to like homemade chili versus like a canned chili. So it definitely is a good balance. And so radar, I'm right there with you. Just off of the one alone. So they copy one of our cards, maybe Debris, maybe Titania, maybe Hazmat. We don't know for sure. And then the Iron Fist comes down. We do copy their Ghost Spider, but with Debris, we typically make it pretty difficult for them to maneuver very many cards. Kind of like this. The play's a little wonky because Titania could end up bouncing back our way. He said, I love this deck. What a cook. This deck is incredible. So we could Ghost Spider to pull Titania over. That sends it their way, and it steals their Hercules bounce. If we want to do that, I don't know. We could also just do like this, or... Oh, wait, they go first. So instead, I think we go this. That's going to send Titania their way when it pulls over into this middle lane, and it will cap them out if they don't have anything placed there. Saint, you said one game from Infinite? Mod Arsham gives me Agatha. Oof. So the Beast, never mind. And then the Falcon. Wow. So they used both of their pull-in mechanics there. And so Debris, it's not going to fill mid, but it does make it a little bit harder for them to push cards around. I'm surprised they didn't use Ghost Spider to turn off Limbo. Me too, honestly. But they could do it now, I guess, right? Maybe they were trying to surprise us because they have Nocturne and Ghost Spider in hand. And they have Tempo, or they have the lead. But it's only for one additional cube. I think we're just going to drop Red Hulk and see. We could Ajax left, but I want to, if there's a turn 7, I want to do that next turn. Because right now, Ajax won't do much to the left. How's Ajax doing? On turn 7s, he does really, really well. So there's the Nocturne and then the Ghost Spider. Okay. So they do rip away Limbo. They'll get the extra cube out of it. Had they snapped, we definitely would have retreated, but I did want to see it play out. Just maybe they didn't see the line. But Ajax is doing really well. He's a really big power play on the last turn. And so I don't think like building around Ajax entirely is the way to go. I think more of just like a 2-card like combo piece in like a Hazmat Ajax would definitely be what we're looking for. You want if that turned into Monster Island. I mean, we had an out. Hulk Wright would have won because of the Titania move. Would have been a tough call, though. I think building around the like affliction status, it leads to being too counterable by things like Luke Cage. This one doesn't. If they have Luke Cage, that's fine. Your Ajax is still going to be like 18 power, and it doesn't hurt it all that much. And so I am liking Ajax in this build a lot more than I thought I would. The first day I brewed like 4 or 5 Ajax builds and all of them went incredibly negative. But I was building like almost solely around trying to build it into that affliction. And so whether it be like self-infliction with Typhoid Mary or like the Hazmat stuff, it just all felt a little bit too gimmicky. Are you taking this into Conquest today? This deck looks fun. Might have to use some keys. We could. The Infinite doesn't open up today, right? If they went negative, then it's in theme. I mean, they went negative just like the power levels on the board. So with Hood and Rocket, this is going to be a bounce deck, which is a little bit harder to play against. We do have the Ajax Hazmat combo. Let's turn off Dream Dimension for now. Werewolf, interesting. Is White Widow better off as a Scorpion or Jeff? I would say no. I would say that would be an okay replacement. Like it's not gonna tank your overall performance for having it. But I do think that the Clog from White Widow is more beneficial. They must have an Annihilus. I think they have a Falcon, is what I'm betting on.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then a Drain Imrev. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Huge support that pushes us to 24 for the day. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we can always kind of hide a Nebula here. Maybe it's a Nebula debris situation. Next turn we could look to do like a Viper. Ooh, okay, so Ajax. Interesting Hazmat cook, or Ajax cook. Goodness. All right, so they have 5 cards in hand. I think Doc Ock to the right allows us to fill most of their spaces into like a Hazmat Ajax of our own. Maybe even Hazmat Shang-Chi to take out their Ajax. But I think it starts with Doc Ock to the right. Falcon pulls them back in. All right, so that is what they ended up having or being able to go with. Sage to the left is big. And then Demon. So Werewolf stays over in the left lane for now. And then Hood. Okay, perfectly fine. And Shang-Chi. Not as fine. Not as fine at all. So unless we're confident here, they do have a Demon, so they can play it in mid. Rough stuff. So this goes down by 4. It goes down to 5. So this wouldn't do it. They run Shang and bounce. Apparently. It's a werewolf deck, so I don't think it's a full-on bounce brew. This one has to be a back out. Unfortunate. But holding that Falcon, they did really well there. They're also running Ajax in the bounce deck too. So interesting brew from Herbert. Rank 85, I would expect nothing less. It looks like we're getting a little bit of... He bounced Doc Ock just fine. He did. He bounced it right off the board. Shang is Doc Ock tech, of course. Every time. I thought I played Butt earlier today. And so... Or do they have 2 accounts? Is that what you mean? Dropping my food. Next up, we have JD Trick. Let's go ahead and start with, I think Nebula in the left. So with Stark Tower, there's a better chance that they play into that lane, but with Nova, a little unfortunate. So the Nebula won't do great. The rocks from Debris, until they drop a Killmonger, won't be fantastic. And so against a Destroy deck, or just like a standard Destroy, I think this deck would fall pretty heavy. But you typically don't see them very often anymore. This could also be Silver Surfer, that runs just a Killmonger as that flare. I think Magic and Murder World, just in case it's a Destroy deck. What does over-the-air OTA mean? So OTA is an over-the-air change. So they have 2 different types of like changes or patches. OTA is over-the-air. That means you don't have to re-download any assets or do anything for it to take effect. Versus a patch, it requires re-downloading or updating the game. And so they can change like the numbers and some of like the basic stuff with a card through the over-the-air. For like a complete rework of a card, it would have to be over a patch. And so Gwynpool comes down. They haven't destroyed anything yet. I would assume they have a Killmonger though. And so against this type of deck, I don't think we would ever snap. But we're going to go Titania Viper into Limbo. Maybe we go Titania Viper to the left. Wrong call. I was thinking maybe they would destroy the Sabretooth this turn, but no. Never mind. Fancy rock? Yeah, it's a very fancy rock.
Enough said.
I love my Debris split. It is my favorite one in the game by far. So, unfortunately,
all systems go.
They destroy here. We could have capped them out here, but even that's a decent amount of power for them. No. I was gonna say maybe we Doc Ock somewhere else, but I don't think even just, like playing it mid or left would even be enough to win us one of those lanes. So we'll play to the right. Yeah, I think we always lose here. This one's a destroy deck is definitely the one of the worst matches or matchups for this build. And so Gwynpool, Deadpool comes down. Let's see what else they have in their hand. Death, all right. And the Sabretooth. So with Red Hulk, without the Shang-Chi, we can't do like the hazmat stuff to recall Titania back. This is gonna be a 1-cube retreat. Yeah, Destroy is definitely a tough matchup. Anything that runs like a Killmonger can be a little bit problematic. But those are so infrequent right now that it's not a huge, like, it doesn't negatively affect the stats too much. If this deck gets popularized, then maybe we see a lot more Destroy as a result. And if so, Mill does fantastic into Destroy stuff. That's why you like armor in your clog. You could try and like tech in an armor, but I feel like this. I feel like the more pieces we get, the more and more clutter or clog or junk becomes a really hard 12. So before it was really only like 5 pieces that you needed, and then everything else was kind of wobbly. Where we're at now, I feel like we're much closer to like a core 8 to 10, and then there's a few flex spots in between there. Have you played a lot of ramp? How essential is Blink? I haven't played in like an obsessive amount of ramp. I've played very little since Blink came out. Blink does do really good in the ramp like archetype, but I'm like it functioned okay without it. It's just a good way to consistently get that positive flip. And then Shadowfire, you said, hello TLSG, flew here from YouTube. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for being here, Shadowfire. Hopefully you enjoy the stream. Hopefully you enjoyed the video, and hopefully you've had a good week as well. We're glad to have you here. So we can always take out Gamma Lab with Shang-Chi, because it is an Arisham build. Maybe they have Loki, and that's what they're snapping into. We also have the Ajax Hazmat combo. If we draw Magic, then it'll be the ideal lineup, but we'll see. Saint Envy said, all right, hear me out. Legion in the clog deck for the 1 out of 50 games that you get in Central Park. I mean, good. So that is a lot of Hulks on their side of the board. But we are sitting on a Shang-Chi. A Debris top deck here would be beautiful. Magic's okay too. I think we... Magic Baxter building.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Yeah, Shang is huge in mid. And then don't be mad, brah. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I love the name. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Debris would be really big here too, if we can somehow find it. No, not quite. So Viper could win us left lane, and then we're just looking to win mid or clog mid after that. So I almost want to go that over the Doc Ock. Thanks, you too. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week. I almost want to go Viper left. That'll hit negative ninja. Doc Ock becomes a little bit scary at times. So I think we'll do this. Next turn, in case we're afraid of a Legion, we can go ahead and drop like Shang-Chi Hazmat. No. That would still lose mid. I think our Debris came a turn too late, but as long as they don't have Legion, that's fine. We could always just Red Hulk to the right. How we doing? We are doing fantastic so far. We have been absolutely dominating the ladder so far today. But we could Red Hulk right in case they Legion here. That would give us the win in the right and the left. And then if not, we have the Shang-Chi line in mid next turn. But that may not win over another big power play they have. So I think maybe Doc Ock mid is probably the safer play. It doesn't win against a Legion, but just about everything else. Legion PTSD, yeah, now that's all I'm seeing now is the Legion line. And so Enchantress is perfectly fine. All we have to do is hit the Shang-Chi and we're good to go. But we can Shang-Chi, then whatever else from there won't really matter. I'm going to play Debris to the left, and we'll call that good. They may stick this one out. Since we Doc-Ocked mid, maybe they're more afraid of the Shang-Chi, though.
Victory.
Gob left for some... we can gob left for the style points for sure. Ooh, imagine Kyra. Kyra would have been a flare, too. Use key for Ajax. I like him in this build. I like him as a 2-card power piece. Not necessarily like the full-on affliction builds like we were, I think, trying when it came out first. But I do like him in this build a lot. Debris mid for arrow. To counter the arrow, the potential arrow play. Next up we have Clifford, and Savage Land is beautiful for us. We're going to skip here. Green Goblin, Debris, all of those are fantastic in Savage Land. Hotel Inferno is also kind of cool, but unless we threw out Titania early, we don't have anything good to play there, so I'm just going to skip. Okay, Ant-Man, ooh, takes out our Ajax, and then our Red Hulk. Woof. Those are our big late game power plays. That is treacherous, my friend. Let's go with the, we do get our mill tools as a result, but it's really rough. I've been running Ajax in a list like this with a Nihilist instead of Doc, and it has been nasty. Yeah, every other list I tried. Yep, I agree. So everything that I tried Ajax in on the first day was bad. I went super negative. I couldn't even steal more than 30% of wins. Versus what we have now, definitely feels much more optimized, much more efficient, and we've been having a really good time. So we have the Titania Green Goblin, send them both over into Limbo. The main reason I want to do it here is so that we can deactivate Ant-Man at the end of the game. Next turn we have a White Widow and a 50% chance to draw into Viper. We could cap out this left lane, or looking at a White Widow plus Debris could also be in the cards as well. And so then that gives us our 2 lanes that are capped out. We just have to get the little bit of power that we have into those. And then Ook, he said, Mr. TLSG, I have a favor to ask you. As we like similar decks, I need you to say yes, unlock Ajax if you truly believe it's worth for players like us. I really like it in this shell. I think Ajax ends up being a bit more flexible than Cannonball, because a lot of times you're going to get good mid-range value cards. And so I really enjoy it in the shell. But that's all I can tell you. I don't know. We could do Doc Ock mid or Doc Ock left. That does open the door for a Shang-Chi later. I like that better than White Widow Debris, because White Widow Debris, it caps us out here. If they played anything in this lane, they could have a pretty easy win there. So we're going to go ahead and Doc Ock to the left and call that good. You're not making it easy for me. I mean, with everything else, Ajax was very much mediocre. And so if you like a deck like this, this is probably my preferred version of Ajax or Junk by far. And then Tech Ninja, you said, I saw your latest video. Looking forward to trying this, but don't have Ajax. You can take out Ajax for Cannonball and take out Hazmat for Jeff, and it'll do decently still. And yeah, Ajax gets better with Cassandra drops as well, a little bit better. So the Leech takes out our ability to play our own reveals, but we can always do something like Viper. And that should give us enough leeway in the left lane. And then all it takes is summoning Titania back to our side. They lose 9 power, and we gain 5 of it. So it's a 14 power swing regardless of what we play in that middle location. It's cool they added past Spotlight variants. Yes, so I saw a few of them. They're very expensive, but it is very cool that they have them there. We can't know his true potential. Yeah. And I think Ajax is one that he'll be very rigid, but but I think the decks he's good in, so especially as that like 2-piece combo, I think will be pretty competitive. I do like this this Nightcrawler variant, but we are balling on a budget, and so we're gonna all of those would be passes. But we do have the Gold Pass, and if you spend any amount of money at all in the game, Season Pass would be my first recommendation, and then Gold Pass is the second. You get the biggest bang for your buck here, because over the 30 days you get like 1,800 gold or something, yeah, 1,800 total, which is like $25 worth of gold for 5.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
It just takes a little bit of patience and logging in daily. And so if you are even a moderate spender, those are both two that I'd really recommend. After that, it comes down to a lot to preference. And then Murdoff, I don't think I called this one out. Thank you so much for the 4th month as a Prime sub. You said it's Prime time for a TLSG sub. Thank you so much, Murdoff. And then Miso and Rice, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub for the month. Very much appreciate it. That pushes us closer to Partner Plus, which we are getting decently close to. We may be able to hit for this month. Then it would just be holding that down for the next couple. And so definitely very exciting. With me looking at the prospect of going full-time streaming and content creation, that definitely weighs pretty heavily there too. So let's go ahead and continue our absolute tear with the list. What are we holding down percentage-wise? We dropped a little bit down to it's like 65. We had a little bit of a loss streak, but we're still maintaining a very high win rate, over 66 total games for that sample size. Recommending Gold Pass to your viewers is like recommending drugs. I mean, I don't get anything from the Gold Pass, like for you guys purchasing the Gold Pass. But what I'm saying is, it's the most efficient use of the money. Like if you're buying like regular gold sets or bundles, you get more out of the gold pack than you do anything else. So definitely buy it in moderation. But it's like the Season Pass. I can always recommend that one, because even if you don't like the card, it's good value. And then Real Recluta. Can you cook a list to complete the Man-Thing missions? Do you have Arsham? Throw Man-Thing and Arsham and you're good to go. You could also do it in like a Spectrum ongoing. I think Man-Thing could be okay there. But I don't think it would be anything like groundbreaking. So we're going to go ahead and Green Goblin to the left. They did destroy their Pixie, so we have to look out for the potential Mobius. But if we can get them capped out early enough, then it won't matter too much. I'm going to play Nebula into mid. I would play it into the left lane, but I think we have a pretty sizable lead with all of the negativity over there that I don't think we have to focus there anymore. Yeah, I think Man-Thing would be okay with Jean Grey ongoing stuff. And so Man-Thing, Ajax, Spectrum. Ajax ends up having a really high cost for what he provides most of the time. So I tried him in a Spectrum list. I didn't really care for it there, but your experience may be a little bit different than mine. So we're going to cap out the left lane between the White Widow guaranteed from the Viper and the Titanium bouncing their way. And then it comes down to winning one additional after that. And so like a Doc Ock would be fantastic at like filling up a lane, giving us a very sizable amount of power that we have to overcome. Otherwise, we're going to be dropping Red Hulk to the right next turn. Doc Ock is beautiful. Doc Ock into maybe a Red Hulk. Or if we draw Hazmat, I guess Ajax may be bigger than Red Hulk as well. We're just going to pull all their cards. The Vision move was big, unfortunately. So we're going to pull several of their cards, but they're not going to be capped out in the right lane. So it's not a guaranteed amount of power that we're facing up against. You said I just took this list and slammed Man-Thing in instead of Red Hulk, since I'm missing the card. I mean, what if it works for you? Is Morph any good? Morph right now has quite a bit of value, but it takes almost like a particular build to make him work and make him valuable. And so something like the Kitty Pryde, Athena, Angela engine used Morph very, very well. Oh, what a great Hazmat. They have what, like Red Hulk? This is going to be like 30 power, so it's bigger than the Red Hulk. I want to snap against them, see if they'll stay. And move Vision over. And then play whatever here. As long as it's not Eliath, we'd be good. Wait, you said I know he means well? Wait, what? Why not Hazmat right? We're just bringing Titania back over. We could Hazmat right if we were kind of worried about winning that lane. It gives us an extra little bit over there. 1 out of 3 for a hammer? Yeah, 1 out of 3 for a hammer too. I missed some conversation that's going on, so I apologize, you guys. But let's go ahead and launch it into the right lane. If they stay, then we have a really big power swing in our Ajax. We wouldn't be able to compete with the double trigger of Beta Ray Bill in mid, plus the Jane Foster, just a little bit higher than what our Ajax will scale. But otherwise, we have a really good shot. They snapped, so they have to stay? No, I think I snapped. I boomer snapped them. So the Mjolnir coming in, buffing up the Thor, and then Dr. Doom, Hazmat coming in with a maximum carnage into the Ajax, and that should ricochet us right over that really sizable power that they have over there. But that surprise big burst of Ajax with the Hazmat on turn 7 is just so impactful, so effective. And so, wait. Now I'm really trying to find this one. It said I know he means well. I want to find the original message. Maybe I can do that. It may be way up here. But no, as far as Jesus, that Hazmat is crazy. Yeah, it does some wild things. Just that double drop puts us into like a 30 power play in that one lane. And so being able to guarantee we win one with like clutter, Ajax can swing the other back, and it's just crazy. I would just let it go. It's not exactly a great plan. Okay. Okay, Fry. I don't know if you're directing at me or the other person, but we'll let that one go. I did see somebody concerned, and so I was wanting to try and find it, but... So we have Ajax, we have win a location with 4 cards, and then the Man-Thing one. Honestly, I'll probably just throw Man-Thing in like an Arisham deck, or a Spectrum while going and fight that one out in Conquest. That was at you? Okay, Fry. You said still mulling over Ajax, only have 6 keys, and want Cannonball and Red Hulk. I think Ajax is really good in like a last turn like surprise play. Outside of that, I don't think we'll see it a whole lot. And so if you like junk decks, this one may be, yeah. Cannonball and Red Hulk have been like tried and true. They've been here a long time. That may be a better line. I almost don't like the Doc Ock on turn 1. Because it's not going to fully cap them out. Unless they double drop in the left lane. That is. Vision's unfortunate, and then Spider-Ham hits our White Widow, which is fine. We pulled out Leech. They have a limited capacity here. Ooh, into Savage Land. They have a limited capacity in the left lane, but we still have to do a little bit of heavy lifting. Shang-Chi's no longer in play, which is a little bit scary. Oh, gotcha, Dino. Gotcha. Is it Ajax is like Meek? You don't build a deck around it, but it's a good support card. Yeah, I agree, Alpha. It's not one that you're going to see every single game and all over the place. Like, I think next week, Copycat will be a card that's probably in a much wider array of decks and serves a really good purpose in those builds. And so, I'm honestly surprised, and I enjoy Ajax, but he could be a skip as well. Like, he doesn't feel like a must-have. He's really good when you have like the 2-card piece, but outside of that, he's kind of limited in his play space. Wait, they moved Vision out? Are they just doing it to juke us out? I'm gonna see if I can cap out their left lane. Korg shuffles their deck. Copycat is going to be fun. Yeah, and I think the big thing that I missed originally was that Copycat says steal. It doesn't say copy their text. It's steal. Oh my goodness. Bulbaquill, thank you so much for the resub for the second month. And then Cables Dumbs, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted. Huge support, you guys. That pushes us to, 31 for the day? If you got one of the gifted subs from Cables, make sure to thank them in the chat. A huge support. Thank you for being here. And thank you for enjoying the content. That definitely pushes us up into, I should be hype train status, but maybe not. All right, so they did just move it to juke us out. Maybe they juke us out again. We go debris. We'll see. Love the content. Thank you so much, Cables. We enjoy the game and we enjoy remaining positive, and so being able to kind of share those experiences with you guys is more than I could ever ask for. This is turning into a very quick retreat game. Yeah, there comes the snap. All right. It does look like it is time for a quick ad break. We're going to run very quickly to a minute and a half of ads. And from there, we will be back. We're not going anywhere, but we will kind of hold off on starting the next game. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue climbing up the ladder. It slowed down a little bit here recently, but we're still making some great strides. We're still around top 150. So we will see you guys in just a second. Oh my gosh, Cable with the additional 5. Hopefully you have a sub already. If not, I'll gift one to you myself. Thank you for the 5 gifted. The second round of 5 gifted. Huge support. Had Cooties dodge. So everybody that just got one of the additional gifted subs from Cables definitely dodged the ads. And so I appreciate the support. Appreciate the second 5. Love to see the positivity and just all of the growth around this channel. And then Lonnie Town, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. Thank you for being here. Cables is cracked. Cables is absolutely cracked. Coming in big with the gifted subs. We're going to go ahead and load into the next one. We have a little less than a minute, but that gives us time to match in and then slow play the first round as the ad viewers get back. You said, I think the annoying part regarding the gold pass is gold isn't as valuable as it once was. Yeah, so they don't necessarily do the direct purchases, but you can, a lot of times I convert mine into credits. And so it gives you, I think 1800 ends up being, because 1200 gives you 1500 credits. And so I think it's, what, 2250 credits, which gets you at least a third of the way to a key. And so for $5, you get almost a whole spotlight key out of it. And that's without any kind of like better conversion values or anything like that. That's just quick napkin math, so don't hold me to it, but it's around something like that. Said White Widow is really good in the deck. What would you recommend as a sub? You can go something like Scorpion. You could try something like Jeff, but it's not going to be quite as good. It's not going to be quite as good because the biggest piece of finding a way to win with this deck is being able to cap out an opponent's location. So White Widow definitely helps with that consistency. If you don't have it, then I definitely think something like Jeff or Scorpion if you're going the Ajax route. So if they play over here this turn, then Debris is not going to be great. Otherwise, I think we give them and gift them the lead here. Depends if they play there or not. They do play a card over there. Our Debris is only going to hurt us. They have a Typhoid Mary, so they could be going with an Ajax line that I find kind of interesting. Now, we have Shang-Chi. So, wait. Oh, we have to play in the Avengers compound. I don't really want to play Ajax out, though. Maybe we will. Next turn, we can go Titania, Shang-Chi both in the left. Or we just go Red Hulk hidden in Dark Dimension. We have a lot of ways to swing back and win Asgard. Said Widow is like Nocturne. It's hard to recommend subs. Yeah, it's a very unique one. And you definitely lose potency in the deck by dropping it. So they have Ajax as well coming into mid. So we're susceptible to Shang-Chi. So are they. Wait, this is a final turn. Since we go first, this would win us left. We're worried about what's in mid. By taking this one out, we're below Shang-Chi range. But we're also not putting a lot of extra power there. Titania, I think, bounces their way. But I think they play only one card. That would be our only chance to win this lane, I think. Hazmat right. So you could Hazmat right, but I think they're going to have Hazmat right as well. Like, I think that's what's hidden here, is a Hazmat. And so, and unless we take out their Ajax, it's going to kind of equal out. But do they play 2 cards in the middle location? I don't know. We're going to try this. This was my gut. Ooh, the double drop could be promising. If one is Shang-Chi and then something else, they're going to take our Titania and then take it back. So Ghost, it's fine. Oh, Luke Cage. Luke Cage may not be fine. So the Mockingbird to the right. Now we lose the point differential. It was very, very close, but the Hazmat line, I don't think would have won it for us because their Ajax would have outscaled us. It was just a tough mirror. Or just like similar build, not a mirror, but it was just a tough match. Is it quick tech in armor or Cosmo? Are we seeing a lot of like destroy? If so, then I think armor could be okay. I think armor might end up being something that you try and add back, but the overall list feels like a really solid set of cards. So it's hard to find one that you could take out and not feel worse for. Hotel Inferno here is nice. We have White Widow, Titania, Doc Ock. He said, I'm just seeing Jane Jaw or Arsham. We're seeing a lot of Arsham as well, Jimmy. Arsham's very, very popular. I actually haven't seen very much Jane Jaw. I saw a couple of builds earlier today, but since then it's been kind of quiet. And then Vim, he said, I've tried this deck out a bit, and the games with Magic feel so much better than those without. Yeah. Yep, I agree. You can still win some games without Magic, but a lot of times, a lot of your power in any kind of Doc Ock build will revolve around getting Magic down. Go ahead and Green Goblin to the left as well. I don't think they're going to play anything there, knowing that we have the Nebula. But we'll see. Ooh, Loki. Loki always becomes very scary. So now we get the Magic. Depending on where they try to pull, we can make sure that we don't get capped out in any location. So I think we Magic right, Titania. If they do a Doc Ock, we're going to counter Doc Ock pull them. Because they do have 5 of our cards. And so whether those be Debris, Titania, Green Goblin stuff, I think will remain seen. But so Titania Viper sending the Widow's Kiss our way. Unfortunate. But it is what it is. For them having so many of our cards, it's kind of crazy that that's all that they did. Do we ever... We have the Hazmat Ajax combo. I almost think we Doc Ock in the left. We get rid of the negative from the Widow's Kiss. Nebula can scale a couple more turns. And then it's like a Ajax Hazmat finisher combo. They go left. Oh, man. With a vision? The vision of excellence from Clifford. So that does become tough. The only positive thing is that if they move vision, they'll have to play something pretty sizable there. So like a Shang-Chi. Let's try Viper in mid. Maybe we throw Ajax Hazmat on the last turn. And then Trident. You said I watched your new video during the first half of my shift at work. And it was like, looks like I'm playing Destroy today. And literally the first matchup on my lunch just now was your deck. No way, Trident. Hopefully, we would have to do this, and this doesn't win the right lane. Brings them down to 4, brings us down to 3. So as long as they can win left, we can't win. But is that a gamble that we take? I don't know. They do have several of our cards still. The only one that they played Viper, which took the spot of their Galactus. That was the only thing they've played from us. So Shang-Chi, Hazmat, Magic, Ajax, all within the realm of possibility. We're going to jump out.
Escape.
The Shang send Titania over. Shang-Chi here would. Yeah, Shang-Chi to the left would send Titania over. Isn't awful. Similar to, you used to be able to do, if you run Cannonball, on 6 you can do Titania plus Cannonball to clear one space in their lane, and then Titania sends over into that one space. It's a really cool combo. You don't use it all that often, but sometimes knowing that that's how that interaction works can win you games. Yeah, I think we probably would have beat Shang-Chi left, thinking about it. Thinking about the Titania move. We maybe could have stayed for it. All right, next up we have Butt. The first location is Sewer System. We'll go ahead and play our Nebula there. A lot of times they won't want to play into that lane because of the negative affliction. So it either becomes stopping Nebula from scaling or having your cards negatively afflicted. Let's White Widow into mid. I don't typically like to snap into that line. I feel like it's a little bit too transparent. They could also have a White Widow that they play into Bar Sinister, which could swindle us there since they had initiative. But the Nico is fine. We will cap out the Bar Sinister location, and that should make this one very much winnable. What do you think about splashing Hydra Bob in your other decks now that he's 1/5? I have a Black Swan deck that I have Hydra Bob in, but we'll see how we'll see if we break that one out today or not. Go ahead and Magic in the left lane. And then Little Robitussin, you said, hey man, can't believe I didn't follow you. Longtime fan, hope you're doing well. Thank you for being here, Little Robitussin. I recognize your name, and so I can see that. I can see it being easy to maybe not hit that follow button. Sometimes it's easy to overlook. It's a very small button. But I'm glad that you're here now, and I'm glad you're enjoying the content. We could send them Nebula, but they have Nocturne that can move. Without a... Actually, I think it's okay without Limbo. Without a turn number 7, we probably drop Hazmat next turn. Anything bounce with Hitmonkey? Yeah. Yep. That's the Black Swan deck that I have built out for it. Is a like Hitmonkey bounce. I think Sasquatch as well. Yeah. Why not Titania into Viper? Because it wouldn't cap out one of their lanes entirely. And so I don't like to play the Titania unless I can almost guarantee that it's going to like fully cap a lane.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Laniac, thank you so much for the tier 1. That puts us at 38 for the day. Thank you for the support. Glad you're back. I'm glad that you're here to enjoy the content. Doc Wright can save the turn 7. Yeah, unless they move it this turn, which then we still may be able to just win off of like Ajax Titania. And thank you for the tier 1. That helped us get closer to Partner Plus, which we're creeping ever closer to that goal. My
hey, welcome.
Goodness.
It took you long enough.
Trident Skirt and a Little Robitussin. Thank you both for the tier 1s coming in as well. That puts us
Hey, welcome.
even
It took you long
closer
enough.
to Partner Plus. I think that puts us around the like 65 range, if I'm not mistaken, out of the 100 for that first tier upgrade. And so that what that does is it gives us a bigger split of like the sub revenue. So less goes to Twitch, more of it goes directly to me, which is really helpful in like supporting your favorite content creators. And so they do move the Nocturne, unfortunate, but we already win mid.
Hey, welcome. It took you long
So
enough.
let's see what else happens. And then Vim, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Huge support. Appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. So I think just playing Ajax to the right would win. We also have Shang-Chi, which takes out their 12, leaves them down 17. We go over 17 by 7. And we have room. Wait, yeah. Then we have room for a Titania. I think this is the line we stick with. I don't see them staying here, but maybe. Zhang is safer? Yeah. In case they change the left location, I agree. And then is that a... You said, let's go, let's get a hype train going. If... I'm not... I would have assumed that a hype train already popped up. We have to be incredibly close to one, if not. But I appreciate all of the support. Wait, you need who? Wait, I'm not sure what I said. I'm not. If you're talking to me, I'm not sure what I said. But we do get the 200 tokens from Ajax. That puts us actually pretty close to 6,000, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we're 550 away, and so we'll pull either Sebastian Shaw or War Machine with our tokens next time we get to 6,000. Otherwise, everything that we are missing is in the shop. Or not in the shop, is going to be featured soon. So we have Proxima and we have Call Obsidian. Both of those are coming up soon, and then we're just missing these two. So we're getting really close to being back to collection complete again. We have Pixie already. Yeah, I enjoy Pixie. Don't get War Machine. No, I'm not going to spend tokens on War Machine. Maybe Shaw, or I may just hold them for a week where I don't have enough tokens, or where I don't have enough keys to unlock the new release. Yeah, Shaw is really good in Surfer, but I don't play Surfer enough, and he's very linear in like only being good in that deck. Trident. I would almost recommend a new card. Guardian's good, but with Arsham, his consistency is all over the place. You don't know what you're going to pull. Is this a new account that doesn't have all the cards? So Demolition. No, I took a 6-month break from the game. And so I missed a lot of cards along the way. Like, I didn't even load the game during those 6 months. Well, War Machine isn't good in any decks. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. Is Ajax any good? I feel like he's good as a power piece, as like a turn 7 or turn 6 with Hope Summers drop of doing both Hazmat and Ajax. Is that kind of like surprise power? Otherwise, if you're building around him entirely, he's very counterable and very susceptible. And so do with that information what you will. I think he's really good in a deck like this. He's definitely a small package, not a complete build around. So they have Kitty Pryde. This matchup in general is kind of tough for us, unless we get kind of lucky with some of our mill card, or not our mill cards, our junk cards, or we get a lucky Doc Ock pull. Otherwise, it is very hard to win from this match. And then Technology said, "So happy you came back. We need the good positive vibes." I am very glad that I'm back, and like putting out numbers like we've been putting out, I could definitely see streaming a lot more consistently, and being able to be in that full-time realm or category. And so you guys may see a few more sponsored streams just like today's. Today's is sponsored by Factor, and the mill was actually very good, very filling, and very flavorful too. But you may see a few more sponsored streams along the way to help us kind of make that transition from like somewhere else to full-time content creation. You said quit your day job. TLSG is going pro. That's the hope one day. We'll see if we can make it happen. And so Red Hulk in mid is great. It outscales, even though Shang-Chi came down. It outscales them here. This is now within Shang-Chi range. Oh, wait. It was Kitty Pryde. Whoops. So, we could either do... I don't think we really care about the left lane. We could do something like Titania Hazmat. They also have Jeff, which is the really scary part. They've already played Shang-Chi, though. Maybe not even Titania. Maybe we go Viper, Hazmat. Next turn becomes like an Ajax Titania play to win 2 lanes. Lunch sponsored guy. That is very much us today. Is the lunch sponsored guy. And Factor did a phenomenal job. As far as microwavable meals, had somebody put it onto a regular plate and told me it was not microwave, I would have believed them. Had they said that they cooked it, I would believe them. It doesn't taste like rubbery like a lot of times you get with like reheated meals. So we could also Athena into the right lane, or Shang-Chi into the Athena. But I think Ajax is going to be more power for us. Our concern becomes if they have something like Juggernaut still teched in, that we wouldn't be able to outscale that. Let's go Ajax to the right. Titania. It's a decently sized Ajax. Definitely more than 13 power, which I think is what we're up against. Let's go ahead and send it, see what happens. You can lock the right lane with Hazmat Titania Viper. Hazmat Titania Viper could have been a call. One that we unfortunately didn't make. So, with the Orcus Forge, do we scale? Yeah, we scale. We outscale. We go up to 19. Even with the Athena scaling a bit higher, the Ajax is such a flexible last turn, like power swing, we were able to find a way to win. Coming soon to Factor, the TLSG signature sandwich. Now, if we had enough signups from my code, maybe we could make that happen. But overall, I'm just glad that they wanted to do a sponsorship, wanted to partner with me, and honestly, I'm really glad that it's good food and it doesn't feel. It makes it easier to endorse whenever it's actually good. Why is your Ajax bigger? I don't know. It was 2 power bigger though, right? That was a big Francis. That was a very big. That was a very big Francis. Wait, is that who Ajax is? I didn't know that. Is that spoilers? Like, should we not share that? That would be why he released this week. Like, it makes sense. No, I know Francis. No, I know Francis. I didn't know that did he become Ajax in Deadpool 1? It's not a spoiler anymore? Well, oops. Okay, I didn't know he became Ajax there. Like, did they ever say his name? They did? I just remember them calling him, like the soap. Ah, gotcha. He was Ajax the whole movie. But they called him, okay, but they called him Francis, and that's what I remembered was the Francis line. I don't know why I didn't make the connection, but it is what it is. All right, let's go ahead and we'll magic into the Starlight Citadel so that the locations don't change. Calling him Francis, yeah, it made him mad. I remember Deadpool. That's why he picked it. Adam, he picked Adam with the name. Can't believe I didn't make that connection. All right, so Sandrokin snapped on the 3 stones. So it's a lot of card draw. I mean, we have a decent amount of flog as well. If they play in the left this turn, this could potentially lock them in there. So I think we're going to try it. Beautiful so far. Okay, so no turn 7. We may not need it. So Titania is going to flip over there as well. We have Doc Ock. We can always Shang-Chi the Mockingbird on this last turn. So as long as they don't have a vision or something that's movable here. Zombie Limit, you said I work the bar at my local theater, and we're getting some really cool Deadpool pint glasses. No way, Zombie. I know that there was the joke popcorn bucket going around, but I'm glad you're getting a pint glass and not the Wolverine popcorn bucket. And so, big Thanos to the right, but all we have to do is a little bit of Shang-Chi, Hazmat to pull Titania back, and then that'll be the game. So that's why Colossus is the Conquest variant? Yeah. I didn't make that connection either. Order, yeah, you're probably right. Wait.
We are the future.
That's still fine, right? If we lost because of the order, I would cry. So Hazmat, that brings us back. We do pull out the 4 cubes. Kind of crazy stay from Sandroken. But we will gladly take it. We had the Ajax line if Limbo was still intact, but we didn't need it anyways. Yeah, we needed Shang before the bird got discounted. But that puts us at 8,400. That puts us below top. We are top 150 in on the ladder now. Mostly with this deck. This deck hard carries right now, or is at least hard carrying us. Now that the video's out, we may see a few more like play around potential, like people that are expecting it. But at least for a while, it was dominating. Let's see what our updated stats are. 73 games in, still holding a 64, almost 65% win rate. So it's holding steady. Yeah, when we're top 150, I think the highest I ended the season was top 100. Because a lot of times I don't like really grind out those decks that I find that are good. We just move on and try to build something that then beats them after that. Yeah, the bird nerf got him. And then I see the factor command. And so any new signups they help out the channel quite a bit, just to give you a range of like how much help it provides. It's around the same as you gifting 25 subs to the channel, which is wild. A whole lot of support. And so if you enjoy the food, if you haven't tried them, the factor meals are very quick. They're easy to heat up. So like with me supposed to be returning to the office, it gives me something that I can take into work and not have to do the prep ahead of time. And so it was 2 minutes. It doesn't taste like it was like the frozen dinners. It tasted surprisingly good. So the Titania comes down in Sakaar. That's our Titania that they copied with Mirage. Jean Grey on the left. I think we skip here. Bird power increase is such a nerf. Yeah, Shang. Yeah. So Shang before Mockingbird was so out of that range that it was hard to do anything because it was right at that cusp where it was so much power that it was a lot to have to deal with, but little enough that it couldn't be hit by Shang-Chi. It also didn't get destroyed by Gladiator unless you had some other like mechanisms in there. So I think they do play into Xandar this turn, but if not, we could. I don't want to do Titania and Nebula. We can send them 2 cards with Hazmat and Titania going back their way. So maybe we blocked them out of Sakaar if they play 1 card there. Zombie Lemon with the emote only chat. We're going to launch into the emote only for 2 minutes, you guys, or to give you a better range. We're going to be emote only until the end of this game, and then we will free you guys from the emote only jail. Enjoy it while it lasts. I love to see all the crazy emotes flying through, and I think Twitch likes the engagement that it provides as well. So Titania mid, they didn't play anything on 4. Boosty, I like the Mario one. And then Howard the Duck, Little Robin with Howard the Duck. I like that one a lot. So we can Doc-Ock. Issue becomes playing 4 and winning another one on 6. We would have to do like the White Widow Shang-Chi, which might be the line we go with, but it doesn't feel great. Beta Ray Bill is big, but the odds of them pulling to the hammer are pretty low. Jubilee, they're capping out Lake Ellis. Sonic is such a good pull for him here. Oh man. So depending on where the real Mysterio is, they can only play a card here. I think this becomes a loss. I can't see a cheeky way around it. We have Debris after they play, and so then Titania stays on our side, which also doesn't feel fantastic. But it feels better than the Negasonic. Yeah, we could also try for the Shang-Chi, but then Titania bounces their way. Unless they just skipped here. But I think this one becomes a retreat. I want to be able to find a way to win, but we're going to retreat out of it. We're going to give them the 1 instead of the 2. And as we come off of the emote-only chat, we are no longer top 150 gamers, you guys. What a shame. Didn't last long. We're going to come off of emote-only chat. It does look like it's time for a really quick ad break. And so we're going to run to the minute and a half of ads. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We're going to be right back. And in the meantime, we'll stay here. I think I'll do maybe a split on Hazmat to see what we can get going. So we will be... It was nice while it lasted. We will be right back, you guys. And then Zin the Canadian. That is almost horrifying, that emote. I'm not sure whether to be concerned or confused. Oh, I know. So let's split Hazmat. I'm going to switch over and hope we don't freeze. All right, we've been having a good run so far. I updated OBS. I deleted all of my old scenes so that it wasn't like a huge lift for the system. So far, so good. We don't have enough for a full split. Oh, but we do have one that's already purple. Let's go ahead and split the Hazmat, see what we end up getting here. And then Zombie Lemons. Yep, you can skip the ads by using a Prime sub or Tier 1 sub as well. Boofin, you said I knew we were about to have an ad break. You see everything, Boofin. Actually, we don't need to open these. These take forever to open, so I typically don't do it on stream because it takes like 5 seconds or more. It feels like 5 seconds. Maybe it's not that bad. Per pull. So we're gonna split Hazmat, see if we get anything good. I don't think we've split it enough times to really be able to do much, because that's only 2, 3. That's 3 splits. And we don't have enough for another one. Ajax, I think we're still probably pretty far from. But we can get him to that legendary orange border. I wish you could Prime sub on mobile. Yeah, it definitely isn't super easy on mobile, unfortunately. But it does look like ads are back, or those that were in the ads are back. Thank you guys for sitting through those. It does help out support the channel quite a bit. Just from like turning off pre-rolls and all of those fun things, and it helps support me and make sure that I can continue doing this and pushing to try and go full-time, because I'd like to be able to make that transition. That'd be something that it definitely Tucker, it definitely adds up. I agree. So next up we have Butt again. I'm not sure, I don't remember what they were running last time, but we do have a decent opening like clutter hand in the White Widow Green Goblin Debris. Ooh, could be a, was Butt running the mirror match maybe? Let's see. So Aunt May's, little Robitussin, thank you so much for the gifted sub over to Tucker. Huge support, man. Thank you for being here. And whether, even if you just now followed or not, I appreciate you being here. Tux needs it. Tuck, hopefully you hang out in the chat enough that you can get some good use out of it. But either way, I appreciate you guys being here and hanging out. So their Mobius jumps over to the left. So maybe it's not a mirror. Debris could be pretty good here. We unfortunately don't get anything that jumps, but we'll get debris, potentially a Viper into Doc Ock left. I'd be lurking for my boy. I do that for a lot of... honestly, I usually fall asleep with streams on running on my computer. Like, whenever I go to pick up my daughter, whenever I finish the raid, whoever we raid into, I'll leave that one up. And then usually I'll like jump over into like some different streams from there. Sometimes it's Binks, sometimes it's like KX4N.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
I kind of switch it up depending on who's streaming and when, but I do like being able to kind of mix it up a bit. So if they have a Nihilus, this lane, the Green Goblin comes our way, but the Widow's Kiss won't. Overlay issue? Thank you for the call out. We're back. I forgot to switch after I did my update, or my card upgrade. And then Krispy Kreme, Krispy Kreme, thank you so much for the Prime sub. That puts us to 43 for the day. Huge support, you guys. Definitely helping us climb back up and try to make progress toward, it is the Annihilus, make progress towards Partner Plus and towards our very large sub goal that, if we hit, would be really, really nice to see. But we don't win left from the Doc Ock because the Annihilus is there. Nothing within Shang-Chi range. I think the Viper could be good, but we aren't able to block out that left lane is the only scary thing. Yeah, Magic 1 turn too late too. Now we need to climb back to 150. We do. We lost it and we need to get it back. So the Viper here wins us this one, but the issue is that we don't win the left. Viper left wins. Wait, Viper left wins left. We can't to the left because of Crimson Cosmos. Otherwise, we would. And so that location definitely makes it a little bit. So we're going to retreat out of this one. Crimson Cosmos was a little bit too tough to play into. We'll give him the sweat emote as we jump out. Titania left goes to 15. It would go to 15. That may not be what we're calculating against, though. It's more so, can we do it? All right, let's start our climb again. Curse the ability to read. It's a struggle, I promise. I struggle with pronunciations all the time. I get roasted so bad. And then Nick from TV, you said first time catching you streaming. Love the videos very much. Thank you so much, Nick from TV. I appreciate you being here and just hanging out. I'm glad you were able to finally catch a live, though, because they are very much the same kind of vibe or wholesomeness. It's just a little bit less like streamlined because, you know, cutting out the filler is not something we can do. So in this deck, yeah, so right now only Hazmat and White Widow trigger Ajax. But since we're not going all in on the Ajax build, it hasn't been an issue yet. Azuber, and then Max, welcome in. Waffle Brain said I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I'm cursed with not reading things. Whew. The new aged Yu-Gi-Oh, I feel like you have to read. I feel like you have to read a book for just about every card. Let's go Green Goblin mid, see if we can get them capped out or get lucky with the cap. If not, or if it goes over there and they still have one space, we can always do Titanium Magic in mid next turn to send Magic, or send Titania their way. I just want to say you have a glorious mustache. Thank you so much. Typically I don't let it grow out this much, but we had a hurricane that impacted us a couple weeks ago, and I hadn't had to return to work. I was off for the 4th of July week, that I decided I'd grow it out a little bit. I was pleasantly surprised to hear you say Deadpool's Diner Day. I broke that habit. Titanium Magic left. We could, but that's not going to cap out the Krakoa location. And so then Titania is still that liability almost. of being able to jump back and forth. And with Titania, I always want to make sure that I can control where she's going to go by the end of the game, versus them having like multiple ways to kind of bounce or play around it. And then there's always the off chance that we pull a Doc Ock that we could use in Krakoa on turn 5. Or Red Hulk on 6, if there was too much retreating in high rank. Yeah, there's a lot of retreating in high rank. There's a very much, especially in like a junk deck, because junk deck, it's very transparent what you're trying to do and what you're capable of doing, and so you can typically know pretty early if you're going to lose. At Boof and tell him it's Wong. If you tell me it's Wong, that might mess with my head at this point. Also, what's the Green Goblin variant? I'm not sure. I'll look what the artist was, but it was the one from the whale track on the website. I was whaling when I was trying to catch up, and so I just fortunately unlocked, or I spent enough that I unlocked Green Goblin. That is a rough peak. We'll see what we can make happen. Zimar? Unfortunately. I mean, it's not something that I typically whale, but I was advancing my progression pretty quickly. And so, like, unfortunate that I spent that much, but fortunate that I was able to get something out of it, like the Green Goblin. Because I do use Green Goblin quite a bit. You said, do you think Ajax is worth a pickup? Interested in playing him with Evo, but also could see him being an investment towards Cassandra. I think it, for the posture check, I appreciate the reminder. I was sitting all kinds of cross-legged and awful, but get some more subs and whaling can be a tax write-off. I mean, it can be, but I think it depends on your collection. I think right now, Ajax is a really good power play on like turn 7. You said, bro, did you make this deck? I just tried it on ladder and it's fun. I did. So I checked this morning to see what like people were running with Viper, and it was nothing like this. And so I decided that Ajax and Hazmat might be a good. So I was under the impression that Hazmat Ajax was a good kind of 2-card power engine, and so I started out by just testing it without the cannonball. And it has worked incredibly well. So yeah, I did build this one. So let's White Widow into the left lane, try to cap that one out, since they want to stop Nebula from scaling. You said the bundle is too good to pass up? Which one? You said at least you get something good out of it? I saved my gold for the last 2 to 3 months from the passes. The Destroyer bundle. Yeah, I agree. The Destroyer bundle. My goodness, words are tough. The Destroyer bundle is one that looks like it's going to be a pretty good value. I gotta ask, are you going to play Rivals at all? I might. Right now I don't have like a beta key or any kind of access key. And so I might. Somewhere along the lines, I could see myself playing Rival. But it just depends on like what the stream looks like at that point. Right now, between full-time job, my daughter, and then streaming like every opportunity we can in between, I haven't had a lot of chance to be able to do that. So we win the right lane. Something like Ajax wins us left because we did pull their Hazmat out. And so I think we just lock this in. We don't have initiative, so we don't have to worry about Shang-Chi. Just an Alioth play would be what we'd be worried about.
Victory.
And so I don't know that I'd play Rivals extensively, because it does look like very much like Overwatch. But, oh, you said you can get me a key? Oh, if you're interested, 100%? All right, so I think we'll see as it gets a little bit closer, because it does look fun, being able to interact with like the Marvel IP, especially with like how much I've gotten into like the lore and the backstories from playing Marvel Snap. Might be something that I look at some point. Said I'll cry if they nerf the bundle. Not gonna lie. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully they're not listening to you right now. And then Brand Dizzle, you said happy Friday to all. We made it another one. We made it to yet another one. Thank you for being here, Brand Dizzle. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We're very glad to have you. And we did make it to another Friday, and it's been an incredible Friday so far. Like an incredible Friday. the overall like positivity in the stream numbers. If I was able to do this every time I launch stream, we would be full time. Like we would go ahead and call it right now. And so both of us White Widow into the left lane, so that becomes a wash location. Let's see what else we can make happen. So I think we magic in Murder World. Next turn would be like maybe a Titania Viper somewhere. I almost want to snap back. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go ahead and send it. I know that they're running junk as well, but I think between magic and then next turn we might have a way to cap out an additional location. Then Troll Basher, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. He said Drew Barry is going big on Rivals. It would be cool to see you two playing. That would be, I guess we'll see if what's possible. But I do enjoy me some Drew Barry. So this was the one that was running Arisham, right? So now I feel a little bit silly for snapping back because Arisham clears up this left lane for them, but not for us. Clears out the hood. We have initiative, so it would depend on if they played there or not, but something like Viper could be fine. Better to clog mid? Yeah, it looks like it. Definitely looks like it. So the Mockingbird coming down in the right lane. Unfortunate. Oof. Okay, so Green Goblin. Nebula. So if they annihilate this turn, then we have to retreat. Annihilus, yeah. So it just does the ninja, it doesn't do the Widow's Kiss.
All systems go.
Unfortunate. They Annihilus now, they win. Yeah. I forgot they were running the Annihilus deck. So definitely as we face against Butt more soon, I'll be much more cautious. Because that definitely hurts our deck quite a bit. They have quite a few clutter tools, and the Annihilus line is that like kind of backup. Junk is all over the ladder, so annoying. That's partially my fault. Robe, do you ever talk to your wife about how your streams go? All the time. Actually more recently than before, but definitely now much more. When I used to stream, I always talked to my girl when I had a good productive stream. Yeah, it's good to be able to kind of share those small victories. Like she doesn't necessarily get like the whole picture of like the stream and like what all of those like moving pieces of it mean. So like if somebody subs, or if I tell her we got 30-40 subs today, she's like she's excited, but it doesn't, I don't know, fully, it doesn't mean as much, I would say typically, but she is excited for me because she knows that I'm excited about it. White Widow is the most annoying. White Widow is really flexible, and she's just such a cheap clutter tool. And then Shady Lurker, thank you so much for coming out of your lurk to drop us a Prime sub. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's go ahead and White Widow into the right lane. I thought about clogging up Nidavellir, but I think it's okay to push it right. She'll get it when you buy her that new Porsche. That would be, we would need to get a, I think we would have to buy a home first. Right now we rent. So I think buying a home would definitely come first. Arnhem Zola could be kind of interesting. They copy our Doc Ock, so we have to look out for that. But doing a like Doc Ock into Arnhem Zola could be kind of fun. Happy to see all the success you're getting. I'm blown away because I took a break because I needed to work through all the stuff in my personal life, and honestly coming back, it could have been that nobody, I guess, really cared anymore. Like they could have moved on to other creators, and I was very humbled and very surprised with how many people still wanted to be here to enjoy the content. And so thank you guys for just all of the positivity that this community has and continues to give. Good content is still good content. And that's the craziest thing for me. I had like the biggest like imposter syndrome for such a long time, because I was just a guy that enjoyed Marvel Snap and enjoyed sharing it, that it didn't ever feel like really real until recent. Oh, no way. They gave us the combo, right? They gave us the Doc Ock into the Arnim Zola pool.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Said your beginner videos were my favorite. Oh no, not the Spider-Man pool. What? Unfortunate. That was the combo, but Spider-Man randomly generated, threw it off for us. At least they're capped out in the left lane, but not great. You were the first Snap creator I started watching way back in the early beta, pre-Nexus events. I was one of the first ones to really dive into like the daily deck building. And that's really where I not only refined like my deck building like abilities, but I also refined like the overall video process, because the first few were painful. Like, they were long. They weren't super cohesive. It was just not great. Ooh, their Ironheart came back in mid. I forgot about Valley of the Hand from the Arnim Zola. But that's okay. We have Red Hulk to the right. Ajax mid is huge. And then the left lane, all we need is like Titania. Even if they have a Shang-Chi, I think we'd be fine. Just come full circle. Imposter syndrome is too good for you. Yeah, and it's definitely like, as I'm coming back, it feels less. I don't know. It feels less like imposter syndrome and much better here recently. Oof. So Arsham scales by 4. This scales by potentially 5. So maybe we just throw Titania to the left. I don't think they can play all of their energy. So I think between these two, we scale more than what they can do, and our left lane wins as a result too. You win with Titania? I agree. Yeah. For a second, it didn't feel like I could match up against the Havoc, but between the two scaling pieces, we had enough to cover it. So very close one, but we were able to grab the win. Snap? No. Snapping on turn 6, a lot of times you just find retreats. A lot of times you'll have to snap a little bit earlier. You said, I remember your Marvel Snap stuff when you first put them on YouTube. Loved it. You're easy to watch. Very chill. Yeah, that's definitely... I don't think I could be chaotic even if I tried. Like, I don't think it's in my wheelhouse in any way, shape, or form. And so I'm glad that people enjoy like this version, because it's very much like me and how I normally conduct myself. And so outside of that, I think streaming would be exhausting if you're like putting on that mask. But I think this is very much close to like who I really am, like outside of content creation. And then you said another random question. What's your favorite game of all time other than Snap? I have played so many games, but I think the one that comes to my mind first, and it may not be a super popular one, it was Digimon World 2, which wasn't a big, I mean, it was a decently big franchise, but nothing like Pokemon level. But the like dungeon crawler of that one, and the like way that you could level up your Digimon, and then you would evolve them at some point, or you would Digivolve, you would have to merge them together to be able to have a higher like max level capacity. And so it was definitely very that's the first game I put like over hundreds of hours into. Like, I think I maxed out the timer on it and still never beat it. So very, very nostalgic piece. I did like Digimon World 1, but whenever it first came out, when I first got it, I didn't understand it enough. So I didn't really know what I was doing well enough. And so later on, I went back and I was able to play it and enjoy it. But at the time, Digimon World 2 was a little bit easier for me to grasp, and was a load of fun. I also really liked the concept of Monster Rancher, which is another kind of obscure one. But Monster Rancher, for the time, I think was probably ahead of its era. Snap, we should probably Snap. So. I think Monster Rancher was ahead of its era. If you haven't, or if you're unfamiliar with what Monster Rancher is, you unlock different monsters by putting in different CD discs or different like DVDs into what was at that time was the PlayStation, and it would read the code and give you different monsters from different discs. So you would be like digging through all of your DVDs. Yeah, Monster Rancher PS1, yes. And so you'd be digging through all your CDs and DVDs trying to find like a really strong monster. And like I don't know what it was about that, but I loved it. All right, we're gonna leave that one. We're gonna leave that one blocked. Siege. You said it's up on Steam now? No way. Would it maintain the same level of nostalgia though? I wonder. And so Shang-Chi in the left lane wins us here. Let's go ahead and send it. And unless they have some kind of sneaky way to position power, I think this one should be an easy one. It's the most free Shang I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, I think we just win here. I don't know. Ooh, okay. It's a double drop and a stay. So a randomly generated X23 could be crazy, but maybe that just wins the mid. Okay, so Shang-Chi, that's fine. We win left still. And then what do we have over here? Like a Shadow King, Mockingbird? No, we'll just take the 4. Did I use my parents' CDs? I remember Titanic soundtrack was one for sure. Yep, I remember searching through like all of the old CD binders that my dad had to try and find something that made a good monster. And so it was definitely one that I think was a little ahead of its time. It was really cool, like a really cool concept. And then RuneScape, as far as the grind, that one I probably put the most time into. Like I spent almost all of my high school years playing RuneScape. So before it turned into RS3, I had maxed out Slayer, and like that was one of like the first big achievements that I did on that one, and it took a huge time investment. But yeah, OSRS, it's still really good. I still like the game, but it just takes too much time, and I end up dedicating too much effort into it, so I can't even bring myself to even like play it. So I know that as soon as I start, I'll be like, oh, I'll just try and get this today, and then I'll be setting all these wild goals that are not anywhere attainable for a healthy human. Sometimes I'll still watch some streamers on old school RuneScape. So like Foe. Foe is one that I definitely enjoy his stream and his style quite a bit. I was obsessed with Nintendo, Metal Gear, and Resident Evil in high school. Yeah, and so I didn't get into Metal Gear or Resident Evil until quite a bit later. But Nintendo stuff, I did play quite a bit. Like I remember having like the original Pokemons. So I had, for whatever reason, the childhood me thought I needed and was able to eventually buy all of the starter ones. So Gen 1 starter games. So I had red, blue, and eventually yellow, which was kind of wild whenever I think about it. But I used all my like Christmas money and birthday money for stuff like that. But oh, the Bast. That was not the Bast card for them to pull there from the expansion. Wasp wasn't either. They do get us with a good Doc Ock, but they're going to be capped out in the left. Playing this deck, Arsham generated a Nihilus for them. No way, Calibrex. I guess that just happens sometimes. And Robe, you said RuneScape and WoW took all of my middle school. Yep. I am right there with you. It took such a huge portion of my like middle school, late middle school into like high school that that was pretty much like all that I did, almost exclusively. I enjoyed it so much, and I don't think I would trade that for anything. So Cannonball comes in, pushes us to the left, the 3-power Cannonball at that, and then Thena and Red Guardian. And so they do have the ability to move Jeff, so they're not locked in that power level here. But something like Red Hulk might be able to be okay. But I also feel a little bit weary about just like hanging the Red Hulk's power, but I think we're going to. Easy snap? I think there's several ways that we lose here. And then Soup's ID, welcome in. I'm doing well so far. We're climbing. We're having a good time. Having an incredible supportive stream. You guys have been phenomenal. Snap, they'll leave. All right. But when we lose 4 cubes... I wouldn't snap there. I typically wouldn't snap in this one because there are a lot of outs that they have. They either have like big, like a big blob. They could have Shang-Chi. They could have several things that win them this lane. They could also compete for the right. But you guys, we snapped. We trusted chat, and they did end up retreating. So We are still top 150 gamers. Take it. And then Charchoco, you said just play RuneScape on the bottom of the screen like those TikTok ads. Just have it running down in like the bottom corner, like with my woodcutter just AFK. We could do it, but I actually, so telling you how deep in the rabbit hole I got, and what I mean by I invest too much energy into it, was I had at one point 3 or 4, if you guys played recently, Rune Dragon alts that could just farm Rune Dragons, and the requirements to get there are pretty extensive, and I grinded that out on all 4 of those accounts while doing AFK stuff on my main account so that I could then switch. And then after getting all of them leveled up, I realized I didn't like doing the Rune Dragon alt thing. It was a little bit too much attention that I had to pay, that I just let them kind of sit. And they no longer were useful, and I spent all that time grinding them. And so, yeah, definitely something that, like, when I get into, this is the Annihilus guy, yeah. Little Robotussin, you said I feel at home here. Yep, definitely a cozy place for you here. Is the deck working well? Yeah, the deck is working incredibly well. Not against Annihilus, which Butt has been playing, but otherwise, it's been really good. So let me see my updated stats. Even after a little bit of some like rocky terrain, we're sitting at 81 games played with it, 64.2% win rate. So it's been doing really, really well for me. Viper is a 50-50. Ooh. I wasn't paying enough attention, Angel. That's a good call out. I'm 11-2 speedrunning with a KX Cersei list. So solid. KX does build some pretty solid stuff from time to time. It's always a little frustrating whenever he beats me over and over and over again. But otherwise, I always enjoy to watch him climb. I'm going to jump out of this one. I don't feel good about the Annihilus matchup at all. The Orange Pro, you said, are you going to create a TLSG alliance? We are going to create an alliance, but I don't know. Yeah, they were running Annihilus, and so having them capped out doesn't feel like a victory anymore. We're going to create an alliance, but I don't know how I go about recruiting for it. I don't know what that looks like in a fair manner. And then Big Batch Balinese, welcome in. Everything's going great here. Hopefully you've had a great week. Thank you for joining us. Battle to the death. I think Annihilus is favored in that match because it makes things like White Widow or Green Goblin much less effective. Wait, you said very expensive channel redeem? Oh, the posture check. Or are you talking about the name origin? VIP? We could run a couple of we could add VIP, is it? Like VIP for 24, 48, 72 hours or 1 week or whatever it would be. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. To join the alliance. Now I get what you're talking about. This list just made a Galactus list. Oh, Alpha. We're talking about recruitment. Yeah, I very quickly forgot. I don't necessarily want to sell it though. Show us how to win. We're gonna see if we can. So the demon in the right lane, Red Guardian, is big, unfortunately. Everyone pitching money for TLSG name origin. Little Robotussin, you said my alliance is going to be called House of Howard. I mean, I wish Howard was a stronger character.
Opponent snapped.
So Viper sends the Nebula their way. We could also just Titania if we're really wanting to make sure we win the right. Sentry, unfortunate. So our Viper's not going to go off. We have to worry about Annihilus. But we could do something like Hazmat Wave into Ajax left. Either that or we reverse it as Hazmat Wave, Ajax left. Split him 22 times. That is a lot of Howard commitment. And then Dude Quake, he said, "What's your opinion of Loki?" I think Loki is one of those cards. I don't enjoy playing him. Wait, the 10K was redeemed. We do have the name Origin. An ad break is about to run after this game. He has 9 power, right? Ooh, and we only have 8 now. With the Annihilus. So we should have switched the wave. Because an Annihilus, they'll win over here. He has only 7? 5, 6, 7? Yeah, he has only 7. TLSG Lord. Yeah, we'll do it right after the next ad break. But Ajax in the left is big. We do have initiative, so we're susceptible to Shang-Chi. But they only have 1 slot to play, so that would be kind of a tough call, I think. Nocturne can only push to tie mid. Mid is a tie? Yeah. Mid is a tie. The right is a win, depending on what they play left. Maybe we can push it. This a Shang-Chi would be... Okay, so a Nihilus. Oh, no. We lose the point differential because of the hood switch. Whoever brought about the popularity of an Annihilus deck, it's making my life much more difficult here. We just want to be top 150 gamers. But we're gonna go ahead and run to the quick ad break, and then we will do the channel point, the origin name, the name origin for you guys as soon as we come back. It's gonna be a minute and a half. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I'm a knight. Welcome in. Very good game. Nihilus is absolutely putting in work against me. Said I put a Nihilus in my Thanos deck thanks to all the clog. Yeah. You should recruit by height 5'7" or lower. Womp womp ad break. Yeah, we have a quick ad break. Quick get chat GPT to write an origin. Would it do that? Maybe not. Maybe I've used too much chat GPT because it's all populating the same similar stuff. Unfortunately. So I will tell the true original reason for TLSG. No, we need a new one. For the channel point redemption, we need a new one. Nope, that one's not going to be it. We're not getting any good ones. I had one, but I accidentally burnt it earlier. Has Ajax more potential than Hawk? Hawk is much easier to use. So I would say no. Hawk is much more flexible. You have the disruption from like Korg, Rock Slide, which is the biggest like benefit to that Hawk deck, is the disruption that the rocks add. And so I'd say no. Ajax is a really good power play, but outside of that, not much. And then Robe, no one thanked me for the Origin Redeem. Well, thank you, Robe, for the Origin Redeem. By the way, it does look like we're back from the ad break. And so as far as what TLSG means, there's a lot of different stories that float around. There was one about me being a hiker. No ad played for you. Exec, are you a Prime sub? If so, that's how you don't get ads. But there's a lot of stories that float around. I'm here long enough to saw the redeem multiple times now. One about me being a a hiker, one about me being a like in a legendary guild in World of Warcraft. But the true meaning of TLSG comes from my days whenever I played Call of Duty. And I was somebody that, wasn't always really good at it, but I enjoyed playing. And so if you guys are familiar with Call of Duty 4, there were a lot of kind of quirky things about that game. Nothing like the Commando Pro from Modern Warfare 2. Nothing broken to that regard. But there was one perk that I always ran on my kit, no matter what, and it was Last Stand. I always liked being able to get like that upper hand on the opponent after they were able to play, or whatever, after they were able to take me down. And so they take me down initially, and then being able to kind of have that immediate revenge was so fun to me. And so I ran Last Stand on every build that I ever did. I don't think I ever ran any of the other ones. London's bad for them with Wolf. We may honestly not need Elysium, so I may rip that one away. I do kind of want Aunt May's so I can get the early movement on one card. They haven't moved anything with Aunt May's though, so we'll go ahead and rip the middle one away. And so I became known because I was around like the top 1,000 players, and I played a lot on PlayStation. And they started calling me the Last Stand Griefer, because it was always that, they knew anytime I was in a match that I was going to be able to, or I was going to be trying my best after I got shot down to still take them out after the fact. And so it very quickly became that I was known as the Last Stand Griefer in most of our matches. And like anytime they would see me in the lobby, like people would recognize my name. And so it was something that I really enjoyed, kind of that era of gaming. It's like nothing that I do now feels anything close to it. And so as a kind of a nostalgia feel, I took the Last Stand Griefer TLSG and I shortened it, and I now use that in any game that I play moving forward. And so it's something like, it was such a fun time for me and with the gaming that I wanted to keep like a little piece of it with me. So I'm going to go ahead and play the pig into the right lane. And then I think we may look at maybe a double debris. But double debris is always scary with them having stuff on the board. And so it may never... Ooh, White Widow and Green Goblin. So it's a Wolf Clutter deck. Scary. I can't believe they're making Black Ops 6. Black Ops 6 is crazy. We could go double Ajax into a Hazmat last turn, but they could end up having a debris. But I'm not sure if debris wins us anything. Our side looks very scary compared to their almost empty side. COD 4 S&D? Yeah, that's the... COD 4 S&D is where I spent like the most of my time. They do cap us out in limbo. Unfortunate. I just went and played this deck. So much planning, especially with Titania. Titania can be one of those pieces that you definitely need to plan around and build with. So Viper can actually send them one of the Widow's Kisses here. Their Werewolf is still very open. And I want to try to hold Hazmat until the last turn. Unless they play in the left lane, in which case we can't play anything on the last turn. Which is unfortunate. So the Annihilus comes in, they clear up that left lane, Werewolf bounces over, another Annihilus wreaking havoc on us. We'll jump out. We're burning through our positive stats. We went from 65 down to 62 pretty quickly. We need to run into non-Annihilus gamers, or maybe we pivot off of this deck for a bit. Annihilus making a comeback now? Maybe. Maybe meta may have shifted. And so I think it's just... Oh no, now it's Bud again. Oh no. This is like 4 Annihilus decks we faced in a row. Annihilus face equals loss at the moment? Yeah, just about. And so somebody may have posted an Annihilus deck, or they may have gotten tired of all of the clutter that was floating around that somebody did something about it. What deck made everyone run Annihilus? You mentioned it earlier. Wait, I don't know. I don't know why they're running Annihilus. I wish they wouldn't, but How can you tell it's a bot? No, this one's Butt. His name's Butt.
Opponent snapped.
Our biggest hope would be like a Doc Ock into something big, like the Ajax. We never can play Green Goblin here. Viper is always a liability. What? Potty mouth. Wait, did I say something bad? I don't think so. Rough. Oh, but. Well. I kind of want to stay because we do have Doc Ock, but we don't have magic, so. But he's one of the mods of Dexter. Really? Well, we need to stop facing him because he is wrecking us with his Annihilus. Taking a really healthy win rate, and he is single-handedly causing us to tank it. So all that we have left for our weekend missions is Man-Thing, and that was just the deck that we were wanting to run anyways. Percy says cocky, now butt. We're on a downward spiral. Bottage? Next up, we have somebody I don't recognize, Mind Blown. So maybe we can still win finally. May need to swap the list. Yeah, I'm thinking we might. It's next up they lost their Viper, so it's another clutter deck. We're seeing a lot of that. Before we were seeing a lot of Annihilus. In this deck, clutter decks do really well into Annihilus. What was Viper doing with Ant-Man? Interesting. I was right that they lost. Yeah, they lost their Viper. Strange. I've been playing a lot of Killmonger today. That's a Man-Thing deck. With Viper? Probably ongoing toxic stuff. I could see that. And if so, I think we're relatively good against it. Man-Thing is a weekend mission? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely believable.
Oh, snap.
The Clogger deck is getting popular and people are finding ways to counter it? Yeah. Yep, that exactly. Which is really scary and a little unfortunate. Because we were having such a fun run. Wait, Cerebro? Cerebro 4? You have a C4 gamer? We can always send them Titania on the last turn to break their stride. We also have Enchantress. That was wait, no, it's a C5. Sorry. No, not C4. C5. Ant-Man goes to 5. 4 plus the 1 base. So we can either try to cap out the left lane with a Viper. We could try to cap out mid with this play. I think I like a little bit better. Blue Marvel? I don't think this one's going to run Blue Marvel. I think this one is going to be a C5. So looking at like Hydra Bob, looking at like Doctor Doom, maybe a Silk. There's quite a few cards that can end up being 5 power. Wait, they got it from White Palace. They discarded theirs and got another in hand. Unfortunate. All right, let's go Doc Ock to the right. We always have, right now there's 0 power here, so all we have to do is play Nebula there. Like a Nebula plus Ajax on the last turn. TLSG is reshaping the meta with his cooks. It was a fun cook for sure. Or it is. It's just Annihilus hurts it quite a bit. Regular Destroy hurts it quite a bit as well. You want to Enchantress mid? No? Yeah, we can Enchantress mid. I don't know that we'll need to, though. Like, all we have to do is really anything in mid. But I do kind of like the flair of Enchantress mid just for giggles, but we do get the retreat. The Min, yeah, you said I don't have White Widow. What would be another replacement for? So it's not going to be as good because White Widow definitely plays into your clog. Captain Marvel could move. How? Wait, how? Oh, if we did Titania? Gotcha. And so it could move over. So we wouldn't want to do something cheap like a Nebula, is what you're saying. But anything like an Ajax, or even the Nebula, I think it'd be a total of 7 power mid, and so we would overpower it. I think even with it being able to move, I think it would have been okay. But instead of a White Widow, it's not going to be quite as good because a lot of the deck hinges on your ability to make sure that the lane from your opponent is capped out. And so you could go something like Jeff or Scorpion to lean into the Ajax a little bit more, but it's not going to be quite as good. And so White Widow is definitely a hard one to replace. Anything's going to be a downgrade from her in the build, but you can still probably get by without it. And then we'd have an emote-only chat redemption here. We're going to go ahead and set it to 2 minutes here with the emotes. I always love to see all of the creativity and all of the cool ones that come through. And we have a turn 1 snap from Quartat. And it's an Arshan build, which we may be favored in. Okay, so Jeff is big. I almost want to snap back, just because Arsham typically doesn't do great into clutter or junk, but they could have Loki. They could have been looking at a Loki line because they'll have 4 cards. It would have been 5 that they could have copied. I do like a debris here. We have Viper, Titania. Next turn we can do Doc Ock. And Elysium gives us quite a bit of like flexibility in our plays. We have Owl Boop. We have the Frog Ponder. The Dexter Enjoyer from Ivanite with the Copium. Ajax from Agent Coulson is pretty big here. I don't know if they know exactly how big, honestly. Let's go Doc Ock to the right. I think we go ahead and play Nebula to the left. If Jeff wasn't here, we would do Titania, then Nebula to make sure that this moved over. But I think as is, we're just going to do Doc Ock. I do kind of want to snap back into it. After this turn, locations will shift. We can put our bigger cards in Quantum Realm somewhere else, but we'll go ahead and launch this in. And I think it's been close to 2 minutes now. Ooh, Shanna working that clutter component in for us. This one being... I'm not sure what spell it pulled. I'm not sure what happens next. But Rogue comes down. Not great for them. Are relatively tapped out. Let's go ahead and free you guys from the emote-only chamber. We have Prasha with the goose. We have Alex with the Sentinel. I like a lot of these. I need to up my emote game for sure. And then Bulbaquill with the Dexter Spidey too. I like a lot of these. Easy 4 cubes. Do we snap it? There will be Conquest today. Would you rather see Conquest? I mean, we can run some Conquest, but and then the original pumper Dara himself. So we could do this number. Oh yeah, easy 4 cubes. You guys are right. Let's do Titania, Viper, send it their way. We won't be able to recall Titania back, but that's fine. It's always the Eliath, but I mean we can still beat him. It's just so unfortunate. The Eliath is so strong and so silly. So Hazmat's going to impact them more than it impacts us. We will end up being 13. They'll end up being 11, and then Ajax wins mid. Wait, you lose, right? Why? They have Ajax? Oh, they have Ajax over there. You're right. Your Ajax is right. You guys are right. I had Ajax blindness. We can gob the right, but then we still lose mid. Thank you guys for calling out the Ajax, by the way. We almost lost 8. Red Hulk Goblin? We don't have enough energy. Red Hulk Goblin would be the play, but we don't have enough energy to do it. Unfortunately, this one ends up being retreat. He will hazmat. That's kind of hopeful. Agent Coulson is what generated the the Ajax. I don't think they have hazmat built in. They'll move Jeff to the left.
Escaped.
Well, if they move Jeff to the left, they would lose to the Nebula. It was a rough one. The Eliath. The Eliath did it in. Every time when we least expect it. Rough one for sure. It's a rough one for sure. We'll shrug it off, though. Hulk mid. Almost definitely goes to 19. Yeah, Hulk mid, but then we couldn't win right. Unless it was a Hazmat. And Hazmat would pump their Ajax in the right. Bard is so stinky when it hits on T5. Especially when I'm looking to like fully clutter those lanes. But we're not going to do anything crazy here and snap on turn 1 or anything. I think in general, we have a decent line into the Nexus that I'm willing to snap into. Supreme Savage is a good player. We have to look out for like what their lines could be. If it looks like we're going to get beaten in the Nexus, we can always try to rip it away with magic. But I think with the clutter deck and us focusing on one lane to win them all, how do you check? How do you check progress? What kind of progress do you mean, Flag? The Dark Nizzle, thank you so much for the Prime sub. The notification should go off in just a second. There we go. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. That puts us to 45 for the day. A big 45. Love having you guys, and I love seeing all the support coming in through. So we could do Debris if we don't think they're going to cap this one this turn. We could also just do Debris to the right. I'm not sure it matters a whole lot, but I am going to throw Debris mid just to see if maybe we can sneaky cap them, but we can't. What mean? Oh, the progress. So it's / inventory, I think. Let me see if I can find. Yeah, so it's this link right. You can go twitch.tv/drops/inventory, and that will tell you your progress for any drops that you're making progress on, or that you've completed and need to claim. The best conquest deck this season, in your opinion? So best conquest deck becomes kind of tricky because I think there's a lot of decks that perform really well. It's all about finding the ones that you can navigate in like a wide array of matches. So like even this one may not be perfect for conquest because if you run into a destroy deck, you're probably dead in the water. I feel like this deck is better without Ajax. I don't know, D-Touch. Like you can run Cannonball and it does fine. But I've been really enjoying it with Ajax in it. It gives you a big like power swing whenever you may need it the most. We can either do Doc Ock to flood this lane, or we just go Doc Ock left, Red Hulk left. And since Thena is there, they're not going to have a way to turn off that location. Then Crip with the what's up, brother? How's it going? Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And then Crispy Jim, he said, TLSG, you're for sure one of my favorite deck builders for Snap. Thank you so much for being here, for enjoying the content. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week so far. Legion, this isn't a... So Legion in an Arsham deck is very common. Outside of that, you don't see Legion very often. But yeah, that would be the one card that we lose to. That we would maybe need to be cautious of. You said fighting with customer service can't get the drop to load to account. Oh, like you made progress, but you're not able to get it onto Marvel Snap. Doc Ock is typically really strong against Destroy. It can be, but more so in like the mill capacity. In this one, we have so many things that we're sending their way that they can clear up that it's not an automatic loss, but it's a lot more difficult knowing that they can destroy your rocks with a Killmonger at the top deck or something like that. Ajax is fun. Yeah, he's a lot more fun than I thought he would be. I was very, very low on Ajax with him coming out. But as just like a two-piece combo with Hazmat, I think he is a lot more flexible and a lot more fun that way. I like not needing a Luke Cage because Hazmat is essentially your Luke Cage. He just kind of absorbs it anyways. Yeah. And then IB, you said after these patch notes, who do you think is a better Series 3 to get, Debris or Lockjaw? Debris can be tricky to use because board space is very important. So if you end up using it
Wind, aid my
not
hand.
in a great way necessarily, then you could end up kind of shooting yourself in the foot with Debris. Lockjaw is also decently flexible, but he still doesn't feel like absolutely core required either. And so for me personally, I like Debris better, but I think Lockjaw has some potential that maybe we haven't found yet, especially with like the Hammer Bros, but that requires a little bit deeper collection to be able to do that one. So they have Kyra that comes out. That's built into their deck. So maybe they're running a Arsham Zoo, potentially. So Nebula is going to continue scaling in the left. We have Green Goblin, which I think we go ahead and throw. I think we go ahead and throw into mid. After that, we have Doc Ock to have them finish capping it out. We have to be worried about what their big plays are because we can't use Shang-Chi, so we're not able to kind of get around a bad Doc Ock pull with Shang-Chi anymore. That plus we're drawing into nothing but rocks. It's unfortunate. I think we still gamble with the Doc Ock in mid because if we can win mid, then we can win left. Keep Titania to lock mid with Goblin.
Victory.
Oops. Doc pulls their Goblin. I don't know what Doc pulled, but I guess they were not having it. Whatever it was, they were not having it. We'll take the retreat. Didn't even let the animation finish. They did not. They were gone. They were out of there. I'm really liking him so far. I pulled for Bill and ended up with Ajax instead. Yep, and I, like yesterday even, I would have said, like it was an unfortunate pull for Ajax. But the more times I brew with him, I think he fits into this shell very, very well. So I'm having a lot of fun with him here. And I didn't think I was going to ever run him at all. I thought he'd be like a Hydra Bob where I bought him, but didn't ever necessarily use him. You said you're really going to make me pull for Ajax? I'm just as surprised as you are, Fry. Honestly, I am just as surprised as you are. Spider Ham onto the Green Goblin is unfortunate. But this also looks like really the only deck that I see Spider Ham in right now is the Lockjaw deck that I featured. And so we may be able to win the Vault or clutter them up without them being able to do a whole lot of anything. What are the stats for the deck so far? So the stats are pretty good. It falls to Annihilus, so if you're seeing a lot of Annihilus, it definitely gets worse. Right now we're at 89 games. These are just my games, not even like the global stats. These are just mine, which is kind of sad. We're 89 games, 61.8% win rate. Average net cubes of, it's a little bit on the lower end. It's at 0.6 now because we took some bad beats a little bit earlier. But overall, as far as the deck goes, it is performing incredibly well. So Spider Ham White Widow, this could be a mill deck. I don't know if you guys heard the dog. Decided to bark out of nowhere. Viper left. We could, but if they fill it, I guess that's better than the Debris. Wolf to you too? Yeah, the Bork was heard. It scared me. It was such a loud and like abrupt bark. Like usually if I hear something rumbling outside, I can anticipate it, but that was not the case here. Beast. Interesting. Okay. They can do White Widow again. they can do Spider Ham again, so we want to keep the card on hand. The Bork heard around the world. We heard it loud and clear. Welcome in. So we can do Debris Nebula. Cap out the left lane. May not be great because it's going to cap out their Widowkiss. But whatever they play next will get destroyed. We're not going to get a Widow's Kiss here for sure. Doc Ock into Krakoa can give us a really big, beefy top-decked Shang-Chi, Hazmat, Titanium Magic. He heard... The dog heard Mill and got excited. I mean, they know the decks that resonate with me in the core. And so the double drop left is kind of expected, but they destroy the Widow's Kiss. And then what else do they have over there? Wait. That means that this lane is oh, it's an Annihilus deck. Unfortunate. Unfortunate Annihilus, but maybe this becomes 10. We'll scale higher than 10 with the Nebula. Doc Ock could give us a really big Hazmat, which would be able to compete in 2 lanes between Ajax and Hazmat. And then Mr. Water, welcome. Oh, wait, you can play over there one more turn. For whatever reason, I thought it locked after 4. Oh, well. The White Widow comes in. If this is an Annihilus, we capped out, we run, we tuck tail. We get Sag. Which I think this is probably an Annihilus. Yeah. Tough day. It's a tough day when Annihilus starts being good.
Escaped.
I went for a Clog-focused mill deck with Grandmaster. It can work at times. I did try something like that. I didn't have bad luck, but I didn't have great luck with it either. Legion in Arsham is my worst counter so far. Yeah, Legion in Arsham I think counters a lot of things that really leverage the Magic play. Gaming Turtle, he did it. Did we cause the Annihilus uproar? So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. It does look like it's a quick time for restroom break. We could always switch over to Swan Song. That one we have built out. I think this one does really good as well. You could potentially block the Annihilus stuff. You have the ability to play in multiple lanes, but I just enjoyed the junk. So maybe we run it for a little bit more. Maybe we switch over to Swan Song afterwards, but I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. We're going to do a quick 1.5 ads. Don't go anywhere, you guys, and we will be right back. And then Ryu, have a good night. Thank you for hanging out today. Hopefully you have a fantastic evening, and hopefully we catch you again really, really soon. Let's do a little bit of Swan Song. We're gonna pivot off of the junk stuff for now. See what we can do with the Black Swan. We had an insane run with junk. I still think it's a very, very solid. Against Arsham, or against Annihilus, it's probably a 0% win rate. Everything else, it's hovering between like 63 to 65 or so. And so, very, very strong for the build. We may need to figure out a way to work around Annihilus, but it is what it is. For now, we're going to be doing a little bit of the Swan Song. The first deck switch up of the day. We have Rocket Raccoon. We have our Kitty Pryde. Angela's going to be great. I almost want to See if maybe we can hold Rocket until like the second drop in Krakoa. Spin those bad boys. Wait. For... You said we'll got him in 2 keys. Annihilus in first game. Yeah, so it may be one that we may have to cool it for for a couple of days until Annihilus kind of starts dipping and going away again, and then we switch back to it. That's kind of what I'm thinking we might end up having to do. So we have Krakoa. They snap into something. Could be maybe a Red Guardian. We could also go Rocket and Kitty Pryde, or Rocket and Falcon. But just in case they rip away Krakoa, I want to play a card there. No, okay. It is the Red Guardian line. The plan to beat Annihilus. Hope and pray they don't draw Annihilus. Yeah. You look like Chuck Norris. Really? To our friend with 36,000 tokens. My goodness. Saving for a rainy day for sure. We get Bishop. I think we split the Bishop to the left. We go Kitty Pryde mid. We have our Falcon, so we can pull those back in. It would be better if we draw or top deck into Black Swan here, because then we can Falcon those back in. They'll be free to use alongside our Hit Monkey. But that is not Black Swan. So instead, it looks something like Kitty Pryde. Nico, Titania, Falcon. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so we'll still draw a card. If Hit Monkey pulls in Grand Central, then, I mean, unlikely, because we'll have so many cards in hand. But if it does, then a lot of power. They have an 8 power bonus card from Krakoa, which is kind of scary. You have 66,000 tokens? Cold grits. Absolute madman. So our Bishop will scale quite nicely here, but pulling the Kitty Pryde, which is going to pull back in, which is kind of funny. How? They may have the ultimate card, the credit card. All right. Sasquatch becomes 2. But is it ever worth it to do that versus like Kitty Pryde? Or maybe it becomes like... Maybe it becomes like this. That puts a lot to the left, a lot to the right. Depending on if they move Vision, Nocturne, they have a lot of scalable power. That's going to be hard to really pinpoint a direction. I think we're going to go and opt to go this instead of the Hit Monkey line, because Sasquatch is so cheap. I keep buying credits and use keys, so the tokens build up. Yeah, it's a lot of, but that's a lot. That's 10 new releases that you can pull with just your tokens alone, which is craziness. All right, so they don't move the Vision. Alliath in mid, perfectly fine. The Demon in the left. Can we outscale the 23? I think we do, right? Yeah. Wild. Okay. Not even the best ideal hand here, and we're able to drop just a chunk of power. So we're off to a good start.
Victory.
We haven't had, I don't know if we've had a 4-cube win it's been such a long time since the 4-cube win. Because we've been getting a lot of 2-cube retreats and just a lot of controlled games versus that big explosive last turn play potential. Out of 10, how good is Ajax? It's really hard to gauge because it's so new, and things continually change. Like Cassandra Nova might give him an extra little surge, so we don't know truly how powerful he is. I think as a 2-card drop alongside like a good card Hope Summers deck or something that runs
welcome.
magic,
It took you long enough.
I think he can be really strong. Being able to pump out like 30 power on the last turn is craziness. And so I think he has a lot of strength, a lot more than I thought he would. But I don't know that he's super flexible. I think like a copycat would be rated a little bit higher because it's more flexible versus like an Ajax. So I'd say probably 6 or 7, if I was just kind of ballparking it. All right, we're going to go ahead and skip on 1 here. And they go with Squirrel Girl into Mojo World. Let's go ahead and play our Angela. We do have Beast this time around, so we can try to angle for another big Sasquatch play on the last turn. We can change Danger Room. Let's go ahead and do that. That way we know that we can play there. Sabretooth. Ooh, we're looking at a Death Destroy deck. So we have to look out for like Lady Deathstrike. We have to look out for Killmonger as well. But as it is, pulling their death from the White Palace is so big. We don't have initiative, so really the only risk right now is Nico. We can do Bishop into Kitty Pryde. Next turn, maybe we angle to do Beast all in the left lane, potentially. Depending on what they drop. So X23, new deck, I didn't notice. Yeah, we switched off of the other one into Swan Song. The other one still does incredibly well. I really enjoy it, but I thought it was time to maybe test out a little bit something different. And so the X23 does stay in the left lane. Death goes down to 5. I definitely need your opponent's deck for Sabretooth. We'll do our best to pull as much of it as possible. So depending on where they play, we could always full send in the left. I think we do. Full send in the left. If they use something like Killmonger, if they destroy more, they're helping out our death. This is going to bring Sasquatch down to 2 cost next turn. And then our free 1 drops, and then maybe a death as well. Yeah, I think Copycat will be really good. I think it's going to be flexible. Like, just the value or the information that it provides, even if it's unplayable, will sometimes allow you to either retreat for 1, or that is a free death. That is beautiful. Either retreat for 1 or stay in for like a big cube. So against this deck, for instance, if we pulled it and saw that we had their null, not only do we have a really big null, we know that they don't have one. So we get a lot of benefit in that knowledge. And so the Venom, the X23, we know that they have death. We have to look out for null.
All systems go.
But otherwise, I think we're in a really good spot here. We can play anything that we draw. So the best would have been Hitmonkey. The probably worst would be Hood. This one is kind of a follow-up. So we can go big in the left lane. Into big in mid. Is this too big in the left lane? Would be my biggest concern. And are they going to play more than a couple of cards there? I feel like it's probably overkill in this lane. So just something like Death, Rocket. Oh wait, Death, Falcon, Rocket into Sasquatch, Kitty Pryde, Titania. That's what we're gonna log. He has your Sasquatch too. That's true, but he didn't play very many cards last turn, did he? So the Death to the right, Sasquatch to the left with the Nico. We should scale and outscale that between the Falcon, between the Rocket, and the Angela scaling in that left lane. So I don't think it'll be a big issue. And then we do have Sasquatch, so we at the very least tie in the right lane, and it comes down to a point differential. And so we are able to just explode a ridiculous amount of power out onto the board, pumping about 60 power across, I think, which is kind of crazy for all of the low ball stuff. And we will gladly take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. And so a deck like this typically doesn't feel like it's doing a whole lot because you don't have those big bodies, but then all of a sudden you explode 30 power on the last turn. It's really hard to compete with and keep up with. He said it looks a bit like my list from what I see from the tracker. Wait, oh, there's. Oh, sorry, Angel. And so next up we have rank 45 Cocoa Bird. we haven't played against them today. Tarnax becomes a little bit scary. Maybe we drop Sasquatch there. Rock becomes a card that maybe we want to play. It'll transform into something else. Then Invisible Woman mid. I can't help but think that a junk deck there would have been fantastic at capping out their Invisible Woman lane. Have we? This is probably just fueling the fire. Have we seen an Arsham deck since we switched to Black Swan? I don't think so. Ooh, Black Widow's a good rotation for them, especially alongside the Rock Slide that they had. Unfortunate, but definitely a good one. We can go Kitty Pryde here. We could go Hit Monkey, but it only ends up being kind of mid-range value. We also don't have any way to pick up these cards on the last turn. But we're just going to go Kitty Pryde for now. See what else we can go. So the Rock in the left turns into Howard the Duck for him, so good upgrade value there. And we get Yellow Jacket, so not great, but I guess it's better than -1. Let's see, Falcon. Okay, Falcon gives us some options. Kitty Pryde, Titania, Falcon. He's going to pull in all of these. That's going to bring Sasquatch down to 2. And we get a decent last turn play potential. Captain, you said TLSG Real Talk. I love you, man. Where was you hiding? Was it just because the game sucked? No, it wasn't because the game sucked. Loki was kind of oppressive to play into. But it was... so if you didn't watch my like return video, there was quite a few personal life things that I was going through. So I have a full-time job. I was doing content almost full-time, and then I have my daughter and family as well. But in my real life, my dad passed away very, very suddenly. It was like self-imposed, self-inflicted, and so it hit me very, very hard. But instead of dealing with those emotions, I made more content, and I like dove into the work instead of really feeling the things that I needed to feel to kind of work through like the grief and all of the stages that you need to go through. And so eventually I just hit like a breaking point where I just kind of like shut down. It wasn't intentional that I took a break. It was just I eventually shut down, and I didn't have the capacity to go on. And so then I was able to work through what I needed to, and that's when we were able to finally come back. But yeah, so it was definitely something that I had to experience and had to go through, but I wouldn't wish it on anybody ever. I kind of think we throw Sasquatch to the left. We could throw it into the right, but I'm not sure that that hits. And then Ploblor. Yeah, and it's not something that, and a lot of times my family is very much like, don't feel, just we kind of suck it up and go on. But if anyone else ends up going through something like that, I want them to know that like there is light at the end of that tunnel. Like you just have to kind of hold it out, and you'll get there. But it is tough for a while. Man-Thing transformation is big. Into Mystique is crazy. Still didn't win, but what a wild ride that one was. The zeroed out their Super Scroll, but then switched into Man-Thing, and then copied into Mystique was crazy. Very closely, very almost won them the game, but we will still hold it through. Oof. So far I think we're 3-0 with the list so far. So far going really well. I appreciate your words. I want you to know you're the best. I love you. Thank you so much, Captain. Captain Goulash. I appreciate you being here, and just you guys being here for me to return to after I worked through what I needed to. Reconfirms that I have the best community I could ever ask for, both here and on YouTube, because it very could have easily been that nobody cared. And like nobody was there afterwards because it was an impromptu break. I didn't plan it. And then coming back, you said, okay, 6 games in, I'll accept the Ajax deck is pretty cracked. It is. We had almost 100 games with over a 60% win rate. Absolutely wild stats. And that was a large variety of builds too. And so it was 90 games, 61% win rate. And that was really bogged down by Annihilus at the end. I missed you. I missed you guys. And it was something that whenever I was able to like kind of, I realized one night that I was bored, and then I started kind of poking around. It got to the point where I couldn't even like load my email because I would have the Twitch notifications and things like that, and I just got sad that I wasn't able to do it, and I felt like I had abandoned all of you guys. And so whenever I finally worked through that, I worked up the courage to make a post, and I'm so glad that I did. In my own time, I'm glad I was able to. Do you enjoy other games besides Snap? Cliff, I enjoy really anything that you can think of as far as games. I've probably dabbled in just about every game that you could imagine that's out there. And so very much a gamer, a game enjoyer. So from growing up, it used to be Nintendo. I would blow on the like the game cartridges. I would use like the alcohol wipes to try to make them load correctly. And then eventually moving up into like the other systems and other games, but I've always enjoyed them. Just got back into 7 Days. Toon Age. Hopefully you're enjoying it. That's the biggest thing. And then the next thing is try not to fall into the FOMO. Loopy Fist. Welcome in, Loopy Fist. I'm glad that you're here. I don't know if you were maybe lurking for a while, but I'm glad you're here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week so far. But Toon Age. Try not to fall into like the FOMO of like missing out on cards, because that can get you really, really quickly if you're not watching it. And so Super Mario World, yeah, definitely was Super Mario. I enjoyed Donkey Kong Country, I think maybe as much as Super Mario World on the Super Nintendo days. Played like regular. There was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, I think it was on the NES, that was just ridiculously hard. It was probably the hardest game I played as a kid, and I may or may not have cried a little bit on certain portions of it because I just wanted to get past it so badly. But the Hefty Messiah with the emote only chat coming in. Let's go ahead and launch into the emote only chat until the remainder of the game. We will see you guys back once again. And then Captain, I'm blessed that you guys are here to enjoy the content and enjoy me being live. We could do Nico into Sasquatch if we wanted to. We could also do like Nico, Demon, Kitty Pride, Beast. Would give us 1, 2, 3, 4 extra cards. We wouldn't draw next turn, but we'd have quite a bit of flexibility. That's going to be another 2-cost Sasquatch. I don't think I've seen Black Swan once since we loaded this game. Ooh, the Mobius is massive for him, unfortunately. It's rough stuff. Pulling into these cards, we definitely that hurts the Sasquatch. That hurts all of the beasted cards that would be free. Definitely a lot a bit rough here. But we drop initiative, which is good. We don't have to worry about the Shang-Chi. We have to worry about the rocket coming back down. This is not anywhere near as good as it was before. Hitmonkey would pull into Asteroid M, so it would have to be this. But I don't think this beats their rocket over there. But we're going to try it anyways. We're going to see what we can make happen here. Even with the Mobius line hamstringing us quite a bit, we might have maybe a little bit of potential. Fry? Fry hitting us with the pumper emote because we are going to be
Neighborhood Spider-Man
the
here.
biggest pumper here. So Spider-Man pulls Nico. Okay, good pull. It had it pulled Bishop. That would have been a concern, but Rocket to the right is fine. Hit Monkey to the right is fine. I think, ooh, their Bishop continues to scale. Maybe not. I may be coping. I don't think our Bishop is going to scale, and our Hit Monkey doesn't have enough room to grow, unfortunately. Definitely went a bit too heavy in Nidavellir. The Spider-Man play was... Wait! Spider-Man play was big. Pulling the Nico out and then back in was such a huge swing for him. But we get the tie just barely with the Hit Monkey. Whew. And we are able to pull in the 4 from Clifford here. Crazy matchup. We will gladly take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. So I may need to double check that Black Swan's actually in the deck because we haven't drawn her a single time. But so far we're sitting very, very good with the early stats of this deck. Is that 5-0? Refreshing the stats. I think it's 5-0. I want to double check before. Oh no, it's may not have updated until I exited out of that one. But it's at least 4-0. At the very least, we'll take it. And with that, I think that is the end of the emote-only chat, you guys. Always appreciate seeing all of the chats come through. I do like the double dare of victory, too. And then Ruben, you said, so excited to catch your stream. I always love your YouTube posts. Thanks for the positive vibes. Thanks for being here. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the positive vibes. It does look like, did I just miss you? No, we're still here. So it looks like we're going into an emote only chat one more time. You guys thought you were free, but we had Alpha reclaim the new emotes, and so back in you go. Next up we have Pool 2 Gamer. We have nothing we can play on 1, which is kind of crazy since we have 5 1-cost cards in our deck, but that's all right. Olympia. We do see Black Swan, so she exists. She's real. We can do something like Angela into... What else do we have? So it's either that or we go Angela mid. We could also play Nico now, but I think we scale our Angela in the left lane. The good thing is that typically stays below Shang-Chi range. I need to see if we have another Angela variant other than this Pixel one. I'm not sure if I do or not. So we do have some really solid cards going into the last turn. We can do something like Kitty Pryde, Nico, or maybe it's Nico and then Kitty Pryde. And then we'll need to do like a Beast plus Black Swan on turn 5, or a Falcon plus Black Swan on turn 5. Either one ends up working incredibly well. So Storm in the left. We have one more turn to play cards over here. So Pool 2 Gamer is cooking. Really nice Storm variant. But so we have the big scaling in Angela. We have one more turn to play over there. And so our 1-cost cards, especially with the Falcon, may be a little scary to lean all the way in on. But we have a big explosive last turn play, so I think even if we do Kitty Pryde, Titania, Falcon this turn? No. We can play that out. Next turn we can play something plus our Falcon, or... Or wait, do we ever want to play Black Swan this turn? Probably not. We can do the cheap Sasquatch. Maybe it's that we Beast this turn. Oh my goodness, we're gonna run out of time. We're gonna do this. Whew. Guys, that looks like the end of the 2 minutes of emote only chat. They do get a copy of our Sasquatch. Go ahead and free you guys. It was a stressful turn, probably for no reason. And so now we're going to be able to do Kitty Pride, Titania, Black Swan, Falcon. We gave up the left lane, and our hope is that we can maybe drop initiative. And we'll have a big enough push in like Sasquatch, Hit Monkey, and our zero cost, 1 cost cards to win from there. Even if he's a pull 2. Oh no! Got roasted by the pull 2 gamer. No way to move our cards over there. Professor X. The non-split Professor X too. That's just like a base card. We had a good setup. We had a good run. But a loss had to happen eventually. But I think Hoob claiming the emote only chat. Wait, it looks like Alpha did as well. So that's going to be 4 minutes of emote only chat. Let's launch into it. That'll be the entirety of the next game. And then Mike, you said sup TLSG. I was mission farming with Agatha and Silver Conquest this week and ended up matching you. Yes, we did match together. I think I was testing out a Lockjaw build before the over the air. Would have played something more competitive if I knew it was going to be you. Yeah, no, we still had a really decent match though. So, and then Dolly, welcome in. Welcome my fellow data analysts. Let's launch into the emote only chat until the end of this round. And then maybe you guys can talk. We'll see. We'll catch you when you come back. Put it to 10,000 channel points. We may have to up the price a little bit. We might. And then Captain, you said hydrate. Thank you for the hydrate reminder. You said besides all the other content creators, you have the most chilled voice and you play the most awkward decks, which are the most fun for us. Keep on going. Chad is here to keep you comfortable. TLSG, nice guy. And honestly, if our if our streams continue to be like the one that it is today, these numbers, I would have no doubt that I could make that full-time transition. And so it's definitely something that I'm looking at very, very closely, and I would love to make streaming more consistently and more often a reality. So MSL Chamo, I'm not sure if they're going to be running junk. We haven't matched into them today. If they have a White Widow, probably ends up being a retreat. But otherwise, we're looking to hit our rocket at least once, maybe twice here. So into the Angela is a good lane for us. Danger Room's not such a great lane. We could destroy a card to get additional card draw. So we could do Nico into Falcon. Pull both of these back in. That'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the additional card draw. It might be worthwhile. And then they do play one card over to the left, which is really scary. With how much clutter and junk has been floating around, we don't have a good way to protect that lane. Okay, so Nocturne. Nocturne gives them a lot of flexible power and ways to change locations. But it's not a complete deal breaker in Bar Sinister either. So big Nico power. We can do Angela. I don't know that Rocket hits here. But instead we could do something like Nico plus Kitty Pride. Still no... Fortunately no Bishop. No Beast, Black Swan. I'll have to kind of play it by ear. Wind Pool ends up being pretty big, depending on what else they have built to their deck. I know MSL Chamo always runs pretty cohesive lists, and so we're always a little bit worried about what they've cooked up. Sasquatch gets a slight discount, but it's not going to be huge. Still no Beast either. Don't care for that line. We could try for Sasquatch in the left, but I feel like that would be a little susceptible to any kind of big counters. Maybe it's like a Bishop, Hood, Kitty Pride. We'll see if Bishop sticks. They can move Nocturne, so they won't have to worry about the Danger Room after they move it. So the Falcon, the Mysterio in the right lane. Our Bishop does stick, and then our Hood doesn't, right? No, our Hood sticks too. So, curious what card got hit by Gwynpool. Because it could have been stacked onto one card. So 1, 2, 3, and then this. So that'd be 2, 4, 6. It'd be 9 power Hit Monkey. Plus it'd trigger again here. And so maybe that's what we angled towards. It's like Kitty Pryde, Rocket, Demon, Hit Monkey left. I'm not sure if it ever wins. But we'll see. And then after this game, you guys will be freed from the emote only chat redemptions. Maybe now that we're getting a little bit bigger, maybe I do need to increase the cost of it just a little bit. But I appreciate all the emotes that do come through. Never mind. We have 4 more minutes of emote only chat, you guys. Oh no, did I lose my Binks one? My Binks sub may have ran out. I need to jump into Binks' stream at some point. So big Sasquatch in the left, coming in at 24 power over there. The Athena to the right. Our Hit Monkey becomes 9, and then the next one becomes like 14 power of its own, right? 17 power. We'll take it. That should give us the win over there. It's all about finding another lane to win in. And I don't think they played for mid here, right? And so Rocket's not going to scale extra, but that's okay. We should beat any kind of real Mysterio there. We outscale it, and we are able to bring home the 2. Wild amount of power and like awkward flexibility that this deck has. And then Rice Burner, thank you for the hydrate reminder. Let's actually have to get a refill on our on my water real fast. And so it looks like ads are about to run, you guys. And so we're gonna run just a quick 1.5 ads, and then we'll be back. And you guys, I'm gonna pause the emote only chat while we're getting a drink, and then I'll put it on for another like 1 or 2 minutes. So I'll be right back after grabbing a quick refill on my water. Did real chatters hold their breath during emote only chat? Oh man, you guys were holding it for such a long time. So what's the verdict? Is Ajax worth rolling for? I really enjoyed him in our junk build. The only thing that deck felt weak to was Annihilus. Otherwise, we almost ran it for 100 games with the 60% plus win rate. So I really enjoyed him there, but I don't know that he's going to be incredibly flexible either. And so, like, I think he'll have strong builds, but it's mainly as like a two-piece with Hazmat. All right, and so we are back. We're gonna do just a quick. Wait, Ajax is ongoing? Yeah, he's ongoing. So we're gonna do a quick finish of the emote-only chat as we jump back into our games. And so only like the first half of this one, then you guys will be free. Then Captain, I said, I really hope you can understand what I want to say. I really missed your content. We always will stand with you, TLSG. Best man ever. Greetings from overseas Germany. Captain Goulash, that means a lot. Hearing those things. So it, for a long time, felt like imposter syndrome. Like I didn't understand the community that I had built, and it felt like I could just post a video one day and it wouldn't get any traction. But stuff like that helps me realize just how much impact I have on like people, not just in the game, but just like the overall vibes that I bring. And so definitely very pleasant and positive to hear. But let's go ahead and launch into our next one. Next up, we have Ranger Smurf. We start with Nico. I am going to go ahead and play it because it will get doubled up in power on our next card play. And so then we can bring it back in, potentially have a pretty high power Nico to leverage towards the end of the game. We get Beast, but I don't want to drop him this early, so we're just gonna pass. So the hood comes down into Hala. We don't have a way to really control or change this location, so we have to be careful with this one. We lose Sasquatch, which is unfortunate. We do draw Black Swan, which is fortunate. Ooh, and they lose their Hawk, which is really unfortunate. All right, let's go. I think I'm going to snap. We have both Beast and Falcon. So we go Bishop this turn. Next turn, we do something like Titania, hopefully another 1 cost plus either Falcon or Beast, into doing the other one plus Black Swan on 5. Is going to allow us to really scale our Bishop quite dramatically. And so Green Goblin comes down. Not as afraid of Green Goblin as we would in other builds. Let's go with Titania. We go Beast in the left. We'll pull Green Goblin back in. We could always potentially send it back their way, which I think is incredibly funny. And so the double drop from them, they are going to lose their hood here, which is a good piece for them. We don't have to worry about the Annihilus line as much. But, okay, so Debris coming down. That makes a Falcon pull much scarier. But we're also not capped out in Nidavellir. We can always do something like Green Goblin. Green Goblin, Black Swan. Or we go ahead and maybe bite the bullet. And we go Nico, Titania, Black Swan, Falcon. 1, 2, 3, 4 that we pull into. So we'd have space to pull all of them in. Minus if Titania is on our side or not. But kind of like this. This gives us a really big Bishop. We have a lot of range of what we can play next turn. So maybe instead of the Titania here, maybe we go Rocket. Rocket. Oh wait, no we can't. That's why we didn't. Black Swan, Titania, Falcon. All right. Go ahead and send it in. And we are going to free you guys from the emote-only chat. I forgot for a second. They do have the Doc Ock. So it could have pulled into Green Goblin, which would have been fantastic. It did pull into Hitmonkey, which is still really, really big. Rocket's going to pull and scale here, and then we're going to pull it back in after the fact. Green Goblin would have been a little better, but that's all right. I'm pretty sure the problem, there is this problem with Arisham's randomness. They get their Shang and Blob almost always. They get it a lot of the time. And so Falcon is going to come in absolutely massive here. Now, we can't we have both Titanias. And in a completely free hand other than the Green Goblin. I think we go like rock, rocket. We worry about Titania in both of these lanes, really. So maybe we split the difference and we go like Titania, then Nico. That way if they get one, it's fine. I think we're just going to do this. This is too consistent to be really random. It does feel that way, but I'm not sure how true it holds. I know that whenever they top deck their Shang-Chi or their Blob on the last turn, it's definitely aggravating. But I don't know. We'll see. The stats don't show that it's like crazy strong either. Just like it seems like a decent deck as far as statistics go. So take my contact and add me. I would love to challenge you in a one-on-one. Absolutely. Isn't it only a 34% draw chance for any one card? Something like that. Ranger Smurf is thinking this one through. That's the bad thing about bounce decks, is because it can just, like, you don't know what it's going to do. We do end up getting the retreat. Being able to vomit our hand on that last turn was so scary from trying to, like, figure out where cards were going to end up. We will take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. It's only the one loss with this one so far, right? I heard that this so 6-1. I heard that this shell was strong, but I didn't imagine how strong this was gonna feel. It feels very, very strong. Are you gonna play a Man-Thing deck? I'll complete the quest, but I don't know that it's something that. How long are you gonna be live? At least another hour. So we'll be live for a little bit longer. I'll push it as long as I can until I have to go pick up my daughter, but we'll be here for a bit. And then for a Man-Thing deck, I think in like a Spectrum ongoing shell it'd be fine. Or honestly, I may, if I'm not feeling him, I may end up doing like Proving Ground Conquest and just complete the 4 games that way. With Ajax? No, I don't think I would run Ajax in the Spectrum ongoing. At the 5-cost slot, it's really difficult to fit that in without like a hazmat or really other big enablers. I need to do my quest. Do you have Arsham? Oh, Arsh, you can throw him in Arsham and probably never see him. Be fine. Celine feels bad? Yeah, Celine feels pretty bad. Oh, you mean Man-Thing and Ajax together? Yeah, you can. I mean, definitely if you're going the line of like Proving Grounds Conquest, you can do both of them together and probably be just fine. You said love it? Nearly 12 o'clock. So like 12 a.m. almost? My goodness. I appreciate you hanging out with me, Captain. So we have Hood. We have Hulkbuster. I think we go Kitty Pride. We don't have a way to pull these in just yet. Maybe it goes something like this. Would you say Gwenpool over Sasquatch? In terms of like token purchases? Or in this particular build? In this build, I like Sasquatch. He's just like a big stat stick on that last turn, which kind of goes with what you're wanting to, like your game plan with the Black Swan. Ooh, we do get Beast. So do we Beast in just one card? I think we do. I think we Beast in the Rocket. We go ahead and play Black Swan, maybe in mid. Not sure why we haven't snapped into this yet. We'll be able to do all of these for free. The Sasquatch. plus maybe whatever we draw on the last turn. The Gamora comes in, so big Gamora over there. TLSG, Sage, or Squatch in terms of tokens. Sage is more flexible. Oh, and then Sunrise. You mentioned my facial hair. I'm so glad that you enjoy it. I typically don't grow it out this far, and so I've been enjoying growing it out. But in terms, so as far as Sage or Sasquatch, I think Sage is a little bit easier to use, a little bit more flexible in a few more builds, and so I think that would be the direction I would probably recommend. So this would be 2, 4, 6, 8. So it'd end up being a little bit better than the Sasquatch here. Yeah, outside of bounce, Sasquatch doesn't see a whole lot of play right now. So we could always go Rocket, Hit Monkey, Demon, Kitty Pride, Titania. Oh, that is not a great typo, Taran. What can you swap for Hitmonkey in this deck? Hitmonkey is one of those that he's like that last turn power play. So I'm not. No, you're okay. I know you didn't mean to put it. So I'm not sure that there's a great sub for it. Do we think we can beat 25 in the left? Because this would be 8, 9, 10, 18. I have a chance. Maybe swap Demon and Kitty Pride. We think we need more mid. We are going to scale the Bishop quite a bit. Ooh, that is a lot of commitment in the middle location. In the Wolfsbane and the Strong Guy. Why Monkey second? It doesn't matter when you play Monkey. He counts every card you played regardless. Posture check. Thank you for the reminder. We have the Angela. The Titania in the right lane is going to be enough to secure the 8 cubes against that pathetic fool. That was a big play in mid, very weak in the right lane. They just assumed that this lane was big enough. We'll take the 8 though. You can maybe do Wolfsbane as a replacement. I think it'd be okay with Wolfsbane. Sage might be all right as well. Since you're typically not going to have initiative, you can drop it as that last turn play. Suits his name. Suits his name. We'll take the 8 cubes though. Those don't happen very often, especially with like the junk deck we were running. Very, very strong, very hard to compete against, but also you can a lot of times know if you're going to lose or not. And this one, you vomit so much power on that last turn. We are now a top 128 gamer. Let's see if we can get to top 100 before the stream ends. We don't climb a whole lot on stream, but today both decks we've played have been just absolutely dominant. Right now we're 7-1 with the Black Swan Hitmonkey Sasquatch build. A positive 22 cubes or 2.75 per game. Nuts. Absolutely crazy statistic. Bullying P1 enemies. Are they P1? Ooh, let's see if we need some revenge on Butt here. Butt absolutely stomped us numerous times with his Sasquatch build. Let's see if we can maybe make him pay.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Mad Max D8, thank you so much for the Prime sub. A huge support. That pushes us to 47 for the day. You guys are incredibly supportive. Love all of the positive vibes that are going on. And then Notar, he said kick his butt. We're going to try. He is, I think, the last 4 matches against us. And then the Hydrate reminder. I think the 4 matches against us, he absolutely dominated us. So it would feel really good to be able to pull one back in a favorable direction. So we can do Bishop to the right. We may eventually pull Widow's Kiss in just as a free extra card. Push the snap button. Oh my goodness. So we have the Mobius. Oh, Mobius is scary. Rough. Very rough stuff.
Opponent snapped.
Not happy with anything that's happening here. I'm going to do this number. We're going to play Titania last and see if maybe we can cap out this Onslaught Citadel lane. Super unfortunate with the Mobius. We probably shouldn't stay. Just retreat. Yeah, we should probably retreat here, but this ends up the Sentry, and then I'm assuming they have the Annihilus too, which is that MMM kills you. Yeah. I think you are correct. We don't have initiative here. We can always go Nico, Kitty Pryde, Black Swan. Into a Squatch to the left. Not a great line, but it protects us against the Annihilus. And so it turns out that he's running the two biggest cards that counter me, unfortunately, in the Mobius, and then our other deck, it was the Annihilus line. So we may not kick his butt like we would want. So I just played a game with this deck, and it's so much fun. Yeah, it's got a lot of flexible ways to kind of flex that power. Unfortunately here. We just don't win. What a butt. What a butt. He's doing some great things with this deck. I never play Bounce, but this cooks. This deck does some really strong things, apparently, except for against Mobius. Oh, man. We're going to have to run an anti-butt deck before too long. And then Soul Steel, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We've been having some really good luck, except for that one particular opponent. He has had our number all day. What's your record against Butt today? I think 1-8. Something like ridiculous. Otherwise, we have well over, like for the day, close to like a 65% win rate, including the games we've lost against him. But against him, it's like maybe 1-8. Ooh, we get a Sasquatch. They get a copy of something here. We don't know exactly what. But Panda Sushi, we may be able to do well against him. His record against Butt is Butt. It is absolutely Butt. Angela costs a little bit more now. We can do Falcon. We have the Beast line. We can turn whatever we play next into a Demon. But I think without being able to set up the Angela, I feel like I need to skip here. Because none of these lines are great. Unless it turned into Demon Nico. Next turn would be like a Beast to the left. Turn the Beast into a Falcon. Or turn the Beast into a Demon. Oof. Angela is getting beat up here with all of the ice. That's headed her way. Atlantis comes in. We do get Black Swan, which is nice to see. Butt is a former rank 1 player. He's also Dexter's top mod. Yeah. Yeah, Butt's always a really strong player. Usually it hasn't been like this bad. Usually we're pretty close. Like usually I can steal some, he steals some, but it's never been like as discrepant as it is right now. How long are you still on today? I'm thinking another like 40 minutes or so. Anyone keeping track of Butt's deck today? I may need to start keeping track of it. At least another 40 minutes or so. After that, I may have to run and go grab my daughter, but until then, we are live as long as we can. All right, let's go something like Nico. Hood gets destroyed. We could go Demon Falcon. Does Falcon pull anything back in? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. We might be able to play Sasquatch plus Black Swan. Or we just play a lot of our 1-cost cards alongside the Black Swan next turn, maybe. I guess we'll see. So they had a Black Swan. They played it on 4 instead of 5, so a very similar deck, except for they have Iceman, which actually was really disruptive against our Angela. I love that we're using Black Swan. Black Swan is one that I wanted to unlock for a while, but it just wasn't ever... I wasn't ever to find a great build for it, but it definitely feels like we're a lot closer now than we ever have been. So Sasquatch goes down to 2. We can do Black Swan Sasquatch. Last turn would be like Demon, Rocket, Demon, maybe Angela, maybe a Hit Monkey. I think is what we have to push for. But it also gives them a little bit more information than what we would like in where that Sasquatch lands. But I think maybe that's all right. Let's go with this. He said I missed playing a few months. Think since Mockingbird release. I got Gwynpull and Arsham. Which cards do you think I missed and wish I have to get? And so before the last Over the Air, I would say that if you don't have Mockingbird was huge. Otherwise, something like Nocturne finds her way into a lot of decks. I use White Widow quite a bit, but it's very, very much more a little bit niche. Otherwise, we have the Nocturne, we have Sage, which is a pretty high power potential card. And there are a few others. So we could either do Bishop into the Scaling or something like Angela. But I'm not sure that ever is enough to win because they have a Sasquatch. We know that because this is their Sasquatch. White Widow is coming in Spotlights. Ooh, but not Nocturne. Gotcha. Yeah, White Widow I use that's probably my most used card in the game. I don't know that we have a great winning line here, but we're going to give it a shot. So Sasquatch mid, I'm glad I abandoned that middle lane. Demon to the right, we have the Kitty Pride. Can we scale over that? Potentially. And then, depending on what they have in the left lane, I think we have a decent shot here. So the Hood, ooh, interesting. Just to scale the Bishop a little bit further. And so giving up on the left lane, we have the Angela, we have the Rocket. And it gets very close. Is the last one Demon? No, it's Titania. That's fine. We outscale them by 1, a measly 1 power. We overcommit in the left lane, but we will gladly take the 2 cubes where we can. Got absolutely crazy on the end. Really hard to read when both of these decks are kind of popping off in that last turn, but we'll gladly take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Athena is probably the best card from last season too. Athena was one that she's really, really strong. She continues to find her way into very frustrating builds that it just feels really tough to like match into or match against, especially with the Ravona engine. She does some really crazy things. So now I know the first thing came to your mind. I love your clutch deck with Debris and White Widow. Yeah, the Debris and I love Debris, White Widow. I love just junk style stuff. But if we're running into a Nihilist, then we were getting hard countered. So it was time to switch off, and we're still doing really good. Still an 80%. We're 10 games in, an 80% win rate with this deck, which is crazy. Crazy for especially like around the like MMR that we are currently. So we can use Nico, we can copy Angela. This might be a game where we go double Angela. Double Angela, they can stack together, honestly. And then that becomes a win lane. We just have to win one other. And then Interrobang, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. We've been having just a wild stream over here. We were running some Ajax junk, which dominated until we started running into a Nihilus. And then now this one is hard carrying us. We're almost into top 100 territory. I think we started like 250 today. We're up to rank 128. And so hopefully you've had a good week in Terrobang. I'm glad that you're able to jump in and join us. If you win this next one, I'll pat my grandma on the back. I mean, you have yourself a deal. You have yourself a deal, Mr. Nifty. I'll hold you to that too. You can't stiff out on patting your grandma on the back. That's for sure. So the Ebony Maw over here, I wish we had a way to change this location to rip away the Isle of Silence. Otherwise, we do have our Hood. Next turn we have Falcon to pull our 1 costs back in. Yeah, we're we're stacking up the double Angela. He said that's one of the decks I'm playing, but with Sass over Sage over Sass. Yes, very strong list. We do get the one cube retreat. Sometimes you put the pressure on. The double Angela was too much for them. They couldn't take it anymore. They had to retreat out. And so, Mr. Nifty, let me know how your grandma appreciates the pat. Oh, and hopefully it's not too far of a drive for you. And then Brandizlet says, you said it's too early for you to be here? And Terrabang's always lurking. I lurk in a lot of streams as well. A lot of times whenever I fall asleep with streams on most of the time. Grandma said, thanks, buddy. I mean, Mr. Nifty, I'm just glad I could help out. Think you missed my first message? I have to thank you for rating Perry Manilow on Monday. I ended up winning the gold pass giveaway from his Snap Bingo. Lucky flip. That is huge. I'm glad that one of our chatters recommended it. I don't remember which one, but definitely on them. I like to let you guys choose, or at least have some input on where we raid into at the end of our streams. So I'm glad that it worked out for you, Lucky. Turns out that it was your lucky flip. We're going to play Bishop into Asgard as we move past that choke. And we'll see what we can make happen. Captain, you said I'm out. See you guys. TLSG, remember my name. Often be around. Good night. Captain, we will remember you next time on the next stream. We'll keep an eye out. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night, and hopefully we can catch you in the next one. I think we go Nico into Hood mid. That's going to turn into a demon. We could also, if we really wanted to push it, we could go Titania. Trying to make sure that we won. We drew the extra 2 cards to give us a pretty good chance of drawing into either Beast or Falcon. But if we didn't have initiative, they could potentially steal our Titania away. We're just going to hold it for now. They could also use their the Hawk and take away Asgard.
We are the
Magneto
future.
is mean. Hurts us with -4 over there. It's okay. With their extra energy, that's what they choose to do. They chose violence. How many kids do you have? I have 2. 2 kids. 1 boy and 1 girl. And so the Sasquatch coming in, we do draw both Beast and Falcon here. So maybe it turns into like Black Swan. Black Swan Falcon. Pulls in 2 cards, makes these free. We could always do Sasquatch plus all of our cards on the last turn, which I think is a decent amount of power. We'll have to really commit in Fisk Tower if we think we have a chance over there.
We are the future.
No. The second Magneto, what is going on? Like we can still play over here, but that's super unfortunate. We got double Magnetoed. They're controlling us all over the board. If they hit us with a triple, I'm out. At that point, I'm done. Is it same here? 2 boys though, 13 and 15. So I have my son just turned 13, and then my daughter is 4. So a pretty big gap in their age. So we have Beast for giggles. We have Sasquatch as our highest power play over here. And then something like Demon, Rocket, Titania, Nico. That would be 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't know that we win mid. Rocket mid. I feel like we won't win left, though. Yeah, it's not going to be enough to the left, so I think we have to abandon ship on the left lane. Instead, we go something like Sasquatch, Rocket, Demon. Oh, wait. Hold on. We throw the Beast. Beast is free 2 power. So Beast, Sasquatch, Rocket, Demon. Demon, Nico, Titania. Sasquatch wins left. I don't think it does, because their bishop scales as well. Mojo's big. So Rocket helps us. It gets very close very quick. And so we can keep the track. 12 extra to the left would have been Sasquatch over there. Extra would have been 30. We would have lost the left lane. But had we put anything extra into mid, we would have won. That's unfortunate. Let's give him a good fist bump. That was a good stack. The mojo was unexpected. You hate to see it, but that is all right. We'll take the 2-cube loss. And we're going to run to just a really quick ad break. It looks like those are about to start. And so I'm going to run to the restroom. We're going to have a minute and a half of ads, and then we'll be right back. We'll continue our upward ascension with the Swan song. Don't go anywhere, you guys. We will be right back. My boy's hair looking crazy. Wait, is that me? Is that my hair? Are you talking about my hair? It may be looking a little crazy. The Magneto to the right, that point differential, I think, is what lost it for us. Next up, we have Tungsten Walk. Rank number 74. Let's see what we're able to make happen. We need a copy of their Red Hulk, which is a little bit scary to see early on. Let's go ahead and start with, I think, Hood, because we don't know if they're going to play a card or not. Into the Kitty Pride. You just fixed it? Yeah, I may have just fixed it. So they have Kitty Pride. We know they're going to continually play cards. If I was them, probably here. But honestly, let's go Angela first. Bishop 1-3. Into maybe a stack in mid on 4. Into hopefully Falcon plus Black Swan on turn number 5. So the Angela comes down here as well. We do get Beast to go alongside our Falcon play, but I typically don't see much value in doing both in most cases. I'm going to go ahead and throw Bishop into the right lane. They have Hope Summers, so they're looking to maybe pump some extra power. Could be like a Shri deck. We know that they have the big Red Hulk. We do get Falcon here, so big push for us. We can go Rocket, Demon, Falcon. Into next turn doing... I guess we would end up needing to do Beast the next turn if that's what we ended up going with. Falcon right? Falcon Swan is the best play? Yeah. But I think we're going to go Beast to the left because we do have Falcon for 5. So maybe... You could even do this. But I kind of like the demon in mid. I'm going to do beast to the left. That's going to give us a free hood to use next turn. So we can do Falcon, Black Swan, throw our hood out as well. Is there something about Snap that you're particularly enjoying right now? I really enjoy, one, the quick games. I enjoy that the meta shifts pretty quickly. And so you kind of have to be able to think on your feet whenever those changes come in. So that's the biggest piece that I've always enjoyed, is like it being just like a really quick transition for the over there. Like a couple of days ago, the like lockjaw decks weren't viable. And so then like trying to figure out a way to make a good lockjaw deck with those changes is something that I really enjoy being able to do. The decks are small enough that a lot of times like one card change, you can feel the difference very quickly. And so I like that piece as well. So we can go, let's see, Falcon plus Swan brings these two in. And so if we do Hood as well, if we do it beforehand, if we do a Hood before Falcon, that's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We wouldn't be able to draw on the last turn. So I think we drop a Hood after this piece. What games were you playing before? So I've dabbled in just about every game I could think of, honestly. We've dabbled in either World of Warcraft. We've dabbled in like MOBAs, like League of Legends. I played Heroes of the Storm for a little bit. I tried other card games. I just really enjoy a lot of like just games in general. You can dump plus Red Hulk on 6, even if you don't draw. That's true. We can dump everything. Any single player games? Yeah, so I've played quite a few single player games as well. The most recent one was Baldur's Gate 3. I did a complete playthrough on Honored. So maybe it was that we should have done that at the Falcon after the Hood. So even if we don't draw, we can dump plus Red Hulk. But and then Mad Max. I see you use the Factor code. Today's stream is sponsored by Factor. And so I opened up the Factor box that I ordered and I tried my first Factor meal, and it was a lot better than what it was very good. It was a lot better than what I would have even expected. It's very quick. It's like 2 minutes. You pop it in the microwave, so no cleanup. You don't have to worry about fast food or anything like that. And it was very easy to do, and then just be able to jump back into the game. So I ran it in between ad breaks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this becomes 2, 4, 6, 8. It becomes 11. So if their Hulk scales, or if Hulk scales, it'd be better than the Hitmonkey. Otherwise, it wouldn't. The one good thing out of this is that we know they have Red Hulk. We don't want it to scale anymore. So playing Red Hulk might give us some advantage. We can go something like Rocket, Demon, Kitty Pryde. They could use Nocturne and change Mojo World. If so, it comes down to a point differential. Our Bishop does scale quite a bit from us flooding. But I don't know that we... I'm actually going to switch one of the demons. Because we have the extra power in the middle location in the lake, and we have Angela scaling, I think we're going to switch one. We'll see if that extra 5 power was a determining factor. That's what I feel like we should probably go with here. So going strong? Yeah, we're still going strong. We're still going strong. We're rank 129 now. This deck is doing some great things for us. We're 9-3, 75% win rate so far. So it drops a little bit here and there, but you said that you just got the Shanna Pixel avatar? That makes 20 pixel avatars that I did not ask for. Oh no. I can't believe you changed your Wong avatar. I like to switch it. Ooh, okay. So the Shang-Chi is not in the left lane. Ooh, is this a casserole? That is not a great finisher. I have so many cards. My goodness. Maybe they thought that we had initiative and they were going for the Shang-Chi counter on Bishop. But that is a casserole. And speaking of casserole, we just did the Factor plug, or else I would do another Factor plug. You get 50% off your first box if you use my code, 20% off the second one, and it helps support the channel. Gives us it's the equivalent of gifting 25 subs. Just to put it in like a ballpark for you guys. And then Speed Ronin. launched us into an emote-only chat. And so we're going to do that for 2 minutes real fast, and then we will be back, you guys. Let's see what you got. Let's launch into it. We'll jump straight into the next game. We are absolutely having a blast with this deck, with the Ajax deck. Both of them have been dominating today. 61% win rate for Ajax junk deck over 90 games. And then this one is 76 over 13 games so far. So very, very positive cube stream for us, which is kind of an anomaly for my streams. I appreciate you guys being here, riding it out, and just we've had some crazy numbers today. Is it that the other guys aren't streaming? And so it looks like maybe Jeff and Dara, who typically kind of dominate this time frame, didn't stream today. Or I know Jeff did for a little bit, but maybe he had to get off early. All right. We have the emote only chat. We have a webs in the matchup. We have the extra energy, so I think we're gonna go ahead and start scaling. I almost want to start scaling our Angela, but we know that they're gonna play in the left with the Hawkeye, so that's where we're gonna focus here. Big Batch Bolognese giving us the side eye. I always see a different emote every time we do this one. And there's so many good, really creative ones that I want to find a way to have one of those creative ones. We'll see. Maybe one day. All right, so we could do Beast into the left lane, knowing that Eternal's Arc will come in very, very soon. This would bring this down to 3 next turn. These would all be very cheap. We could do the Sasquatch on turn 4, which kind of like. We have the flood of emotes. I love all of the variety that we have coming in here. So Smack D10 Shame. That looks like a tower defense, like a Bloons tower defense game. Posture check. Thank you, Yukon Yimmy? Yukon Kimmy. Thank you so much for the posture check. All right, so we can go Angela here, Kitty Pride. Maybe we go Rocket as well. Hood Falcon. How many cards is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring Sasquatch down to 1 next turn. Ah, goodness, that's so much power. Maybe we do Falcon over to the right, so we get the extra energy going into turn 5 before these left lanes lock in. We're gonna snap into it. Spider-Woman doesn't hit very great targets in the left. It only hit the 1. But with our Angela scaling, our Kitty Pride, the Rocket does hit as well. So it's going to be a 9 power, 1 cost card coming into this into turn 5. And then we're going to pull into all of those. And then before Eternals goes off, we could change it if we wanted to, but I don't think we need to. Something like Sasquatch, Rocket Raccoon, Demon. I think we're just throwing stuff at this point. But this is what we're going to lock in. It's a lot of power. It's a lot of power to throw on turn 5. Now, if they rip away Eternal's Arc, it'll be unfortunate. But let's go ahead and free you guys from the emote-only chat. You guys were pumping it up too quickly. I kind of forgot that we needed to end it, and so it's a 1/9 raccoon, yeah, and potentially a 1/13, which is crazy. Speed Ronin, you said that was fun. I do enjoy the emote only chats. Okay, so it is going to be the 1/13, which of course we had to play 3 different times, so it's more like a 3/13. But nonetheless, a lot of power going into that rocket. Sasquatch and the Angela scaling, goodness. Do you think you'll be releasing a YouTube video on this deck? I do. It is popping off enough. Whether that be on like the secondary channel or the primary, I don't know. But I do think we'll release a video on it for sure. All right, let's do Kitty Pride plus... This would be more power. Titania Demon, we send it their way. If they played 2 cards, then it stays on ours. Otherwise, they send the Titania back. And then Snap, CL King, you said, yo, TLSG, you're the best. So that's why everyone is here and not the other streamers. I appreciate it, Snap. You guys have been hanging strong absolutely all day. Oh, that could have been bad. They could have stolen away the left lane with that Odin retrigger. Was almost sneaky. It's cool. Yeah, that was very close shave. The Ironheart hitting over here instead of here. Whew. Very, very close. We'll take the 4 though. My goodness. They were almost there. Yeah, very close, but not quite. And then, hey, it's Chris. You said, hey, guys, I pulled Ajax with the first key. Do I risk 3 more for Beta Ray or pass and save up? Beta is one that if you enjoy like the Hammer Bros, Killmonger's salivating right now. If you enjoy the Hammer Bros, then Beta Ray is great. He's a great addition to that, but outside of that, he doesn't see much play. So similar to like Sebastian Shaw, he's a role player. He does good in that one build, but not much outside of that. And so you can easily pass if you didn't care for that line. It's never like a broken one, like a broken deck either. It's just a decently competitive one. You feeling hyped for the Deadpool movie? I am. I'm really excited for the Deadpool movie. It's probably going to be the first movie I've watched in theaters since COVID. So probably in the last 4 years. Everything else I've just watched from home when it eventually makes its way here. Isn't he going to be in most Lockjaw decks? I think so, but nobody has broken a Lockjaw deck wide open. Like the one that I posted, I held about a 60% win rate, which is decent, but it is far away from being like unbeatable. You said Taylor Swift or Blake Lively is Lady Deadpool? Oh, is there rumors around that, or is that just like a who would you rather? He said, I'm gonna wait to the weekend to go watch it. Yeah. All right, so Sinister London gets kind of crazy pretty quick. We have the Rocket. We can beast it back in. Demon. It's gonna duplicate all of these cards though. So pulling any of them back in becomes kind of problematic. Can you show the Ajax deck? Yeah, I can show the Ajax deck after this one. We ran it for almost 80 games, and it did really, really cool things. So we can do the double of the double up into something like Demon Beast. That's going to be an 8-power Nico. Our hand becomes an issue. Gambit Go? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Being able to just do the Gambit Go to take out at least 2 of their cards, I think might be okay. The double Gwynpool. Crazy strong. Do you have a deck for the missions with anything? So I completed the Ajax ones with the one we were running earlier. Man-Thing, I think I'm honestly just going to plug it into either Arisham or an ongoing, and then jump into Proving Grounds. I think is what I'll probably end up doing. The Gambit Go feels strong right now. We could Black Swan, but I'm not sure that it matters much. We could also just Gambit and see what we pull. I kind of like the Black Swan here. Then we just save. Man-Thing works decently in the Ajax deck. Does it? Does it feel like an upgrade, or does it feel like just a tacked-in piece? Then we can always go Gambit on the last turn. Said my Clog deck just got whooped by an Ajax deck. Ajax can pump out some pretty strong power. They cap out Sinister London. So Rocket's not going to scale on the last turn. We have 30 power that we're trying to beat here. Sasquatch. So it's either Sasquatch. No, that never beats 30 power. Could be the Hopium with the Gambit line. Angela, Gambit, Demon. That would be it. In Gambit, we trust. it's a little hopeful, but we're gonna leave this because that's gonna fill up the rest of our spots. Maybe not the Angela play. Nah, that's gonna be fine. Rocket is greater than Angela. Yeah, because it'll hit something here, right? So same power to the right, bigger power potential here. So we'll go Rocket, we'll go Gambit, and then let's go the Demon. Gambit will hit both Mockingbirds. Trust. What about the Sasquatch? What about the Sasquatch? Ooh. All right. So Rocket does scale in the left lane, so that gives us the win over there. We just need a lucky couple of Gambits here into Mockingbird. Okay. Sasquatch. No way. Oh no, we didn't deserve this win. No, we lost it. Okay. We deserve that. We deserve the Mysterio in the left lane loss. My goodness. In Gambit we trust, almost. In Mysterio we do not. So much closer than it should have been. We celebrated a bit early, and that's why the Mysterio popped up in the left lane. Gambit did his thing. Gambit held up that match, and we just couldn't follow through. That would have been a great YouTube short. It would have been, because that is, like, the statistics of that were abysmal. Then they ripped it away. All right, next up we have Cats, and we're gonna keep it rolling. That one didn't do great, but otherwise, it was one additional cube. Had it been for a bigger risk, that one definitely we retreat out of a lot earlier. So the hood comes down. We can always beast bounce that back in and use it to create our own demons. With TLSG's commentary and reaction, yes. Yeah, honestly, we could still probably throw it as a YouTube short. So we have the Kitty Pride, we have Rocket. I don't know that we want to use it yet. Let's go ahead and just do Kitty Pride. I'm going to play it into mid because the right lane could turn into like Deep Space or something else that would lock in our Kitty Pride there. And then, unfortunately, Vibranium Mines is a little tough. So Bishop over there, we're going to leave Murder World. Would have a Regis YouTube short vibe. He posts his funny fails quite often. Yeah. And so maybe we end up doing it. TLSG, I missed your Wong avatar. What happened? I've been trying to like showcase different card backs and different things like in the different builds that I do. So almost every deck has like a new card back and a new avatar because I have so many that they might as well get some use. But we still have 4 energy. We can do the Widow's Bite, throw like maybe a Rocket, a Beast, a Kitty Pride. 1, 2, 3, 4. That brings our Sasquatch down really cheap. The people are starving for Wong. I mean, you're not Wong about that. Face Wax, welcome in. How are you enjoying your Friday? The Friday's going incredibly well. We've had a really, really big stream. Huge support all day. I think the average is probably close to like 800 on average for the hour, which is huge for one of my streams. And just overall, huge positive vibes. We had a lot of gifted subs, a lot of primes, tier 1s pushing us closer to Partner Plus. Partner Plus and our overall grind has been going incredibly well. Hopefully you're having a good Friday and your week went well as well. So the cheap Sasquatch, maybe we use that as a way to compete against like Sentry. Right now we don't have a way.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
Speaking of Prime subs, we have Crip coming in with the Prime sub. Thank you so much for the support. That pushes us to 48 for the day. Huge support. Appreciate you being here, and appreciate the Prime sub. So we kind of worry about Annihilus here, right? Like it might be that we just tank our remaining draws. To cap out that right lane. And then Austin, thank you so much for the resub as a Prime member. That starts us off with a hype train and pushes us, and that's your second month, pushes us to 49 for the day. I appreciate you being here and the absolute incredible support. And so the left lane, we will get Widow's Bite back if that's Annihilus in the left lane. They will destroy their Void, but we have that lane protected, at least for now. We're going to absolutely destroy our draw potential, but I'm hoping that that's fine. The Annihilus comes in. The left lane does get kind of tricky to win because we didn't put more power there, and the Hood was just a rough one to go against. Shang-Chi would be difficult. We could go Demon, Kitty Pride, Vibranium. I don't even want to do Titania. But if we do, I want to do it this way. We're going to leave Castle Zemo as is. Bishop gets incredibly big. A Shang-Chi, we still have a decent amount of power over there that they'd have to fight against. And we have a decent amount of support coming into the middle location to finish off the game as well. I think we have a decent shot here, even though we don't have a chance in the left lane. The double card drop, okay. So we are going to leave them with our Titania in mid. A Killmonger could be kind of killer. So Demon and, oh my gosh, the Hawk to the right is unfortunate. It looks like Hawk was teched in just as like that Arisham counter, and then just ran. Sometimes you're gonna get absolutely dominated by it, but that makes sense for the snap. Take our licks. Vibranium Mines definitely hurt us there. Came back. Arisham level Hawk? Yeah, it was an Arisham level Hawk for sure. Oh, man. Then next up we have Unhelpful Yoda. Rank 107, so we're living our dream over there. We can always throw several lower cards into Gamma Lab. We definitely got Hawk to it. First location being Gamma Lab. I think we skip here. I don't think we rush play our cards over there. Maybe we make them think that we're ignoring it, and then we go back and push to support it later with like Hood, a couple other one-cost cards maybe. Negative Zone, super unfortunate. I think we're going to Angela into mid. They're going really heavy into Gamma Lab. So we could do something like Beast Hood? No. Could have done Beast Hood, but the Icebox had other plans for us. We can go Beast Nico. We get 2 cards transformed in the left lane. We have Titania, which in this deck is not typically used for that clutter component, but we might be able to find a way to use her as that clutter tool in the left lane to protect against a Shang-Chi or anything similar. Iron Lad hits Hope Summers, and so the potential to double up on Hope Summers here. Insider. I'll pull it up after this. I apologize. I forgot. Yeah, Nico's Destroy spell. So we have to play Hood fast, or first. I read fast in chat. So something like Hood. And then I think we skip here. Might as well play Hood into the Angela lane. Ooh, do they go with the... where do they go? Oh, Goose. That's fine. We're fine with the Goose play. Most of our stuff is going to be under that range, and we don't have to worry about trying to get cheeky with Titania. So something like... Because we need 14 power in the left lane. And so if it was Bishop, that would have to be really big. We can always do Black Swan, Kitty Pride. But I don't know that we can get 14 power in the left. Unless we drew Hitmonkey. Hitmonkey would be our only out, but it is 50-50. I'm willing to stick it out for 50-50 though. Is it just me or Monkey been feeling dead? Maybe just draw issues? Maybe just draw issues. In this game, he would serve us a lot of purpose. We're going to try our best. So it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6. We will be able to draw. We're going to hope for the best possible outcome here. Polaris pulls Angela, super unfortunate. And then Man-Thing comes down in negative zone. But, so with Black Swan doing Black Swan things, Kitty Pride coming in. We need the Hitmonkey. We need to see the Hitmonkey here. That is not Hitmonkey. We could have played one more for Sasquatch discount, yeah. We probably should have. Because then we could do 10 over here. We would need an extra 4, and so a demon could win left, and then we'd only be fighting for like the middle location. But as is, there's nothing we can do. We're drawing dead with the 24 power to the right. Unhelpful Yoda. Absolutely swindle us away. Partially because the Angela play, partially because we didn't discount our Sasquatch enough. But it does look like it is getting just around that time. I don't want to end stream, but I do have to run to pick up my daughter, so we are going to find somebody to raid out into before the next set of ads run. That way you guys don't get hit with one additional one. Is there anybody that's live that you guys want to jump over into? I know, Primo. But the good news is I'm going to be live on Tuesday for Deadpool Diner release, and I'm also going to be live on Wednesday. We have another sponsored showcase, and so I'll be playing that day as well. And so as we're going out, probably Dexter, we can... I don't know that I've ever hit Dexter with a big raid, so we can shoot over to him. Small Ant? I enjoy some Small Ant content, but definitely, I think, a different viewership. But just another really quick plug. Today's stream was sponsored by Factor. You get 50% off using my code, and it helps support the channel. And honestly, it was really, really yummy. And so if you guys are ever curious, use the !Factor, and that will give you my link. You can get up to 50% off that first one. Let's go ahead and look at a raid over into Dexter. I think it'll be the first time we've hit him with a big one. But thank you guys for hanging out today. Hopefully you all have a fantastic weekend, and we will see you again very soon. Tuesday for my next live stream, probably Saturday for my next video. But we will we'll catch you guys next time. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's go ahead and start up the raid, and then we will be back very, very soon, you guys. We have a couple of seconds, and then it looks like 3 seconds will launch the raid. You guys are, again, incredible. Let's go ahead and send you guys out, and I appreciate it.
Negative the gobs. Very cheeky. Oh, imagine! Ah!